Whew, it's about to be a great day of Halo. Hello and welcome to the HCS Kansas City Halo Major Tournament. We got teams flying in from around the world, and I can't wait to get into it. Of course, big thank you to Xbox Plays, by the way, for putting this broadcast on. We've got a hell of a show planned for you today. I'm Shyway, only bringing half, if anything, 30 to 40% of the energy today, because the rest of it goes to this man right here, Tony.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. There's going to be no lack of energy whatsoever.
Oh, yes.
I felt it the moment I walked into the venue, which is absolutely electrifying. The lights, the camera, the action, it feels great.
It's just so good to be back at a Halo LAN tournament. The biggest one we've had yet for Halo Infinite, right? We've got LATAM teams competing for the first time in our tournament. Of course, ANZ coming over EU. Can't wait to watch it. So let's talk about where to watch it all. Of course, we got multiple broadcasts showcasing the action. Tony, break it down for me.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are watching us right now, you're probably watching us on twitch.tv/Xbox, but there's plenty of action. Actually, you have the Alpha stream or the H stream on twitch.tv/Halo. And for those of you who want a little bit more gameplay and maybe some less commentary, you can actually head over to twitch.tv/HCS_red or _blue, and you'll have the Charlie and Delta streams.
You combine that with the YouTube streams, and that's a lot of places to watch Halo. Tony, hopefully you got multiple tabs open on your PC. You can jump between the different broadcasts, because B stream, it might be the B stream, but we're bringing S-tier level energy, aren't we, Tony? Let's take a look at the schedule and see what to expect for today. And what do we see, Tony? 12 o'clock to kick things off.
We're talking the former number one team in the world going up against the current number one team in Latin America to start us off. Sentinels going up against your Pittsburgh Knights. This is I've been waiting for this matchup. This matchup hasn't happened at all. Nope. I looked at the stats going all the way back to 2020. Halo 5, Infinite. We've never seen Sentinels versus Knights.
Warning viewers, Tony is already talking about stats, so hold on a sec, Tony. We've got, of course, coming up in just a little bit, Optic and Fnatic, Pioneers versus Knights, FaZe Clan and Fnatic, and then Ascended Chiefs and United and Quadrant. This will all take place in the pools in our tournament today. Of course, pools is where we will start. You got the pools on on screen. Sorry, you'll notice that there's 4 teams per pool, but a 5th team that says open bracket team on the bottom there. That will be revealed either later tonight or early tomorrow. We're still settling that open bracket. Only one team makes it for each pool, so only 4 teams in total, Tony, gets out of open bracket. But what do you like, I guess, about what you see here on screen?
I'm loving the fact that in Pool A, we somehow have 3 number 1 seeds. You have Cloud9, the number 1 seed in North America. You have Ascend, the number 1 seed, another one team in Europe. And then you also have the Chiefs, the number 1 team coming out of ANZ. That's going to be really exciting right off the bat.
And then you got XSET right smack in the middle of that with Kratos on there, and I mean, he's top 10, so never know where that one's going to go. Of course, in Pool A, Pool B looking pretty spicy as well, Tony. I mean, Optic and FaZe in the same pool, and then you put Na'Vi and Fnatic. That is a heated pool. And I'm not sure I'd want to be, Na'Vi or Fnatic in that situation. I mean, we'll have to see, though. LAN Halo is a little different, and I can't wait for some surprises. The surprises today, they're going to take place in Pool D, though, Tony, because that's where we will laser focus to start the day.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that Sentinels-Knights matchup, which we've been long waiting for, you also have a long-time rivalry. Pioneers going up against Knights. This is a rivalry. This was on the weekly tournaments back in Halo 5. It's even carried over into Infinite. They've been splitting the difference as far as tournaments. Sometimes you'll see Knights take over. Sometimes you'll see Pioneers take over. I'm excited to watch that matchup as well.
Right, Pioneers with reps against Sentinels and Knights. We've had history with Pioneers defeating Sentinels, back towards the end of Halo 5, so can't wait to see how that all mixes up. And then J-League's in the middle of that as well, an EU team to join the fray. But what we're going to zero in on today, Tony, is Sentinels and Knights. And you already teased us with it earlier. They'd never played before.
They really haven't. And you're talking about, again, former number 1 team in the world. You're talking about the current number 1 team in Latin America. The Knights play at a very fast pace. They love some game types like Stronghold, some maps like Streets, and we're gonna see if Sentinels maybe can keep up with that pace, because we know when they get into their setups, they're deadly, but maybe Knights can throw them off their timing a little bit.
Tony, let's break these teams down one at a time, and who else to start with Sentinels? Of course, on screen you got Snakebite, Lethal, Royal 2, Frosty, one of the deadliest teams ever in Halo's history, especially with Halo 5 and their dominance. Halo Infinite, they definitely still maintain a high level of play, but breaking into that top 4, top 3, and so on has been difficult for them. What do you think looking at this Sentinels roster so far here, Tony?
I think Sentinels had a rough time. I think going into Raleigh, obviously at World 2 was ineligible to compete, and that obviously threw a little bit of a wrench in the plan. They came back at Anaheim, and they came to play. I thought they looked very good at Anaheim, and I think they look even better coming here to Kansas City. World 2 is absolutely slaying out. Frosty's always doing this thing, but what's really surprising me is, Lethal has been having better and better scrims, better and better tournaments, and Snakebite is always in the action.
And, good point that you brought up about Lethal, because definitely somebody who's been in the hot seat in this team recently, and his, play style a bit more difficult, I want to say, with the transition over to Infinite from what we had in Halo 5, just the idea of, surviving and being a nuisance and opening up opportunities for your team to make plays. It's harder to do that in Infinite when you don't quite have the tools that you once had in H5. But like you said, he's been picking it up. He's been getting more kills. He's been playing his game. And once things come together, especially in a LAN environment, I mean, Sentinels, there's no stopping them. So can't wait to see what they put together. But their competitors, Tony, no slouch at all. You already mentioned it. #1 in the LATAM region right here.
Yeah, I was looking over some of the scrims with this team. They were able to 7-0 a red hot complexity roster. And a lot of you guys are probably thinking, tapping buns. This is a player I recognize. This is a player that was formerly teaming with Roy, Lunchbox, Falcade under that old Evil Geniuses roster. So you're probably thinking, tapping bun is the main slayer. That's probably what you're thinking.
You might be wrong.
You'd be right. No, you would be absolutely right. This man was slaying out.
You set me up for that.
Literally going off no matter what scrim he's playing. I think in the scrim against complexity, 170 kills in just 6 games, and then 75 assists on top of that.
Wait, Tony, you told me about that complexity scrim. Did they come out, what was it, like a 7-0?
7-0.
7-0.
Shut them out.
Scrim against complexity out of Knights, and complexity no slouch whatsoever. I want to say top 8 at the very least team right now. Now, you had pointed at tapping buttons as the main slayer. And for a second, I thought that you were not going to say tapping. I thought you were going to focus on drift, because I think equally as important as far as slang goes on this team, drift. The man pops off. Put a snipe in his hands, and he will always get at least 2 kills, Tony. Swear by it. Dude gets at least 2 kills every time he picks that weapon up. He's ices up every time.
And that's what the S7 sniper. Put a shock rifle in his hands.
Oh my God.
Ooh,
Danger
let
zone.
me tell you, you are in
Don't
trouble.
put him on recharge with a shock. It's just
there's certain
nightmare.
players you don't want to see the shock rifle in their hands. I think of the likes of Spartan. I think the likes of Renegade. Drift is up there. He's deadly.
He's deadly, and the team brings that chemistry together as well, right? It's all 4 of them that work together to create that opportunity, and so far, so good. Apparently, with them playing on LAN, I can't wait to see how it translates to the tournament. But the series layout will tell us the story, so let's take a look at the layout and see if that gives us any indication on what to expect here, Tony. We got Strongholds, Streets, Slayer, Livefire, Ctf Aqua, Oddball, Livefire, and Slayer Recharge. Of course, if we get there, it's a best of 5. Sentinels, you know that they are a little different in LAN Halo. They could come out with quite a bang here. But when it comes to Stronghold, Streets, Tony, you told me that the stats say something else.
They really do. They tell you that the Pittsburgh Knights are a strong, not only stronghold squad, but also when it comes to playing on the streets, that's their favorite map. They were able to win, I think, 250 to about 93 against Space Station Gaming.
Okay.
They also took on E United, where they ultimately lost that scrim, but they still beat E United 250 to 118 on this very map and game type. You do not want to play against Knights on Streets Stronghold.
So what you're saying is almost a lucky start here in the series for Knights. They've got some great EXP on this map, and it tends to be one of their better maps as far as what we've seen from history. You're going from very recent history, of course, just scrims that happened just a couple days ago. But Stronghold Streets, if I had to think about it, Tony, I mean, it's the most like a Halo 5 map and kind of setting that we've seen out of all the Infinite maps. You got a thrust on the map. You've got, your standard 3 lanes with very close corridors, spawns that are easy to access and lock down. I feel like PK are probably right at home coming off of H5, especially competing the most towards the end of Halo 5 as well.
I can also talk about how good it looks aesthetically. Like, aesthetically, it kind of reminds me of...
Okay, there's that.
I mean, hey, you know what? If you look good, you play good. If they like the look of the map, they're going to play better. That counts. How are you going to discount that?
All right. I mean, I see you in your pink shirt, your blue turtles. Fine. You dress for success, and the map looks good. I'm sure they'll play good on it as well. We've got Slayer, Livefire coming up after that, Tony. We've got Ctf Aquarius for our first 3. If you had to give a little bit of a prediction, let's say, coming into this, who would you side with? Where would you go?
I think Sentinels 3-1.
3-1.
I think Knights take game number 1. And
Okay.
I think that's big for Knights because when you're going into a best-of-5 series, game number 1 really dictates the pace of the series. If Knights can come out and take game number 1, it's possible they can win the series. The problem is that if Sentinels beat them on their best map and game type combination, we might see a sweep. Sentinels are here, and they're here for revenge.
So you're saying it's make or break, right? If Knights want any chance at survival in this series, they got to come hot in game 1. And the beauty of that is, like you said, it's the momentum setter for the series. It's a confidence boost for the team that hopefully they can carry on, especially with the snipe on live fire. I mean, if you're confident coming into picking up that weapon and your drift, you're hitting shots, you're making plays. So that would be a great way to start it. But of course, Sentinels, you never know what to expect with this team. You can never count them out in a LAN environment. And the fact that they've never played before, and you've got a team like Sentinels with way more reps on LAN, way more reps against a variety of levels of competition against the top teams, you'd expect Knights to just not be prepared for that same level of competition. So if anything, Sentinels, they could come out incredibly strong and take that game 1, and it could be a sweep, alternatively. I think it might be a 3-0 if I'm doing my prediction. Maybe I'm a savage to start the day, Tony. I would like to see that game 1 to Knights, though.
You know what? I'll play devil's advocate on that because, yes, you're right. Sentinel, I mean, this is a dynastic roster. Let's be serious. I mean, this is a roster, to me, guaranteed top 3 in the tournament, and maybe can win the tournament. However, Halo Infinite is about timing. It's about pace. And if Knights can throw off Sentinel's timing, especially on a map and game type like Strongholds, instead of going in for those slays, out-rotate them. Go for a different hill. You know, make them feel the pressure once they go 1 down. I would not be surprised if Knights can throw off the timing of Sentinels in game number 1. And if there's any map to do it on, it's definitely Streets. It's a very small map.
Good point. I like that we're talking about, the strategy coming into it too. And real quick, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready with this match. The moment the match is ready to go, we're jumping in. We're getting into the action. So don't worry. We're right here. We've got players joining in the lobby currently as well. We're getting updates with that happening. But Tony, before we jump in, like you said, what are the keys to success coming into Stronghold's Streets? Because it is a very fast-paced map. You're rotating constantly. How do you take control?
Well, Streets is a map that's obviously very small. So the first thing I think about is power weapon control.
Okay.
Get your hands on the rockets, obviously. But even if you don't, the Bulldog, you have so much ammo in that shotgun. You can really lock down sides of the map with the Bulldog.
Is what's more important in the map, the rockets or the Bulldog? What do you think?
I think in Strongholds, especially for a team that wants to hold on to a setup, I think the Bulldog. I think the rockets are really good for breaking that setup because you get those quick kills at that instant momentum, instant energy. However, when you have the Bulldog in hands, you're looking to hold the setup, you can pop in any corner. I play a little cringe. I'd be hiding in corners on B Street with that Bulldog.
You're playing correctly is what you're doing. So I don't even think it's a contest. I think that the shotgun far and away is a better weapon than the rockets on this map.
We agree on something.
Well, finally. That's a good way to start the day, by the way. But that, mainly because the rockets don't spawn very often. There's only 2 of them in the chamber. Of course, they're impactful in the moment that they pop up. You don't want to neglect them. But the shoddy is always in circulation. It's always on the map. The moment it drops off the map, 30 seconds later or so, it's going to pop up again on that vending machine. So just the prevalence of it and the playmaking potential, if you're not controlling it, you're not controlling the game. You got the Stalker as well. You got the thrust to take advantage of. The combination of the shoddy plus the thrust and the cringe plays that you said that you can make, right? Like you can just weave your way in and out of close quarters battles and come out with 1, 2, maybe more kills.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you brought up that equipment because not even just the thrust, but the
drop
wall as well. If you combine it with a close-range weapon like the shotgun, you can use that drop wall to close the distance on your opponent. You could use that thrust to throw off their timing or even, again, close the distance, get up in their face, and make sure you put that shotty to the body of your opponent. And then we have to talk about the Stalker Rifle.
Yes.
I haven't seemed to master the Stalker Rifle myself. Like, I get a few perfect kills with it, but I'm seeing a lot of these players, 2 shots, drop weapon into BR to finish the headshot.
We're going to see a lot of the drop combo, Tony. I think it's become more and more prevalent, not even just as a combo from one weapon to another, but let's say you're in trouble and you want to switch to rockets really quickly. You got rockets in the back pocket. You just drop the BR for a second just to pull out the rockets in like a dicey situation. So we're seeing it a lot more just in split-second scenarios, not really just to abuse the combo itself. But even with that said, I mean, the commando, right? What is it? 5 shots commando, drop, 1 BR headshot. you've got to kill. Something like that. Very, very powerful combination to take advantage of. And like you said, the Stalker as well. I think the Stalker, it varies in its ability from player to player depending on how you aim, right? The aim assist being so low, so unforgiving on the weapon. If you're more strafe dependent, more left stick and kind of slower in your play style, you tend to dominate and just take headshots across map. But if you're very right stick dominant, you're going for flick shots, it can be a very difficult weapon to consistently hit. Either way, you want to take advantage of it. And I think a good way to do it too is the AI scan, to get that kind of cerebral understanding of where the weapon is, if it's up or not.
Yeah, and speaking of that Stalker rifle, so I love the fact that it spawns over towards the C side of the map, because to me, I think A and B are still dominant in streets as far as holding a two-part setup before you move to the trip cap.
Sure.
So if you can get the Stalker rifle away from C side and bring it over towards that A side of the map or that back PD, that is absolutely deadly. You'll instantly get that 3 down that you want and maybe push for the trip cap. And once that happens, you start spawning enemy team in the cafe, it gets really dicey.
Tony, I mean, all this talk's getting me excited to see the game. We're almost ready to get in. We had our players loading in the lobby. If we're not in yet, I assume that they're still loading in, still getting prepared. The moment they are, we're going to jump in. Stronghold Streets, Tony, we've said it. We've been there, done that at this point. But I think rotation, probably the biggest thing we just haven't touched on too much just yet, right? A and B, you said the ultimate objective to control the map. B being your anchor point for the map to start. And then when would you rotate to C? Because I don't want to hint at it too much just yet, but there's some strategies that come to just early rotating to see when you're in trouble.
So the way I like to play it personally is you control A and B, the PD side of the map and B.
Yeah.
Get your slays. Even get a second round to get a clear slays before you push for the trip cap. Once you put them 3 down and you're able to dedicate resources to not only taking C, but also having the awareness on where the enemy team's spawning, normally cafe, and then going towards A, if you can dedicate resources to going for the trip cap and putting pressure on the spawns, that's the way to do it. I think a lot of times teams will move for the trip cap a little bit too fast before they get those slays. And exactly, lose total control. So I like hold on to A and B, get a clean round of at least 3 down. Then resources towards trip cap, resources towards constant pressure, and I think that's the key to street strongholds.
Sounds like a good key to success. Thankfully, we don't have to be the ones to execute it. Can't wait to see the players do it. We just got an update. Apparently, there's a mix amp issue that is what's slowing us down currently. In the meantime, Tony, we got stats on screen. I know you love your stats. We got Sentinels right now with 0.9. Sorry, KD versus Knights 1.28. They have not played each other yet, for the record. So these are not head-to-head statistics. These would be, I believe, overall Pro Series statistics. Or no, Strongholds specifically.
And I also want to point out that I think Sentinels might have played
a little bit
in a
different Pro Series.
Yeah,
and a Pro Series Latham. Yeah, exactly, for sure.
Either way, the fact that Knights are playing on arguably the best game type and map really works from. Say, for example, I see Strongholds recharge, or even say starting off an oddball recharge. I think I could pick Sentinels to 3-0. And I honestly don't know if I would even give Knights a chance to win the series. But the fact that game number 1 is potentially on their best game type, on their best map, I'm telling you, I think Knights are taking game number 1. And if they are able to do it, I give them a puncher's chance to maybe pull off one of the biggest upsets here in Kansas City.
Confidence so huge in a LAN environment. So if they can get that, and that's the thing you got to think of too, is that this team, they don't have any LAN experience. So I wonder what that pressure will do to them in this environment. So if they do start out confidently, that's where you have faith. You think, okay, maybe they can come through with the series. Do you ever wonder that with the audience in front of them, and I'm not sure how much EXP they have with that, maybe tapping buttons does, but the rest of the team, do you think that's a pressure that they might have to kind of wrestle with here?
Well, luckily for these guys, they've been there, done that team. So even though they might not have competed in that many tournaments here in Halo Infinite, they've competed in tournaments in Halo 5 on LAN. They've competed in tournaments in LAN over in Mexico as well. So they have been there. They have seen pressure. They've played in multiple tournaments before. Now, again, this is everybody in the world. It's not just them. You're talking Timber Esports. You're talking Ascent. You're talking Chiefs. There's a lot of teams that are trying to come as a #1 team as far as outside of North America. There's a lot of them.
Sentinels come into this LAN tournament, Tony, off of the FaZe Invitational, where I want to say they surprised us. Just recently, they came out with what I believe top 3 in that FaZe Invitational. What do you think coming in? You said that they were top 3 guaranteed at this tournament, which I think is a bold claim just based off of their history so far with Infinite. Why do you think they're top 3 guaranteed? If they're top 3 guaranteed, I mean, what do you do as PK? in this situation?
I mean, I'm looking at, as far as top two teams in my power rank, I got Optic and Cloud9. But then I have Sentinels in that third place spot. You have EU United, you have FaZe, you have a bunch of really strong squads.
Who do you put above it? Who do you say is two? Optic and C9, right?
I have Cloud9, Optic, 1 and 2.
Okay.
Then I have Sentinels in 3. The reason why, because I feel like Sentinels have such pop-off potential. Like at any point in time, they can beat anybody that we have in this tournament. They can beat Cloud9. They can beat Optic on their best day. Like this is a squad. This is a dynasty roster. This is a dynastic roster. We're talking about the old Tox roster, the old Optic roster. Like I mean, Sentinels have been there, done that.
And when you look at something like E United specifically, E United, when did they take matches off of C9? If ever. Right? There's that kind of block where you don't really expect that potential or expect to see it in a LAN, so maybe that's why. So I get the reasoning behind it. I think one big thing that you brought up was just the history with the team and the chemistry and how important chemistry is in Halo Infinite, something that we're seeing more and more the closer we get now that we're finally here with the tournament. But Sentinels, because of their history, because they're buddies, they're friends, they've been friends for a long time, you expect the chemistry, even through the troublesome kind of situations they've been in early on with Infinite. They've worked through it. They're working through it, and they trust each other, and there's no kind of clashing of egos. The thing with a team like E United or a team like FaZe, as talented as they are, they formed very recently. They don't have a lot of history, a lot of chemistry together, so it could be kind of easier, so to speak, for them to start to split or for them to clash with egos, maybe.
I think Cloud9 have done enough to earn the #1 seed here. They have earned the right to be the favorites here.
And they got that chemistry too. So.
But they're not unbeatable. Obviously Optic, the Optic 3-0'd them in winners finals of that and that.
If you got chemistry and we start talking Optic, my God, I mean, we could go on all day, right?
They 3-0'd them in that winners finals. They 4-1 them in the grand finals to beat them. Sentinels have, going back to Halo 5, that Tox roster, they did beat that old Splice roster, which is 3/4 of this Cloud9 roster. I feel even E United, I think E United play a very good brand of Halo and a brand of Halo that can maybe counter Cloud9 on a good day. Cloud9 are the favorites in this tournament, in my opinion.
Sure.
But I will say, they're not unbeatable. I think any one of that Elite 6, you can make an argument that on their best day on any given Sunday, maybe they knock Cloud9 into the elimination bracket, or maybe even out of the tournament.
And we've seen that dynamic all over the place. Like Optic, if we look back at the FaZe Invitational, Optic defeating Cloud9, they definitely bleed. Optic performed incredibly well. They dropped one game, I think, the whole tournament. So if anything, they're looking like potentially they could take this as well. Just as likely as C9. Then you got Sentinels, who defeated Optic back in Raleigh. Optic having a bit of a block on Sentinels back in Raleigh when they had Ola on the team. So it's just everybody kind of taking blows, trading blows off each other to the point where, you never know what to expect. Expect to be surprised, I think, with these matches coming up. And that's why I think with this series, Tony, I still, despite the history, despite the chemistry with Sentinels, we're always expecting that opportunity for surprise, I think, from PK.
Yeah, if we fast forward to Sunday and we have Sentinels raising the trophy, I'm not surprised.
No,
I have them.
Been there, done that.
I'm honestly not surprised. They are literally that good, and they're about to prove it because they're going up against Knights again, the #1 team out of Latin America. This is no pushover squad, and if they're able to pull off a 3-0 or a 3-1, that would be a statement to the rest of this tournament.
And Tony, ladies and gentlemen as well, if you see a map fly through, that's a great sign. We are about to finally get into our game here, our first game of the tournament, first game of the B stream. Sentinels and Knights. Tony, we have spent some time talking it up. I can't wait to see how they play.
Yeah, as we kind of mentioned before the game started here, we have Knights. Again, this is their best map and game type combination. If they're going to have any chance to beat Sentinels, not only in any game, but even in the series, it's going to start with momentum. It's going to start right here in game #1. If Sentinels win this, Knights are in trouble.
And I think a big way to win is to start things strong off the opening strat. I can't wait to see what these teams put together. We're about to jump into that opening strat. So many areas to control, 3 lanes to access. You can see they're already in the fray here, Tony. Rocket's still up. It looks like on screen we've got Lethal here to contest them.
Nice little back smack coming in out of Lethal. I know it says Bull on the bottom left-hand corner, but we're actually on board with Lethal. Got a nice back smack, ends up getting himself rockets, and now we're seeing the V-side control early in favor of Sentinels.
says nasty bullet on the overlay, so I'm thinking we're still with bullet here, unless he wants to kill his, yeah, there's Atso, his teammate right in front of him. So looks like he's just going to play his life safely here behind the machine. He's got multiple to fight with. Unfortunately, Atso nowhere to be found in that fight, so he will lose it to Royal 2. You can see Royal 2 still up for the fight for A here.
On board now. We're going to switch gears over towards Atso. Atso's going to take it down early. That's going to be lethal that gets the grenade kill. Big kills coming out of him as 2 down go Knights. And now you're going to see Sentinels in control early here in game number 1. A 34-0 run already.
I've been waiting to see him on screen, Tony, but look who it is. Oh, he didn't last for too long. Unfortunately, dude, Royal 2 popping off on the feed, by the way. But tapping button, someone you expect to see make big plays here so far. Shut down just a little bit. Royal 2 with 4 kills to start this, Tony.
I love this bait and switch action coming towards the red room. Then go in, put down the damage, let your teammate get the kill, drop a double, and then just gain control once again. I said it before, the moment you see them get a clean 3 wipe, that's when you push for the trip cap, and that's exactly what Sentinels have just done.
Taking slays as they do it. Tony, we might have put the highlight on the Royal 2, but it's Lethal who's currently 5-0 to start this game. So just as a little tease to come into this, right? Whether or not Lethal pops off, I think is a big indicator of how well Sentinels will do. And so far, so good for this man as he gets right up close and personal. That's coverage on B. They got C. You can see they're already attacking A, and Lethal's still going in on the spawners here.
I said it before, man. Lethal have been looking very good in scrims recently. This man has really been stepping it up, and you're seeing it right here, 7-0, and he is 3 kills away from dropping a killing frenzy, Alex.
And this is one of those moments where you look back at the stats and you're like, damn, how much does it matter though, right? PK, despite this being one of their best map game types, 108-2 to start definitely says something about the coordination here at a Sentinels.
And it's worrisome. It really is. If Sentinels can beat them on their best map and game type combination, I'm really worried for Knights throughout the rest of the season. Not only are they getting beaten right now, this is a dominant lead in favor of Sentinels. We're talking 130-2.
Oh my. Look at this combo at a Snakebite here, by the way. Stalker Rockets. He's got so much freedom on the map, too. Looks like he lost 2 teammates. No worries, though. He'll turn and burn the second. That's the assist in out of Frosty. Nice use of the drop wall here just to give him some time. And look at him clean up shop off of it, too. He'll take another kill.
2 quickly go down. Knights once again. Sentinels have always seemed to be in control because they've always had the numbers advantage. Knights need to find a way to not only stay alive, but to get that team shot going. They have to take Sentinels off the map because as of right now, Sentinels are clearly dictating the pace in the game.
And the reason why is the slays, Tony. It's just so obviously in the favor of Sentinels here. You got everyone in the team upwards 6 and 7 kills. We need to see some trades out of Knights. They need to start winning their 1v1s, or else they're not going to get the opportunity to get into these hills here. On board with Royal 2. He's going to come out for the challenge on the Rockets. That's a big one out of Drift, right? Earns him that center map. Hopefully access to Rockets in a second.
Yeah, that was a pivotal kill coming out of Drift, but look at the kill feed once again. Lethal and Frosty getting back-to-back kills to kind of equalize the situation. The same kill that Drift just got. He ends up going back to the black screen. Now Sentinels will have control of the Rockets, but a nade coming out of nowhere. Snakebite ends up finding the back onto 1. Luckily, Drift taking down Royal 2 and tapping Buns, getting a big kill onto Frosty.
In a moment where kills matter most, this gives tapping maybe access to Rockets. Oh my God, the preemptive drop on the wall there too. Just to stay alive a little longer. Unfortunately, does not turn any kills for it. The damage in will let Atso get 1. We've got Atso with a second here as well, so big double from him. The Rockets still sit in center there.
You know, I like that early drop wall for 2 reasons. It gives you the edge in that gunfight, but if he was able to grab hold of that Rockets, he could have swung it back towards that drop wall for that extra cover and maybe get into a safer scenario. Sadly, they still went 2 down, and Sentinels still have that B-side control, so I don't know how much that really matters.
I mean, the alternative is you think he flies in, throws the drop wall in front of the Rockets as he picks them up to begin with, right? If he was that quick with it, maybe he could have grabbed the Rockets safely. Either way, it's done and dusted. Tony, this game is about to be done and dusted. 2-11 and counting here. Sentinels are just dominating.
Yeah, I love the teamwork coming out of Frosty and Lethal as that Frosty does end up going down there. But I mean, Lethal started off the game 7-0. Then he quickly switched his focus. Now he has 7 assists at the moment and has only died 5 times in this game. He is literally doing it all at the moment. I mean, all eyes are on Lethal when it comes to Kansas City. If Lethal steps it up and he plays to his ceiling, Sentinels can win the tournament.
I mean, I will say it doesn't seem to matter who you look at on Sentinels at the moment, Tony. They're all frying, right? Everybody in double digits in the stats here. 236 on the board. Knights will temporarily pause it, but 2 of them die thanks to Snakebite. You'll see Atso with 2 of his own to even out the slays here, but is it enough to hold on to B and C? This might have been the longest bout of control I think we've seen out of Knights all game, Tony.
I mean, yeah, they're able to put 24 points on the board where previously they had about 2. So it really wasn't looking good for your Pittsburgh Knights. It's definitely not looking good for Drift as he takes a stray grenade right to the face, ends up earning the assist, but off screen, Nasty Bullet is going to be the first one to fall for Knights. And Sentinels will try to take advantage of the momentary advantage in numbers.
Knights finally gathering some footing here. And the thing about strongholds on any map, but especially streets, is just how much it can snowball. So can they maintain the control as they've got it? 53 here. You can see the rotation out to A as Sentinels moves to C. But what? Did he rocket himself? Or did he? I think he maybe tried to kill Frosty down below. He killed himself with it.
A quick death comes in, and Knights try to take advantage. They tried to go for that trip cap onto Alpha, but sadly they were taken down quickly, and now we're seeing Sentinels once again put the double cap on the board, and they've just passed the 240-point mark. It just might be it.
Final 5 seconds to close this out. Knights, they got to get in the hill to stop it, but it looks like it's too little too late. And 250 to 63 to start this series. Tony, we talked about the importance of Knights winning game 1 and what could happen if they don't win. What happens if they not only don't win, but they get kind of obliterated in game 1? What does that mean?
I mean, it means it smells good in here because them boys got cooked like Kansas City barbecue. Let me tell you, that was crazy. Sentinels were playing on another level again on arguably the Knights' best game type and map combination. Sentinels looking as good as ever. I really got to talk about Lethal though. Lethal stepped it up, starting off the game 7-0. Ending up at one point, I want to say it was like 10-5 with like 8 assists. He started off slaying. His team needed to just put down damage and stay alive, so he quickly changed his focus, and I'm a big Lethal fan.
I mean, it's hard not to be, right? From not only just his play, but his personality that he brings to the game as well. But it raises a lot of questions, right? Do PK have the wherewithal to bounce back in this land? Can they find a way in this series? They still got some time to do so. Sentinels coming out as strong as they are. What does this mean about Sentinels and their potential going on in the tournament? Because damn, are they looking good. And like you said, Lethal, the first one to pop off to start the day, is always a good sign as well. So Sentinels, of course, all business today, bringing the heat. You know, PK maybe thrown off by the speed of play, but they've still got some time to regain. Tony, they got to regain on Live Fire Slayer coming up next.
Yeah, you know, I remember back in Halo 5, Slayer was the Sentinels' Achilles heel, you know, going back in the day. Coming into Halo Infinite, Sentinels are a damn good Slayer team.
Sure.
There are not many teams that can beat them in Slayer. I'm thinking maybe EU Knight and Cloud9 have had an advantage at least on Slayer over them. But other than those two teams, they're really taking it to players. Knights, they got a long hill to climb.
Especially considering I think Knights historically have struggled in Slayer and tend to do better in the objective game types as well. We've got some stats apparently to pop up from this specific game. Oh, there you go, stats on screen, Tony, just to get a bit of an indication on how things are going. And the first thing I see, not to be the guy to point it out, but 4-14 is not an ideal stat line to keep up with your squad, unfortunately, there at a Nasty Bullet.
Did you say not to be the guy to point it out and then immediately put him on blast?
That's what I do. I'm sorry, Nasty Bullet. I'm sorry.
That's what it seemed like.
But I know, if anything, I know he's thinking about it, right? And hopefully it doesn't affect him. He comes in confident that next game and he plays his game. But to have the least kills and the most deaths, you never want that as a teammate.
Well, you know what I'm thinking about? Snakebite dropping 16 kills, Lethal dropping 10 assists.
Big deal.
That's what I'm thinking about right now.
I mean, it's hard not to think about that, Tony. Sentinels came out hotter than we probably could have imagined. 250 to 63 is a hell of a stat line to start the series. And I wonder what that means for game 2. You got a snipe center map. You got a confident Sentinels. You got Frosty and Royal 2 on that team. Then you got Snakebite with 16 kills, and Lethal's playing pretty hot too. I mean, man, everything is pointing towards a 3-0 at this rate.
there's so many implications when it comes to pool play. Like, it's so important to have yourself a good seeding when you're going into championship brackets. Like, there's like this stigma going on in the competitive community. Like, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, which is true.
Sure.
But if you have an easier road due to coming out hot in the pools, I think it's really important. If you can get yourself a better side of the bracket and make it as far as possible through the winner's bracket, and then hopefully maybe stay in there, I think that's really good for your momentum and really good for your overall placing in the tournament. This matters. It really does.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, it's if you get a favorable side of the bracket or pool, and that allows you to go a little bit farther than you may have otherwise, great. You know, that gives you more pro points, I guess, to the next tournament. But in the end of the day, you're still going to face that final boss. You're still going to face that top team, and that top team will still expose you if you're not ready for it. So I think that's the beauty of these tournaments is despite where you land, despite whether or not it's fair, in the end of the day, everyone has to ice up. Everyone has to face their C9, their Optic Gaming, if they want to come out on top. But if you're just coming here for top 6 or top 8 or top 16, I mean, by all means, you can take your favorable section of the pool. Either way, Tony, what's not favorable, I guess, is just PK in their position currently. Not ideal. But if anything, you got to see it as a blessing, right? Sentinels could be top 3, could be the team to win in this tournament. If PK can bounce back against this team, maybe there's no stopping them.
Yeah, I mean, I have high expectation for the Knights. Do I have them finishing top 4? Maybe not. But do I want to see them maybe break it to that top 8? Do I want to see them maybe break it to that top 6? Absolutely. And if they're playing at their best, they are a dangerous squad that we have here in the tournament, and it's time for them to prove it. You cannot get swept by any team in this tournament, not even Sentinels, if you're trying to make a statement. Knights, we are looking at you.
A lot of talent in the LATAM Halo community. The first time we've seen them at an infinite land, and I know that can be scary, but this is their moment to shine. So, Tony, like you said, we'll put the spotlight right back on them. Sentinels coming in to steal it for sure, but we've got our map on screen. We're about to get into this one, Tony.
First to 50 kills takes the win. 12 minutes on the clock. You have the sniper rifle. You have the heat wave. And don't forget about that power up that comes up. It's on a little bit of a delay.
Sure.
So you have the opportunity to fight for some of those other power weapons before you dedicate your resources to sneaking in for the power up.
And speaking of being sneaky, who do we see? We see Lethal Crouch walking his way around cuts right above him. He's got Snakebite. Snakebite already with the heat wave, by the way. Close quarter scenario he could force. Unless he gets flanked. A beautiful little play of the Knights as they slip out from behind him to take control of Overshield. Tapping with a clutch kill on the Royal 2. Might give him access. You can see he's got someone there to fend him off. That was a snipe in the hands of that Sentinels player. So while he's got OS, they still got to watch their faces here. It looks like it's Frosty.
Knights are going to need this OS if they want to put some separation in the scoreboard. They got to put it to use. They can't get Plasma Pistol, and they also can't get sniped by Frosty, who's sitting there towards the top tower with it. But now we're on board with tapping bunch. Beautiful flank, getting right behind enemy lines, taking down one, gets the kill on the second one. 2 down go Sentinels, and Knights are in control.
Snakebite with a big trade to shut down tapping, and hopefully Frosty still has an opportunity to make a play with the snipe here. I think he's got 2 shots still to work with. Snakebite going to go up and draw the attention to himself. Maybe melt from a heat wave. Frosty still in the fray here, but can he do damage at this point? The man is weak. Getting pressured. Slides in with the spree and the double kill, though, so he's putting it together.
Yeah, while all that craziness was happening over towards bottom mid, Frosty was sitting over towards the tower side with the sniper staying alive, and now he's ready to put it to work. That's a big double kill coming out of Frosty and Sentinels. Another one will fall. That's going to be Atso, and Tapping Buns quickly to join him on the black screen.
Tony, look at the stats on screen. They're 6-0 out of Frosty. He's starting this game flawlessly. Of course, I might have caster cursed him right there. Tapping will delete the man. But that's what you want to see if you're on Sentinels. On the other hand, you want to shut down Frosty as much as you can if you want a chance to bounce back in this. You can see Sentinels starting to pull away here with 13.
On board now with Snakebite, goes in for the challenge on the Tapping Buns, but Tapping Buns able to put him down. And now for one of the first times in this game, we're seeing Knights start to gain control, not only having the Slays on their side, but also having a bit of map control. Sentinels spawning over towards that bottom mud side of the map.
Drift just testing the waters here too. You can see does not want to expose himself. Let Bullet do the dirty work. Snakebite with 2 on the feed though. Bullet coming in to do some damage. There's Drift with the pickup. Make it 14-15 here. Only half the team left to go for this fight, and that's all they need to double team Snakebite. They'll shut him down. Got numbers outside here, so I love to live at a Bullet just to make things difficult.
And let me tell you, the Knights, not really the best Slayer team normally, but they are punching way above their weight class at the moment. They're going toe-to-toe with Sentinels, and I am impressed. The sniper rifle is up, and it looks like Lethal is trying to be that forward player, trying to be that body shield. So I believe that Frosty's able to get his hands on it. Frosty ends up finding one. Now goes into the garage side, but not able to get the kill onto Nasty Bullet. Luckily, Snakebite comes in for the cleanups. 3 down go Knights. Sentinels are in the driver's seat once again.
PK doing everything they can, though, to trade blows. Look at this. My eyes have been on that sniper, Tony. Where is it landing? The sniper will dictate the pace of this game. You can see it's on the floor, and you know that Adso wants to get near it, but the man can't. He's got too many nades on him. Teammate there to pick up the slack, though. I think that's Nasty Bullet with the kill into Frosty, and tapping with the marksman there on the Snakebite. He'll grab the nades as he gets out of the fight, but can't stay up long. I'm not sure where that snipe went, Tony. He might have despawned at this rate.
Bullet able to push up over toward the sandbag side. Excellent shots coming out of him, but more important, staying alive than dropping down towards Drip. Now we're going to see a bait and switch coming out of Knights. Beautifully played. You don't have to win all of your individual gunfights to be effective on the map. That teamwork does indeed make the dream work.
I mean, it definitely helps. There's a snipe, by the way, peeking into the fray here. World 2, he's managed to slip away with it. And the most dominance we've seen in this game has come from that rifle, unless you're tapping buttons, though, right? No Fear just shuts him down. Nasty with a trade, too. PK going to go up by 2 in this exchange, and I think, well, the lead is narrow. It's the biggest we've seen so far.
And that was a momentary 2 down for Sentinels. PK needs to take advantage of that. They need to be aware of where Sentinels are spawning and immediately put pressure. But now Sentinels are back on the map, and now, I mean, they've already regained. I think that was an opportunity for Knights to start to collapse on those spawning players.
His sniper's been a bit of a hot potato here, Tony. Everyone at Sentinels doing everything they can to just hold on to it, make sure Knights doesn't get it. Snakebite. And he lines something up here, though. Trying to get the angle on the cuts. And a difficult one to do. You can see Lethal coming in to take the attention, though. Make things a little bit easier for Snakebite. He's going to back off PK. You can see PK respecting them, though, too. Sentinels with a high ground setup here, and PK do not want to give up anything for free.
Lethal with the plasma pistol in hand, currently 5-5 with 4 assists at the moment. He's gonna go down for 6 death. But speaking of stats, Snakebite really taking things into his own hands. 13 kills, has only died 8 times. It's even throwing up 6 assists as well.
Honestly, land Snakebite, Tony, he's always going crazy on land, so I expect him to make big plays. But 14 to start, they need to shut him down. You can see him trying to get out with the weapons there. Bullet going to come in to pick up the heat wave. Looks like he will get out with his life and into a back smack. Nice little communication and timing out of PK there. They still have an advantage here, Tony.
That they do, and we're on board now with Bullet off screen. Adso able to get that first kill onto Frosty. The moment you get those numbers advantage, you have to take advantage. That's exactly what Knights do. They end up getting 2 more kills on the feet, and Sentinels go 3 down. Now we see the 40-point mark being reached here by Knights. Bullet going in for the challenge with the heat wave, bringing the heat, taking down one, but he's quickly will be dealt with.
Biggest opportunity to close out the game is right here, right now. 43, Drip with the snap out of the snipe, can't quite put it together. You can see World 2 picked it up. He picked up the OS and the sniper. They're down by 4. They got all the weapons. This ain't good for PK if World 2 starts icing up. Beautiful shots out of him, too. And notice he dropped the heat wave for the team. The patience out of him here.
Love the recovery coming out of World 2. Start off the game 5-10. Now look at his stats. He's at 10-12 at the moment. The sniper rifle in hand, but Drip ends up getting the double kill off the screen. The bait is going to come in once again. This time, Frosty picking up the kill onto tapping button. The assist being earned from World 2 as he takes out another one, but a well-placed grenade out of Bullet is going to give them control once again.
PK doing exactly what they need to here. Just roll in numbers, take trades, force Sentinels to lose numbers on these exchanges. And they're at least going to hold on to the narrow lead they've got. You can see Frosty with the kill that brings it to 44. 2 left to close it, though. Adso with 1 with the heat wave. He's lost his life. And they double their way out through B here. That player in a very risky spot, might be losing his life, tapping, looking for it, but doesn't get the kill. That makes it 47, Tony.
What is happening here? There was a nice lead going in favor of Knights. They were in the winner's circle right now, but now we're seeing Sentinels start to bounce back. They're within striking distance of stealing this game number 2 away, Alex.
I mean, what was that live, though? He was on B stronghold. Maybe there was an issue with communication, but tapping just not looking in the right place to locate him. And he doesn't get the kill because of it. Now 48 still. Only 2 to close it, but make it tied. Tony, this just got dicey.
I swear this was a 47-42 game at one point
were
in
correct.
favor of Knights. I don't know
Tapping
what
got one.
happened in the scoreboard. The Tapping
49.
does get a pivotal kill. Now it's in Tapping was going in for the
Right here.
challenge outside the garage.
Oh!
Ends up getting the kill, and that's going to be it. Your Knights taking game number 2 and tying up the series. The dream upset is still alive.
It might have looked rough for Tapping at the very end there with, I think it was Lethal staying alive on the B Stronghold. Didn't quite connect, but man, did he make up for it with those final 2 kills, right? I think it was one with the Heat Wave, the BR to close it out, and a quick execution on it too. We had the player running away, and a second one coming in for the bait and switch, but he managed to get the kill in time to not have to worry about a last-second comeback. It got scary for a second, Tony, but that's the beauty of a closely contested Halo series.
And Knights have to be careful, though. I want to see cleaner gameplay. There's no reason why it should be a 47-42 game and the game's ending 50-49 or 50-48. Knights needs, at that point, you're playing for trades. Just stick together, fly in, and somebody be kamikaze. If one goes down and you're able to get the bait and switch in there and make it a 1v1 scenario, at that point, you're looking good. I want to see Knights be able to close these games out a little bit cleaner, especially if they're going to beat the likes of Sentinels.
Good point, Tony. Couple things to point on the stats here. Of course, Snakebite going absolutely massive. 18 kills is huge.
Oh, yeah.
A big one, though, got to pay mention to Nasty Bullet. 14-11, having a rough game 1. He bounces back in game 2, and what does that do for his team? They come out with a win.
Yeah, and I mean, Drift, Nasty Bullet, Tapping Buzz, these guys really stepped it up. I love
12
the fact
assists
that
at a Drift, by the way, assist leader.
I was
all 12.
I was just about to say,
12.
I love the fact that I'm seeing 12 kills coming out of Drift and also 12 assists as well. That's a big stat that pops off.
Man, big point you brought up at the end of that game, though, right? The fact that they did have a 5-kill advantage in a situation where you'd expect them to close that out strong. The biggest thing, though, I think, Tony, was the power weapon control we saw at the end at a Royal 2, right? He had a sniper, he had the OS, they had the Heat Wave on the side of Sentinels. I think that was the difference maker. And a lesser team might have still lost that. They might have allowed Sentinels to clutch up. I think despite it being as close as it was, they still did a pretty good job of neutralizing that sniper in that situation, forcing a couple trades. I think it was clutch nades that came out of Atso, a few clutch nades in that game. I think that just managed to kind of narrow that scoreline in those situations. But they can't afford it again because Sentinels clutch up.
Well, it's going to take more than clutch nades. They're going to come off and pull off this upset right here. It's going to take some clutch plays, and we're going into capture the flag on Aquarius. How are you liking your Knights' chances to beat out Sentinels in this game number 3?
Hard to say. Of course, Sentinels, you can never doubt them. But if I had to think of any other map that resembles a Halo 5 map in Halo Infinite, I think Ctf Aquarius does so pretty well. It's almost like you could play it like Callie. The way that you play this map was just throwing over extenders through the pink side, getting to the back of the base, making the enemy team respect you, look at you, and using that to take the timing to get the map control and collapse, get a flag your own. So I'm curious to see what kind of stats they put together. I think this map favors a very fast-paced Halo team, and I think PK have the pace to do so, but they're going up against Sentinels.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, Sentinels and Knights, they haven't matched each other. I was looking at those stats going all the way back since 2020. These two teams have not matched each other in tournament play or scrims, and this has been absolutely exciting. I can't think of a better way to have them introduce themselves than being tied up at one apiece, going into a swing game 3.
I think we call it LAN initiation, right, Tony? Okay. First LAN we've seen for the LATAM community, I think in general, for Halo Infinite, and why not, give PK one of the top competitors you can give them in pools to initiate you into the process here. And so far, I'd say so good, right? Trading blows, despite the crushing defeat, I want to say, in game 1. Was it to like 63, 250, 63. The second game, close, but they came out on top, which gives you faith going on in the series. It lets PK know, okay, we can bounce back, we can do something, we can do some damage here. What would be the key to success, Tony, for Aqua, though, Aqua Ctf?
Well, when I'm thinking of Aquarius, I always think about the car side of the map. I'm thinking you want to get into your opponent's utility right where that sidekick spawns and funnel the spawns over towards the opposite side of the map, that refrigerator, that P side, because that's just, not only is it nade heaven, but it's just such a non-advantageous position to be in, especially coming off a spawn. At that point, once you have the utility side control, if you have a clean round of slays, hey, don't be afraid to go mid over towards the bottom car side. Take a direct route. If it's not as clean, maybe you have 2 down, down and you're not sure where the final two are, maybe take it over towards utility, take it across the bridge into utility, and go a little bit safer towards bottom car or that dynamo grenade spawn. Either way, I personally prefer the car side play, but don't be aware of the P side flank. If somebody gets behind you, you have to deal with them immediately.
But I like what you brought up of essentially weighing your options, the decision-making process that happens in the split second of you pulling flag and saying, okay, do I want the slower but safer route through utility side, or do I have the timing, the freedom to hit the curb slide off with the Mohawk piece in the center and just launch into bottom mid? Because you can send that flag straight to mid, get the wall, I guess, coverage on mid, and just start running it. You're already on your side of the map, and it's just about, you're just about in the clear off the rip there if you're quick enough with it. So great opportunity these teams have if they can find that opportunity to fly out center, or of course if you do it at a bad time and you get melted as you fly across, then you've got a flag in a very contestable bottom mid, which can be a scary situation as well. So you got to love the dynamic. Like you said, you also got overextensions, and then all of that plays around the sandbox. Most important key, I think, is controlling it.
Yeah, when I think of the sandbox on Aquarius, I think of the dynamo grenades being so deadly, coming up every 30 seconds and providing so much value. I think of that thrust. With the thrust, you're able to get out of a terrible situation, or in an individual one-on-one, you have the advantage. Once you fake right and thrust left, you can put your opponents on skates and usually recover when you're down and held, or secure that one kill. I think the thrust is so important. And luckily for these teams, both sides have access to the equipment.
Right, and I think every aspect of the sandbox needs that love, the attention, right? I think it's a missed opportunity. If you run past the commando, don't grab it. If you run past the sidekick, you don't grab it, missed opportunity, right? Opportunity to improve, I'd say, because every top team, they've always got a sidekick in the back pocket. They've always got a commando to work with. They're always playing the dynamos. I talked to Gilkey last night, by the way, and he gave me a pro tip that I'd recommend in the chat. I'm going to start doing this now. The AI scan, Tony, do you know how far it reaches?
The map.
So the whole map, basically.
The entire map.
And it can ping nades more brightly. Like, it's easier to see nades than other weapons for whatever reason. If you're sitting on fridge, you spawn fridge, you can AI scan and see the dynamos if they're up across the map. And decide whether or not you want to curb slide across and make the rotation. So, I mean, just the fact that you have access to that level of awareness, take advantage of it. And I mean, you could be jiggle peeking your way at a high ground on like some safe spot in the map, and then as you back out, you could AI scan, see what's up, and then come back and do damage, and use that to make smart decisions about how you play. So the pros are already doing it. Can't wait to see how that comes into play in this tournament as well.
It's so quick, it's so efficient, it's so much information that you get. And when I think of quick efficiency and intelligence, I think of Sentinels going into this Aquarius matchup. If I had to pick a favorite, I really like Knights on Capture the Flag, but Sentinels have been looking really good at any objective play, including strongholds. I think I'm gonna go 4-2 in favor of
You think Knights got? Oh, okay, in favor of Sentinels. I'm gonna side with you, Tony. We've been siding together on the same side.
I don't like it.
Too much. Too early in the tournament. I don't know what that means, Tony. We're gonna have to find some reasons to disagree.
Going Knights.
You're going Knights?
I'm going Knights.
You change your mind real quick? Yeah. Tony, I don't think it really matters where this one goes for our predictions. I think what matters is the gameplay we're about to see here, and I think the opening strat will set the pace, so we'll hop on board with Frosty to kick it off.
And we talked about the car side control being so important. What does Frosty go for immediately? Goes for the car side control, puts the dynamo grenades to work, but ends up going 3 down to Sentinels. Knights in firm control here on Aquarius to start the game.
Massive kill and a lethal, though. Drift will drop him. But because Lethal got that kill, Nasty Bullet couldn't safely get the camera. Looks like Tapping will still bounce out with it. So the favorable opening they had did give them the sandbox, but it didn't give them any safety in that situation. You can see Tapping has lost his life. He trades with World 2. That's a heat wave down. Frosty, what's he controlling? That's the second round Dynamos. He's got him again, Tony.
The sidekick's so deadly in Halo Infinite, it can absolutely shred shields, and with the drop weapon meta still being in effect, you can shred shields, immediately pull out that battle rifle, and go for the finishing kill. And that might be what Frosty does immediately as he goes in, switches to the BR, gets the finishing kill, and now has that car side control here for Sentinels. 1 down for Knights, and you know Sentinels can take advantage of numbers as good as any team in the league.
Frosty with a ton of firepower there. He did toss his dynamos out, but here's the opportunity Snakebite was looking for. He threw flag out center. Frosty going to come down from below. Looks like he's got positioning to get to it, but doesn't want to give up his life just yet. Going to spot one out top car. Look at him predicting the angle of attack here. You can see the player going down below. He's tossing nades in. Oh my God, the sidekick going to come into play here too, plus the thrust. I mean, it's the use of the sandbox that keeps him alive.
Now we're seeing Bullet grab a hold of those dynamo grenades right as the camouflage is coming up. Earns himself a quick assist. The second one comes in. Beautiful damage coming in. Bullet able to get the final shot onto Royal 2. And now it is Sentinels that are 2 down and Knights getting right behind enemy lines.
Sentinels with an attempt on the flag so far, but now it is Knights' turn. And you got Bullet running this through utility. So far, so good. Only been tagged up once. Does he have teammates to cover it, though? Look at Frosty on pink side here. Just to get the defense. He got one down bottom. He'll take Atso as well. So that flag run, not safe yet. He's got a great checkpoint for it, but he needs to stay up in time for his teammates. You can see he doesn't have many of them in this situation.
Love the awareness out of Bullet, though, to drop that flag over to the utility side, and knowing that Sentinels are already overextending. If he would have committed to that flag going into the base, he would have not only died, the reacher would have came in, and most likely would have been a counter cap. This way, they have a chance to clear out their base and maybe stop Sentinels from this run, but Snakebite already having that flag towards the car side of the map.
See, Sentinels taking full advantage, right? That was like surgically kind of, you know, implemented, if I can find the right word, Tony. But they got all the kills across the map and didn't worry about Bullet. They shut Bullet out. They said, go ahead, take the flag, run it through utility. We're going to kill your whole team and use our numbers to take the flag back. Though it looks like BK have an idea to do the same here. They'll take a counter of their own. They're going to get it right back to you, Bill.
Gamer tag is Nasty Bullet. I want to change the Nasty flag run, getting it toward the car side, not taking any damage whatsoever. There is a player on Sentinels that was able to steal away that flag, knock it off the base, and now we see Lethal going in for the return and another counter pull. We've seen 3 counter pulls so far, but nobody able to cap a flag yet in this game.
We're kind of just ping-ponging the flag at this point. Lethal going to drop one, though. That's massive. He'll put the flag straight out bottom. Car takes 2 with the heat wave. That gives him access to a big run here, Tony.
Lethal going in for the slide, ends up pulling the flag. Beautifully played by Lethal. Not only was that a quicker route to get it towards your side of the base, but he took very little damage while doing it. Now he's in the home stretch and he's able to cap that flag home. If he didn't go for that drop slide with the flag, most likely that flag wouldn't have gone in as easily as it did.
I mean, if he didn't get those 2 clutch kills, he wouldn't even have gotten out of utility, right? So unreal out of Lethal to put that together, clutch up, and then run the flag. Put the first point on the board for Sentinels. You can see that Sentinels are not done, apparently, as well. They're looking to run the second one out through util. Drift waiting down below, but World 2, he's ready for it. He's got his teammate to win the fight as well. And can they continue to win fights, though? All of PK, they're flying into util here.
2 players from the Knight squad just flying in and getting the easy kills, and now we're seeing Tapping Buttons command the space on top mid. But as I say that, 2 go down on the kill feed. Tapping Buttons able to take down 1, but that's 3 down for the boys in blue. Sentinels will be taking advantage of this.
Atso just trying to play defense, but you can see every time he comes back to base, Sentinels running another, and what a fast run at a snakebite. He dropped it to bottom mid, and I want to say less than 2 seconds. Man's already got it on the opposite side. He'll plant that one in. Despite losing his team, it doesn't matter. That's 2 on the board.
You know, we call him Snakebite, but you know, you're playing like Landbite right now.
He's slithering down bottom mid.
Land Snakebite is just different. Commando in hands, gonna put it to work, immediately dropping towards the VR, but that player's not gonna go down easily, but eventually he will be taken out. 2 down for Knight. Sentinels having all 4 players up. This is where Sentinels are at their most dangerous.
12-7-9, the scoreline for Snakebite popping off in this game. Frosty doing so as well. Royal 2 not going to give PK any room to breathe here, Tony. They're still pulling flags. The moment they got their momentum, it just seems like Knights have been unable to keep up. They need to find a way to slow this down.
And as much as we talked about the car side runs, we are seeing the first P side run make it not only through bottom P, but also towards the courtyard side of the map, but it hasn't been secured just yet. In fact, Nasty Bullet gonna slide in and get the return. Knights do have numbers and they're already pushed up, but Sentinels are coming right off the spawn and recovering to perfection.
Pressure still coming in here through utility out of Knights, and you love to see it. They're going to drop a couple out of Sentinels. This might give him access to flag. Frosty, though, he's here to ruin their day. Perfect shots, and he doesn't get the kill, though. PK going to slip away with that flag just barely. This gives him a chance out through blue court to run it through, and it looks like Atso will just barely make this happen. Tony, this is a game.
Atso going to slide that in. It's a 2-1 lead, still in favor of Sentinels, but with 5 minutes on the clock, Knights definitely can get plays and be able to cap another flag. Sentinels are not at the home stretch just yet.
Knights still finding opportunities here. Got to watch out for these Dynamos, though, right? Sentinels controlling them heavily throughout the game. That allows Snakebite to live and stay up in utility. Nasty does take the trade on the lethal in the meantime. Snakebite still being a nuisance. Definitely they're calling him out, but can they get to him? As he just narrowly stays alive in these situations. Frosty going to find his time to enter the fray here, too. He does take Adso. He's got to watch out for Nasty, though. You can see him up above. And it looks like he is currently not at the controller. We'll see if we're resetting anything here. But so far, 2-1 in this game. Sentinels Knights.
Yeah, normally when you see a player go idle like that, it's usually not because they went to a bathroom break. It usually means that maybe somebody might have crashed. But Sentinels are running this flag out. I mean, they're up 2-1 as we know, but there is some dead air here. So I'm going to assume there's going to be some kind of restart going in, as Knights have literally stopped playing.
Yeah, the entirety of PK have decided to put their controllers down. So we're going to get the update in just a second as to how this will go. But of course, the 2-1 scoreline, that will stay true, Tony. I don't see any reason to change that. Sentinel just going in, though. They're going to run these flags to close this out. Either way. Nice flag right here, Art too, yeah.
It wasn't the fastest, though. I want to see, put a little pep in your step, bro, too.
Honestly, we didn't get to see it, but that snakebite run earlier was extremely fast. He must have hit that like perfectly. He got the bottom mid so quick. You could see Atso was just looking to get just one shot in the guy. And he couldn't make it in time. He's shooting his teammate here.
Yeah, it looked like he was mad at the wall. It looked like that wall. It looked like he was very upset with that wall.
Hey, I mean, sometimes the wall just gets in the way of your shots.
It's
right,
annoying.
Understandable. We'll see if we see any more of that carbine in play, but I'm waiting for the update.
Yeah.
What do we got? Oh, okay. We'll get the update in just a second. 2-1 is all we know so far for this game.
Yeah, it was 2-1 when we saw Knights stop playing. Now, obviously, we did see Sentinels cap a few flags, but Knights legitimately stopped playing the game at that point. So, you know, sometimes I stop playing because I got to use the restroom. Maybe you know, I want to get some snacks. The game's over, but I don't think that was the case, at least not in this series.
Main difference, that is your live stream from your home on the couch versus this land. So we'll see what the final tally will be on that. But of course, I think the beauty of what we witnessed there, Tony, was the fact that Knights bounced back with 5 minutes on the board. I think anything could have happened from that point.
Yeah, I think it was a big cap coming at it. It was exactly 5 minutes and 26 seconds still on the clock, which is plenty of time for not only Knights to not only get a clean round of slaves, but also pull the flag. They didn't have to stress when it came to the time. Now, I don't know exactly what's going to happen if we are going to do some kind of reset. Will we change the time? I'm not exactly sure. But either way, Knights were still very much in that game.
I think that is something to expect, that likely the time would be a factor in some way, right? Because even though 5 minutes is a lot of time to make a play, it's still pressure. It's not, it's not 12 minutes. That's a big difference. So I'm sure that, it's not just a matter of tallying the score. We need to take time into consideration here too. But yeah, the beauty of that is just the fact that, sorry?
Are you assuming Sentinels would have played like 5 minutes of defense? Like just 5 minutes of straight mid-map control?
I think you got to, obviously there's less you could do in 5 minutes than you could do in 12 minutes, and just having less time is a pressure. It's just a mental pressure. It's a, you know what I mean? And if anything, it's the opposite for Sentinels, who are just looking to extend that lead as the time goes by here. So we'll see. So far, I think the biggest key to success for Sentinels, though, was just to control car side in that game, right? Always dominating car side of the map and always grabbing Dynamos. Frosty with the first two to start back-to-back, and then Snakebite a little bit later to stay alive. I think that's such a massive component of shutting down the spawns and giving you just access to the map, right? Having that area of denial with the shock.
Well, I think what also impressed me as well on top of that was their ability to adapt, because we did ultimately see a flag get run over toward the P side. So if they didn't have that car side control, they didn't try to force it. So, going down the P side is a viable run. And we saw Frosty actually get it all the way through mid towards P1 and over toward the courtyard side of the map. Sure. Now, obviously, eventually Knights bounce back. So, in addition to having the awareness of the car side control and being able to execute well, we did see a P side run, which I like.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest things, too, is just the number of flagpoles. Like, Knights may have executed well off of the pole that they got, but that might have been one of maybe 2 or 3 poles in the entire game so far. Sentinels were consistently pulling flags. Like, I want to say 5 to 6 poles we saw at least out of the team in that time period. And obviously, the more you're pulling the flag, the more likely you are to win. But it just goes to show how much pressure they're putting on the team and how few opportunities PK are really getting to capitalize here.
When I'm thinking back to that game, I not only did we see incredible slays from Lethal to secure a flag run, but I'm thinking back to that.
That was all him, that first flag.
Well, I'm also thinking to that drop slide going into the card side. Now, obviously, you know, we've seen plenty of videos as far as movement wise. Sure. How important is the movement to flag running in Halo Infinite?
So important. Of course. I mean, we just saw Snakebites run earlier. If he doesn't hit that curb slide off the ledge, he's not flying the bottom mid with that flag. Like you said, just dropping with, you know, across car. The fact that you can zip across open sight lines, I think, is the biggest thing. It's not so much how quickly you run the flag overall, it's how quickly you run the flag in the most vulnerable areas of the map that really matters, right? Because you can slow play it maybe when you've got coverage to do so. Depends on the situation. But if you're not going quick through those open spots, you're risking your death in those situations.
No, glad you mentioned that. When I think back to my Halo 3 days where I was an absolute stud, don't care what anybody says, you couldn't get that flag towards the open side of the map in open space because you're going to get shot by multiple players. You're going to go down immediately. Sure. Now in Halo 5, also a stud, the thrust slide was really powerful. You can do it from almost anywhere on the map. Right. In Halo Infinite, it's not that easy. You have to be able to master the mechanic of those curve slides, of that movement, if you're going to try to go into open space like that. Otherwise, you're kind of just as slow as in Halo 3 if you don't use that movement correctly.
Sort of, right. The biggest thing is just your awareness and use of the map around you. I think that's the biggest difference with Halo 5 to Halo Infinite is Halo 5, you had the tools to zip around. They were given to you. Halo Infinite, the map is your tool to zip around, right? So you got to be kind of creative, and you also have to, you're limited by it as well. You have to take the risk to jump out to that ledge to get the boost. Yes. It might not always make sense to do so, or it might be the best possible play in that situation. And I love the kind of dichotomy of it. So hopefully we see more big plays with movement. I think, like you said, it's a big component of running these flags, but you're not going to get the opportunity if you're not winning your pivs, you're not winning your fights. And so far, it's all Sentinels on the board.
Well, I've seen players like Bound take advantage of the movement. I've seen players like even Renegade. I've seen a lot of players take advantage of the movement. Right. Who were some of your players on Sentinels that you feel like are able to use that movement in an aggressive fashion and be able to close in on their opponents?
I mean, everyone's doing it, but Snakebite and Frosty, I think the two biggest to watch out for right now. Royal 2, I tend to find is the steadiest shot maybe on the team. Okay. He's a turret. He does an insane amount of damage. But if I'm looking for crack movement, if I'm looking for quick, speed on the map, I'm looking at Frosty, 100%. He's going to be the one getting behind enemy lines, making some of the biggest creating some of the biggest openings, I think, for his team with his playmaking ability. And I think that speed also lends him access to some of these weapons, like the Dynamos we saw off the opening strat. Let's take a quick peek at the layout. In the meantime, Tony, of course, this series is only 2 games in. We're partway through game 3. Sorry, it's 2-1 was the score that we had previously. We'll get the final tally on what we're working with when we jump back into the game. Of course, regardless of how this goes, there is still more series left to play, Tony.
There really is, and I love me some Aquarius CTF, but I love you more than that. I love me some Live Fire. Live Fire. When I first played this map in the flighting, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't the biggest fan of it. Agreed. But it has grown on me. It is one of my favorite, if not my favorite map that we have in competitive Halo Infinite.
I will say Live Fire went from one of my lesser liked maps to one of my most favorite maps, like immediately. Once you kind of figure out the tech and realize the map is just a perfect playground for it. It's also the only map with a snipe. Tony, I can't wait to get more maps with snipers in comp Halo Infinite, but right now, if you want to see big plays with the snipe, Live Fire is the place to go. So a lot of exciting openings we'll be witnessing there, and we will be seeing Live Fire at the very least, but I wonder if that's the last map we'll see in the series based off of Aqua CTF.
Well, you said if you're looking for sniper plays, you've got to look no further than the Live Fire, which is correct with the S7.
You're going to talk about recharge.
But I mean, we got to talk about the shock rifle on a recharge because I love the sniper, but it tends to have a little bit of a slower gameplay. I feel like with the shock rifle, if players want to speed up and get into the face of their opponents, that extra aim assist that you get with the I guess non-aiming down the sight with the shock rifle is absolutely deadly.
The shock is a no-scope machine.
Yes.
That's what I'd say. It's disgusting when it comes to just holding head level, lining up a shot without even using the scope. Can't wait to see it if we get there. I just got the update, Tony. Turns out we're going back into this game with a 1-0 for Sentinels. So Sentinels need 4 flags to close this out. PK are going to need 5, as usual. But a 1-0 lead to start that.
Makes sense. I'm gonna guess we're playing the differential. It was a 2-1 lead for Sentinels, so it was only a 1-point lead, and so they're gonna have a 1-0
nice
lead
math,
going
Tony.
into.
Good work.
Math, let me tell you, math is power. Guys, stay in school. Do it. Xbox Play says Tony. Stay in school.
Xbox Plays, quoted by apparently. Big shout out to them for running this broadcast. We wouldn't have it without Xbox Plays. By the way, it's been a hell of a series so far, Tony. I can't wait to just jump back into it and witness some of the plays, some of these big plays here. Of course, what would you like to see off the opening, though? For Knights to bounce back with a 1 flag deficit, what do they need to do off the start?
Cap flags.
Yeah, just kill all 4 of them. I knew you were going to say something just like very straightforard to that. That is true.
Flag.
How do they do it? How do they get their 4 kills? What's the play, Tony?
Oh, okay.
We need tag maps. We need like a top-down. Give me the POV.
Utility, so
Tell me who's going where.
I want to see them really dedicate those resources towards camo. I think if they can get their hands on camo like they did in the beginning of that V1 of the game, I think they can take advantage of it. Having camo on the map really slows down your opponents. They have to address you. They have to get you off the map immediately. So I like the fact that they grabbed camouflage. What I don't like the fact is that they didn't have that car side control. They didn't get those dynamo grenades at least right off of the rip. Frosty was right in there and really taking advantage.
He was. So Sentinels made it to the weapons faster, but they died in the beginning of the first game. If you remember, PK put them 3 dead without a trade. My biggest thing would be, if they can do that again, by all means, that was amazing. But Lethal survived, and he got a crucial kill, and he slowed down their access to the weapons so that by the time they got the camo, they couldn't make a play with the camo. They traded down P1 with the camo. So locate the 4th player is what I would think is, like, find Lethal. If you're up 4v1, do not let Lethal get a kill and slow you down, right? You can't have that 1-shot on car in open space getting tagged up by Lethal top pink. They got to isolate that 4th player as quickly as possible and ensure that when they have an advantage, they keep their advantage, because that was a huge advantage off the start.
Well, either way, I really want to see more car side control coming out of Knights, and if they can start off hot, get that camouflage and get that utility and car side control, I think Knights have a chance. I think they're an excellent capture the flag team. I've looked up the stats. They are not bad at capture the flag. I will say, they usually get more wins on strongholds, and we did see Sentinels pull off that win in game number 1 in dominant fashion.
Yeah.
So maybe we see them bounce back right here, right now.
They can do it. They've gotten the flag so far in the first run of this game, so hopefully they can make that happen in the second. Tony, I just can't wait to get into it. I want to witness these plays in action and see, like you said, whether or not they can lock down the car side. Going to be such a key to success in this one.
Yeah, I absolutely do. Now, when we talk about Aquarius, we talk about the sandbox.
Sure.
We talk about the thrust. We talk about the dynamo grenades. We talk about everything except for that big old power weapon that spawns towards bottom P.
Okay. Tell me about it.
I mean,
what do you got? We got time.
We're talking about one of the best close quarters weapons that we have in Halo Infinite. It has that 1-shot melee potential.
Yep.
It has the 2-shot potential, even though I swear I can only get 3 shots with it. I never get a 2-shot with it. I mean,
my recommendation: don't miss.
I
it helps.
Tried that
it's
yet.
a good one.
It is one of the deadliest weapons that we have in the sandbox.
Yep.
We're talking about the Heat Wave.
Heat Wave is nasty. It's definitely going to be the main kill machine on the map. Not only is it a 2-shot kill, like you had mentioned, you can drop combo with it as well. You can just shoot him once, drop, finish him with a BR, or shoot him once, get a melee, right? If you can close the distance, especially with the thrust, and get a melee in this game on land. By the way, on land, the blank melees don't seem to happen at all, apparently. These players have been reporting that the melee is incredibly powerful on land, and this is the new skill gap right now. It's consistent. And if your melees are consistent, then closing the distance with the thrust, the sprint, getting up close and personal, it's cheesy to get a double melee, but if it gets you the kill, it gets you the opening, maybe you go for it.
Yeah.
You can rely on it.
I mean, I think melee's always been so important in Halo's history. You know, being able to have that one shot, jump back and get that get that VR shot, the 2-shot melee potential. Like the melees have always been there. And you know, one of my favorite medals that we have in Halo Infinite.
What do you got?
Ninja.
Oh,
okay.
That's a different story.
Get that melee to the back, and it's an instant kill. Melees have always been important in Halo's history.
And then the thrust, once again, going to be an important component of that, easier access to something like a Ninja. Saw a crazy one with Sparta the other day. He's going into util hallway, jump, thrust backwards. I think it was on Falcated on phase. Hits an insane Ninja. So expect to maybe, I guess, see some of those in Aqua. And faking players out, baiting melees with the thrust as well. Way more viable on land than it would be online. It's something I go for online a little too often and then get ruined to trying to thrust backwards, bait a melee. They just lunge the whole range. Not going to happen on land, right? You can thrust backwards. You can bait them into whiffing a melee. Just, melt them for free, essentially.
Yeah. Now, we talked a lot about Aquarius, and no matter what, we are tied up in this series, so we will see a Game 4. We will see an oddball on live fire. Why don't we, oh, and you know what? Actually, I heard the map's loading. Actually, we're going finally right into game number 3 here. Mind you, it is a 1-0 advantage so far in favor of Sentinels. If they cap 4 flags, that is going to be it. Meanwhile, Knights have to put all 5 flags on the board in order to be your winners.
Tony, well said. Can't wait to jump in here. 1-0 advantage. Ctf Aquarius, action-packed map, right? You never expect it to slow down at any point. It's always going to be right up in your face. So hopefully we got the fly-through to give us a little tease of the action. We can jump right in.
Yeah, and as much as we talked about that car side control, we didn't talk much about top mid. I mean, you place a player over towards top mid.
Because it's so open, so vulnerable. You don't want to be there if you can avoid it.
I like chilling more towards the top mid, over towards the car side or the P side, and then using that extra wall. It's deadly. It's hard to get rid of.
That's one of the nice things about Pink is the sightline access and the coverage that you have on that side of the map. Car, maybe a little bit more open. But Car kind of the better access point to control. The ideal scenario is if you just got the perimeter, right? Like you said, lock them down in fridge. Then that top mid player becomes so important because that top mid player can peek into the back of the base and he can cut people off on the rotation. He can hear and cut people off on the Pink side rotation, the overextenders as well. So such a pivotal role to play to be able to contribute to both sides while his team is going in for the flag.
We got the chance to sit down with Fnatic's coach, Strobe, and he talked about how, in Halo Infinite, the overextenders isn't utilized enough, and he wants his team to start using it more, whether it's Bizarre, whether it's Aquarius. He wants to see players try to get behind enemy lines and make them deal with you, make them change their attention from looking forward and being aggressive to having to turn back and get you off of the map, get you on their base. I think of we have Walshy in the house, obviously. I think of that being that Walshy-like player. Once he pulls that flag just to get it out, change the attention of your opponents, but also stay alive. Put down shots. Just be like a whack-a-mole popping up
basically
everywhere.
So like you said, we had a conversation with the Fnatic coach Strobe, and what he basically said though was to play it like Halo 5 Coliseum, right? Always sending one overextender through the elbow in Coli every time was typically the play. Always having somebody draw the attention in the back of the base. It's the same thing with Aqua. If you can manage it, then you give your teammates access to control. I think maybe the risk that you might run, and it's something we saw with Bullet in the previous match, was Bullet ran out through, he got the flag, he did his overextension, pulled flag. Sentinels decided to ignore it. They decided to let him pull flag, which might be the counter, honestly. Sentinel says, okay, they got our flag, but we're already halfway committed across the map. Let's slay out their entire base, get a counter pull, and slay them on the way back. And that's exactly what they did. They cut him off in util. So something to watch out for as well. Every strategy has a counter, right? There's an action to, or sorry, reaction to every action, I guess, in these situations. Let's see some action, please. Hopefully, we're about to get into the game. I believe I've got the update once again. Our CTF Aquarius match. Fingers crossed, we're jumping into this one. Here it is.
And as a reminder, guys, Sentinels are up 1-0 in this game. If they cap 4 flags, they will be your winners. Knights still having to go the distance and cap all 5 flags as far as after that V1 of this game number 3. The series still tied up at 1 apiece.
A closely contested series to start the day, Tony. I can't complain about it. But I also can't wait to see where this one goes from here. This will not only set the momentum for the rest, But I think it might determine our winner in this series, whoever clutches up in this one.
The first time we saw these teams go at it on Aquarius, we saw Frosty get right over towards the car side and grab a hold of the dynamo grenades immediately. But we did see Knights end up winning the first individual gunfights and end up getting a hold of the camouflage. And if they can do that again, maybe they tie up this game earlier than expected.
Good point. Once again, the opening strat, such a massive component coming off the rip. PK excelled in their opening strat. They earned the slays. They were slowed down by a tricky Lethal who kept his presence low up on top pink. So, like you said, deny Frosty the dynamos, but don't let Lethal slip away. Make sure you know where he is, because he can open things up.
So my floor sign, be careful, get slippery over towards bottom P. Don't want anybody falling. We want everybody to be safe here on Aquarius, besides the fact that they're shooting each other, I guess.
Yeah, there's no sense. Why would you even have the sign if you might as well just say, go ahead and slip. Might be a better way to go out than to get shot. I'm not sure. Tony, either way, it's a battlefield for plenty of action that I can't wait to witness. And if anything, I'd say slippery floors benefit you if you're trying to curb slide.
You know what? That's a good point. You can curb slide even farther. Maybe
slide
combine
faster.
that with a thrust. Maybe curb slide into a thrust. We need more slippery floors here in Halo Infinite.
Right, let's skating. We'll just start skating, right? That's one big thing they took out of Infinite, I think, in comparison to the past games, is the skatey feel of the strafe, right? The weight behind your Spartan, and they kind of carry their weight, or throw their weight through the strafe. Infinite is just very snappy. Right, if anything, we could use a little more slip and slide.
And hopefully we'll see plenty of slipping and sliding when it comes to this
here
game right here. And we're right into it. 12 minutes on the clock. Lethal actually taking immediate control of the P side of the map. So as much as we talked about that car side control, we're seeing Sentinels switch things up a little bit.
But what else do we see? We see a Dynamo fly in from car into P1, and that's thanks to PK, who are controlling the resources. That's a delete onto Frosty, making 2 for Royal 2. And a double to start at PK with a hell of a lot of pressure. Are they waiting on spawns, or are they doing something else? We're coming back. We've lost one. We're a man down, Tony.
Well, you know what? I'm excited that Tapping Buttons prioritize that heat wave off of spawn.
Yes.
Like I said before, whenever we talk about the sandbox on Aquarius, we talk about the thrust, we talk about the dynamo grenades, and even the camouflage. I don't think we show enough love to the heat wave, at least on Aquarius. It's a deadly weapon no matter what map it's on.
It definitely is. I think everything looked perfect from PK. We didn't get to see their POV. We watched it all through Lethal. He was, bobbing and weaving down P1, trying to stay alive. But as he did so, Dynamo flies in, takes him down. Heat wave comes in, takes down Frosty. I think that was the camo that got deleted by the heat wave. So everything they needed to prioritize, they did perfectly. And that strat was exactly what you'd want to see. What you wouldn't want to see was them losing a teammate, unfortunately, in the middle of that. As we get this sorted, we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to jump back in with Halo action. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with HCS Kansas City. And we're back. HCS Kansas City, our Halo Major Tournament. This is the B stream brought to you by Xbox Plays, and we're back in the match. Tony, this is, of course, a reminder. If you're just tuning in, we are resetting this match with a 1-0 lead to Sentinels. They need 4 to close the game. Knights will need 5, of course, game 3 in the series.
And if Knights don't be careful, it could be worse than that, because they just momentarily went 4 down, and Sentinels are already getting aggressive into their base. But a pivotal kill coming out of Drift, gonna take down Frosty.
World 2 gonna do some work as well. This might give him access to Blue. He's getting tagged up from behind, though. Snakebite will clean up the kill for the trade, but he's in trouble. Can't bounce out of bottom mid, and that's because you got Knights up on top, controlling center.
Lethal gonna try to stay alive here over towards utility side of the map. Does feel the pressure, able to put one down to one shot, but he realizes he's in at least a 1v2 scenario, so he immediately backs down and is trying to wait for his teammates to come in. But it looks like Knights have a different plan in action, but Lethal taking down Nasty Bullet before going down himself.
Big win in that fight. Did lose his life, but winning fights like that, definitely a confidence booster for you and the team. Tapping, can't win his own. World 2 going to narrowly survive. Adso there to thankfully pick up the pieces. They'll hold on to top map, but can they get past this 50-yard line? It looks like they will. PK getting hyper-aggressive in the back base. Drip going to lead the charge. Snakebite with a trade, and Frosty pulling the flag in the meantime, though. So PK, they got to watch their back here.
Frosty was able to get that flag all the way down the bottom card side and over towards his courtyard, but Adso getting the double kill, and on top of that, getting the return. Big plays coming in out of Adso Ichia.
Adso completely saving that situation. Unfortunate timing there out of Knights, though, right? A trade in a spot you wouldn't want to see it. Lethal with a big kill. Knights without safety getting back base. You can see bullets here, but he is in trouble. Tagged up by one. Can take this fight, though. Not quite able to do it just yet. It looks like Lethal will clean him up. That's 2 dead, and while that happens, Sentinel's going to get aggressive here.
Yeah, Sentinel's doing a great job of defending their base, clearing out their base, and now they're looking to turn this defense into offense here. Beautiful shots coming in out of Lethal. That player will be cleaned up by World 2 off the screen. Frosty's able to take down Drift, and you asked where the camera was, it's in the hands of Frosty.
Dangerous for PK. Frosty going to sneak his way up in the base. Look at how he's checking Fridge as he does it. That spawner did split up. One back base as well. He ended up getting pinched from both sides. So PK with the defense they needed. Can they hold it, though? That's Drift with one in the Royal 2. He flies in for a triple. The man's going off.
Triple kill coming in out of Drift. That's going to be the energy that Knights need to come back in this game. And they're riding that momentum. Adso able to take down one. Tapping Bun striking second by taking down Frosty. So now you see not only a triple kill, but another 2 down for Sentinels. That means a flagpole for Knights.
Knights so tenacious in this situation, right? Despite going down, losing numbers, they're always finding ways to break through. Sentinels doing the same, though. Flag out. You can see that one player just milking his life. He does die. And maybe this is Knights' opening they've been waiting for. Taking it through the last links. Going to need a teammate to step on that return real quick and open up opportunity to plant it in. That'll tie our game. It's 1-0 on the board, but overall, Tony, it's a 1-1 here in this series.
Great job for Knights. So once again, they're back in this game and looking to put in the work. Not done yet, but Snakebite looking to shut down Adso immediately. And now we see Snakebite right behind enemy lines. Goes in for the curve side and the pull, but not able to get the flag out of the base.
I mean, it might have looked pretty, but he left behind the flag, so he'll have to double back, wait for the team to help him try again. Try he will. What a bait and switch, though, right? The teamwork out of Sentinels to break through. Snakebite with the double. He can turn back for spawners. He's already got Royal 2 covering pink side. This is a guaranteed flag. They just did it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a momentary 4 down for Knights. There's no chance that anybody can stop this flag if they're not on the map, Skyway. Now we're going to see a 2-1 lead in favor of Sentinels. And Frosty's already in the enemy base before getting needed out.
PK going to quickly turn to. Going to need to bounce back here, of course, 2-1. Sentinels leading the board. Can they find another opportunity? Looks like we are playing with a full timer here, I believe, Tony. So still got 7:21 to make an impact. Tapping to try to skate out with the heat wave would be massive if he can do it. He'll collect the thrust along the way, too.
heat wave in the hands of Tapping Buttons. Despite him going all the way down to one shot, he's able to stay alive and get his shields back, but he is being hunted down by all of Sentinels, and finally World 2 going to be able to take him down. Adso going to try to catch an angle from bottom car. He needs to stop this flag from grinding forward.
And you see PK constantly forced to turn around. Sentinels getting so aggressive, getting to back base so quickly, forcing PK to delay themselves and win big fights in the back of their base. But winning those big fights, they don't give them access to the map, right? They just slow down the inevitables. Sentinels off spawn, they get back to center. They just rinse and repeat. We got 2 dead on the feed. We got Frosty with the Dynamos. I mean, Tony, it's about to hurt.
Frosty and Sentinels in the back base of Knights. He's able to get some audible ticks out of that shock grenade, but not able to get the kill. 2 down for Sentinels. We do see a challenge coming out of Lethal, but he's not able to take down Adso. Adso getting a big kill. Frosty going to come in for the cleanup, but it looks like all of Sentinels have been cleared out of the Pittsburgh Knights base, and now they're looking to mount some offense onto the boys in red.
But as they try to, where are Sentinels, Tony? They're on pink, they're on mid already, and this is the situation we've seen all game. Sentinels, they're so quick, and they're keeping them pressured to the point where when they finally do get kills, they get back to center and they just face him again. Thankfully for Tapping Buttons, though, he's getting some big kills in this situation. He stays up, they're going to try to get the camo, and Bullet just going to barely do so.
Tapping Buttons is getting some big kills, already having 12 assists for his squad, but now he's starting to put the heat wave to work. He does end up going down. Luckily, Nasty Bullet able to get away with the camo, finds the quick one shot, but runs right into a dynamo grenade. That is not good for Bullet.
Bullet just trying to stay up here, put the camo to good use, but Royal 2 not going to let him have it. Royal 2 not going to stay up, though. Tapping will take the kill for the trade. Frosty coming in with a perfect off the spawn, though. You know he's hitting his shots. You can see the flag is out too, so already onto the respawners here. He's not letting them breathe.
And once again, you're seeing Sentinels really start to work this P side of the map here. I mean, it doesn't matter what side of the map, as long as they're finding the slays and they're getting some efficient flags, this is going to look really good for Sentinels as he's trying to get behind enemy lines. Ends up having to go in for the challenge, and Drift willing to accept it.
Great attempts at a snake bite, though, right? Didn't quite make it to the flag in time. Tried to thrust to close the distance, force a melee, get a trade out of that situation. So doing all the right things, just not quite coming together against PK there. And maybe that means PK can find an opening they need. You can see they're in back base. Sentinels getting aggressive. Same type of situation we saw previously, Tony. They leave that flag behind. They just go for the opposite side, slay him on the way back.
And just to remind you guys at home, even though you're seeing a title game at 1 apiece right now, because of the reset, Sentinels still have a 1-point advantage over Knights. So Knights are really against, they're really against the wall. They have 4 minutes to try to put a cap on the board. And although that may be enough time in theory, they still have to do it against Sentinels.
They got to do it against Frosty, who's just waiting in util. Look at this. Take the shields off one, going to double back, beat a second, and almost take that fight despite being halfway dead. Looks like PK will take advantage of the opening. In the meantime, though, that's a convenient back smack onto Lethal. Might get access to camo, double team for the double here out of Tapping Buttons. He's putting it together and doing so with the perfect timing.
And once again, Bullet able to get a hold of the camouflage. That is 2 in a row for Bullet and your Knights roster. We are seeing Sentinels start to extend over toward the P side map. Bullet ends up finding the one-shot Royal 2. Excellent communication and active listening coming out of Knights. They are going to get the numbers. 2 down goes Sentinels, and that means Knights are starting to pull yet another flag.
Bullet trying to quickly dip out of the action here. He did not quite get the flag to util, so it's not safe yet. You can see his whole team opposite side of the map. And unfortunately, despite the efforts out of PK, that one will not go through. World 2 just doing so much damage in center all while it happens. Look at him stay alive here, Tony.
World 2 going all the way down to 1 shot, still taking damage, but able to recover his shields as he makes his way toward the bottom P side of the map and earning himself a heat wave because of it. Frosty going in for the challenge. He's going to take down one, but he's going to get cleaned up himself. But all of these trades really going in favor of Sentinels, who again, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock now. Now Knights are going to start to feel the pressure.
Time against them, but the flag's still out regardless. Knights going to try to make that work. Drift with a massive kill back base. Bullet needs to do the same, but he can't. Has 2 dead. Drift gonna come and clean it up though. Still got the flag, taking it down through car. They need this one, Tony. 2 minutes to execute.
flag, making it all the way towards the utility side, but that straight nade is going to stop him short. But it looks like Bullet able to take down one off the screen, tapping buttons, going right after Frosty. So numbers in favor of Knights. They might be able to catch this flag.
Maybe not, though. Sentinel still getting slays. That's 3 dead. They're sitting on the flag. Can they get to it in time? He gets the touch, but it doesn't matter, right? If you're just throwing your body at a flag that is just chalked at this point, is it even worth it? Because what happens next, Tony? Sentinels, they get a pull now.
That they do. Snakebite already getting it towards the bottom car side and onto the utility side. Curb slide comes in, able to get that flag forward, but we do see a counter pull coming out of Knights. So Sentinels will have to go in, get the return before they're able to secure this capture.
Knights fighting with everything they've got in this game. They know the importance of taking this one, but they need to win this standoff just to bring it to a tie, Tony. Bullet, unfortunately, he's deleted. That was the defense line on the flag. He's got Atso to pick it up, but the more they lose their numbers, the less positioning they have to hold off here.
Another slay going in favor of Sentinels. Knights end up going 3 out of 4 players down. Bullet trying to get into the action to stop this return from coming in. Excellent grenade coming out of Bullet, but he's not able to stay alive. That's going to be a return. And with only 50 seconds on the board, Frosty makes this a 3-1 game.
Sentinels so coordinated, so deadly, right? Frosty planting in that 3rd flag, and then the bank nade down as he slides in for the melee trade. Just knowing that player is going to be there. You know they're so aware. And the combination of it all just too much for light for Knights right now, Tony.
Yeah, Sentinels came into this game with an advantage due to the reset, but it looks like they didn't even need that advantage to come out on top, as the final score is going to end up being 3-1. We're just waiting for the final seconds to come in, because it must be mathematically possible for Knights to catch 2 flags in 7 seconds.
According to the game, though, if they did pull the flag, sudden death would trigger, but it looks like even that is not a possibility at this rate. Sentinels just locking down Game 3. It's been a hard-fought series, Tony, but Sentinels, they continue to pull away.
That they do, and I mean, we can't say we're surprised here. I mean, Sentinels, again, the former #1 team in the world. I'm talking about in the region. I'm talking about in the world. Sentinels have been there, done that, and to be honest with you, they've been looking so good in that phase tournament, in scrims. Sentinels seemingly get better and better, and they are coming for that championship.
Right, when it comes to tournament wins, when it comes to LAN experience in general at a high level, there's just so many advantages on the side of Sentinels. So few for Knights to really, grab onto, especially now at this deficit. They are at match point in this series. If they can't bounce back in this next game, they are donezo. For their first game, of course, we're still in pools. Here's some stats on screen just to give us an indication of how that went, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, Royal 2 and Snakebite both being able to get over 7,000 damage in the game. Drift actually going to have the most damage at 7,201, but even that wasn't enough to secure them the win. And now we're going into a game number 4. Sentinels have the opportunity to put this down. I do want to say, I mean, I hate to be that guy. You said it was going to be 3-0. I said it was going to be 3-1. My prediction's still intact.
Okay. All right, Tony. One Tony, 0 Shyway. We'll see how that goes as the day goes on. This is a small battle in the grand scheme of things, Tony. I'm pretty confident in the war. I'm going to win. Either way, Oddball Live Fire coming up next, and like we've kind of alluded to, Sentinels with this much heat, this much momentum, and just overall experience. Who's to say Knights even have what it takes to bounce back in this game at this point?
Well, you know what? I will give Knights a little bit of hope here.
Okay.
And I will say that statistically, out of all the game types that we have here in Halo Infinite, Sentinel's worst is Oddball. Now, I will say they do play against, the Cloud9s, the Optics, some of the best in the world, but statistically, they have the worst percentage in Oddball. And mind you, their worst percentage is 53% in LAN tournaments. It's still absolutely amazing.
So the worst ain't that bad, is what you're saying. But despite it, maybe that is some sort of an opening, some sort of a point of optimism, I guess, from the perspective of Knights. Can they hurt them in a map that they're weakest, or at least map game type? We'll have to find out. I've also seen Frosty pop off with like 103. Of course, it's matchmaking. But I've seen the man just go crazy on Oddball Live Fire. And usually that's where it happens, because these games go so long and you got to snipe on the map and the heat wave, all these tools to work with. you tend to see some very high slay games, and I can't wait to see how that plays out in LAN, of course.
And I don't think we can ignore the fact that, I mean, Knights actually won on this very map in this series. They won game
the Slayer.
2 Slayer on live fire. And if you have to pick an objective that plays most like a Slayer, if you're comparing CTF, Oddball, and Stronghold, I would say Oddball really kind of favors a very good Slayer team. So
right.
I'm hyping up my boys. I think PK can send this into a game number 5. You know, maybe, just maybe, they pull off the upset.
Well, somebody's got to be a hype man, so thank you, Tony, for being the one to take the fall. I'm going to go with Sentinels. They're probably going to close this out. At the rate that they're going, they're looking pretty damn good. So, what I would like to see is a closely contested game, right? Something that goes down to that final round. So a lot of kills, a lot of big plays to be had. And all those big plays are going to come from sandbox control.
Yeah, especially when you talk about live fire. Live fire is a very healthy sandbox.
Right.
We talked about the sniper rifle, but also that heat wave that spawns over towards bottom mid. And if you think the heat wave is tough to deal with on Aquarius, good luck on live fire. It's absolutely a nuisance. And then I will say, nobody was talking about the repulsor going into the flightings. The repulsor has quickly become almost everybody's favorite equipment. Like, the grapple is amazing and whatnot, but the outplay ability with the repulsor, there's just some amazing plays. You can pop them off the map. You can send grenades back to sender.
Sure.
You can even do some crazy. I saw on Twitter, we literally saw Command Station bounce a plasma grenade off a wall, and then she reposted towards top mid on this very map.
Right, so a lot you can put together, whether it's for style or just pure calculation, right? And that's kind of the beauty of the equipment. Even for movement, like you had mentioned as well, something as simple as a repulsor jump can be powerful, but just the aspect of sprinting, sliding, jumping, turning around, doing the 180 repulse, just to send yourself through open space, right? That's kind of the big thing, I think, with live fire versus maybe Recharge. I guess Recharge does have a very open center. But live fire, you got the close corridors in the center, everything around it, open space, vulnerable territory. Being able to hit a slide, turn around, and just kind of yeet yourself with the repulsor into B stronghold or into cuts, I think can be so powerful.
I always talk about being able to throw off your opponent's timing. And, since we're talking about the repulsor, the fact that, like, you can be stuck in an animation and almost bail yourself out with that repulsor, because you can use it at any time.
Use it to back out of a fight.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I can melee get caught in like some kind of, it just instantly repulse against the wall and throw off my opponent's timing.
Well,
now, obviously, they can shoot me back.
Melee repulse,
but it throws them off. It's the repulsor is probably, I would say the grapple's still my favorite. The drop wall used to be my second favorite, but the repulsor kind of took its spot.
Drop wall, your second favorite?
It was. Dude, I'm telling you, the drop wall is so underutilized. I'm telling you, there's outplay ability with the drop wall, especially when it comes to securing weapons, or if your opponent's, if your teammate's in the middle of gunfire, they will never be mad if you drop them a drop wall in the middle of a gunfire.
That's fair. It's a one and done type equipment though, right? You pick it up, drop it, that's it. You get your one use. Sometimes it's hype, sometimes it doesn't quite lead to anything, and that's just kind of the risk reward behind it. I think as opposed to repulsor, you got 3 in the chamber, right? A lot of playmaking opportunities, whether you're just bouncing out of a fight or whether you're knocking somebody against the wall. And like you had mentioned, the melee cancel repulse, I mean, the damage you can do with that, especially on land, and I'm sure that the timing being so much more important, right? There's no kind of desync, no connection to work with in the situation. So if you do correctly hit that timing, you're going to send that guy without a melee return, and that's a one fight. There's no way he's turning around that situation.
It's tough. It's tough. I'm still mad. We're going to talk about this off the screen, but you over here, you messing with my drop wall.
Tell me off, Tony, whatever you want to say.
You messing with my drop wall. We're going to talk about that on screen.
They're buffing the drop wall a little bit.
Even better.
But because it's
even
not,
better.
Well, maybe it just was. Maybe it's not as good as you think it is. Maybe that's what it is. Either way, I'd like to see some plays with it. I'd like to see some plays in general, though, Tony. Finally, we're jumping into this game. Our fly-through on screen, always a good sign. Sentinels and Knights, what could be the final game in our first series of the day, unless Knights got something to say about it.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people at home would be surprised if Sentinels were able to close out this game right here, right now. But I am not counting out the Knights just yet. The Knights have already won on this very map. You're going into oddball, statistically one of Sentinel's weakest game types. This is your time to shine. Send it to a game number 5. Make a statement right here.
And if someone's going to make a statement, I'll leave it up to Drift to do so. He'll drop lethal to start. That's access to snipe. A couple trades will go through, but with this weapon, you'd expect Drift to make a couple plays early on here. Wow.
You were talking about before the series started how deadly of a sniper Drift is, and he's about to have the chance to prove it against, one of the best in the business. The no-scope right into the melee, going to take down one, but not able to get the double kill does Drift. Numbers still going in favor of Knights as they are holding onto this ball, and Sentinels have a bit of a longer rotation to try to break the setup.
Exactly. Despite the death out of Drift, the bright side out of the situation, 20 points and counting as Knights lock down a setup in the A side. Some great efficiency to start this game. Just a matter of whether or not Sentinels come in hot with the break on this setup. You can see Snakebite taking his time to access it. A couple shots into ball, but quickly pinched and taken down. Once again, Knights gonna come out on top with those slays. They earn back the snipe as well. This time Tapping Buttons has it.
3 out of 4 members going down for Sentinels. Knights have taken the early lead and control in the game. Tapping Buttons showing what he can do with the sniper rifle as well, peeling Snakebite's head off, and Knights are still putting points on the board.
Unfortunately for Tapping, that was the last shot in the chamber. He made it work, but no more to use at this point. They've still got 55 and counting though, right? Knights just locking down A. Sentinels yet to find an answer. Maybe Frosty will be the one to do it as he's knocking on the front doors, takes a double with him. Can he stay up for the 3rd and 4th player? Almost does so. But 2 more trades come in from Knights as they even the odds here. That ball being rotated in the meantime, though. I like this from Sentinels. At the very least, they get the ball out to open space. Not going to make it easy for PK to bounce back.
Yeah, I don't know if Frosty was knocking on the door as much as he was knocking it down and breaking through the house for Knights, but somehow Knights are able to not only grab a hold of the ball, but now you're seeing them rotate all the way toward the power side of the map and taking the tower side control. And Sentinels once again have to break this setup. They only have 3 points.
Right, what an answer out of Knights. Winning their fights to bring that ball back to backseat and try to get just a couple more seconds. Looks like they do play it off the map, rightfully so. You can see Frosty coming in hot here, but 74-3 to start, Tony. We talked about this being a weaker map game type for Sentinels, and maybe this is proof of it. Of course, still early on.
Don't count the Knights out just yet. I mean, obviously Sentinels are still in it. They can still come back, but as of right now, round number 1 has been dominated by your Pittsburgh Knights. Lethal going to try to get away with the ball. Love the fact that he's able to drop the ball, put down some damage before trying to get it out. But here come Knights once again.
One good ball hold out of Sentinels, and they could make this game quite a bit closer. And to do that, they need the map. They need the weapons. You can see Royal 2 coming in aggressively, mainly because he's got the heat wave to do damage with. They stay up with it, though. The baiting and switching at Knights as they use their numbers here. They take 3. And they take the ball as well. This could be the setup to close the game if they lock it down.
Yeah, Sentinels really are in trouble. This might be the final push that they have to possibly break the setup. As Tapping Buttons look like almost sticking his teammate there. Able to take down one, earns the assist onto the second one. We still see Sandbags control in favor of Sentinels, but it looks like they're going to play the ball off of the map. And Tapping Buttons playing that player off the map as well.
Nasty double out of Tapping Buttons. This is going to give Drift a little bit more safety approaching the ball off spawn here. I like the rotation to get back to his team, though. That opens things up on tower. He leaves the ball behind and doing it, though. And Sentinels with a very quick rotation and maybe a temporary setup if they can lock things down here. They got the team to do it, and a snipe in the hands of Snakebite, too.
Snakebite showing that he can go off with the sniper as well as he takes out one with a direct headshot. Efficiency going for Snakebite, putting points on the board for Sentinels. And look at that. Look at this cheeky play out of Lethal. Love this position right here. But it looks like he is going to be spotted, and his Drift is able to get the kill. Snakebite now going to try to take down this player, breaking through the garage. He does have the help that he needs, but that ball is off the map as Sentinels simply don't have the numbers to compete in these rounds of slays.
What a sick play in the making out of Snakebite there, though, right? The slide to get the ball off the map, the movement, and then drops. The drop ball almost makes a play. All well it happens, though. Drift not too worried about it. He'll drop Lethal. Looks like he goes down to 2. They just need one good setup. If they can get their slays, they can do it, but Sentinel's not making it easy. Atso with 2, though, on the feed. That's the heat wave back. And And the ball in their hands as well, assuming they can take just one more. Bullet having some trouble with it, and the longer Sentinels milk that fight, the harder it'll be to get away with this ball.
Bullet putting the heat wave to work immediately, making the player one shot, but not able to get the kill. Snakebite gonna slide in and put him down. World 2 able to find the kill onto Adso, and just like that, 3 out of 4 members go down for Knights, and Sentinels able to put some good points on the board. This said, good round of ball time, and we'll see Sentinels right back in it, and you might have just been right.
That's the thing. What was once long stints of time out of Knights, setups out of them, has now just become, a couple seconds of scrappy ball time here or there as Sentinels close the gap very quickly. So a little worrisome for Knights. They need to lock it out soon, or else Sentinels are going to start to bring their A game to this one. 92 and counting as they just try to squeak out a couple seconds. Somehow brings it to 94, but their whole team goes down in the process. And Sentinels, now it's their turn.
Lethal with the heat wave in hands, looking to find his 3rd kill here as Sentinels rotating the ball back toward the tower side, making a very long route for Knights to have to commit to in order to break the tower side setup. And look at that, 65 points in counting here for Sentinels. Snakebite hitting the perfect kill to take down one to try to get a hold of the sniper rifle, but he goes down as well.
Oh no, the longer the time takes here, Tony, the more worried you get about Knights and their chances of coming back in this game. Sentinels starting to clutch up. Lethal just trying to stay alive. Royal 2 comes in with the save, so Lethal doing his job well. You can see them win the most of the trades in this situation too, so the ball's still on their side. And look at that score, Tony. It's about to tie.
That it is, and they're finally able to force Frosty to drop the ball. 2 down goes Sentinels. The 3rd one might end up falling here as Knights are trying to push down the mud side ramp, but the nade gonna take down one. Adso goes down as well, and once again, Knights are trying to clear house. They have the ball in hands. 3, 2, no!
2 seconds left. And Tapping doing everything he could to get him. But they can still do it off of here. They're going to try to rotate the ball out through bottom mid, but doesn't live. He'll hand it off. And can they? Yes, they will just barely get that 99th second, or 100th, I guess, through. Knights going to close round 1. And man, was that a nail biter towards the end.
A nail biter is right, and that's what it was. Knights going the distance, but able to take that first round. Now they're just 1 round away from sending us into a game number 5. Alex, this is the first series that we have here on the B Street.
You got to admire the progress, that's for sure. But I think if that went on for another minute, Sentinels would have won it. Just at the rate they were going. And look at the momentum they've gained off of this now too. Now they're starting strong. They've got the snipe, they got a ball hold, just about contesting the camo now. You can see PK put all their resources focused on it.
Yeah, Sentinel starting off this round a lot better. Getting the slays, it almost seems easy as another 3 down for Knights, and Sentinel's not dropping that ball whatsoever. We even see camouflage in the hands of Frosty. Now notice how Snakebite had that ball over toward the tower side. One of their teammates spawned over towards A. Sentinels recognize that, and they immediately rotate that ball all the way down the A side of the map.
I actually don't think that's what happened, Tony. I think they left Snakebite behind with the ball in the tower, and they rotated and flanked into back A and won their fights. That's what I wanted to point out, was so massive out of Sentinels to not turtle up with the ball. And because of it, they got 44 seconds and counting. They'll not quite toss it off the map though.
Snakebite not able to get that ball off the map here, so now Knights are going to take advantage, putting their first points in for round number 2. Tapping buttons, going in for that top mid control, dropping down to bottom mid and going immediately for a challenge. An excellent place grenade right in between 2 players, but he does end up losing his one of his teammates. Drift ends up going down as well, so now Tapping buttons forced to rotate back towards Bullet, who's playing the ball off the map.
19 scrappy seconds. Knights will pull out of that exchange. Can they get any more? You can see Camo about to pop up here. Frosty, great damage on the 1. Because he'll cut him off. Looks like he's going to have to bounce out of this fight too. Royal 2 will pick up the kill. Royal 2 just going to try to stay up in this situation. You can see the man is under pressure. Repulsor on the arm of that player as well, but it doesn't matter. Backsmack, apparently. And he converted to more.
Excellent shots coming out of Royal 2. He is going to earn the assist. Another player tries to climb up towards Tower 2, and he sends them packing right into the hands of Snakebite. Well played by Sentinels, and just more ball time going towards the boys in red. Snakebite now going to rotate that ball once again over toward the A side of the map as Knights Drift has checking every corner. He knows that Sentinel's going to be anywhere on the map.
They've become so much more difficult to not only kill but predict in this round. Getting aggressive in situations you'd expect him to be defensive. Just flying up into Bullet there too. He'll take that fight. I think that was lethal. Because of it, you can see Drift now down numbers. 60 points already to Sentinels. Knights with a temporary hold here. Can they get out of bottom mid? With it though, looking unlikely.
You know, Knights were looking really good, especially towards the early round one, but this has been all Sentinels so far, and I've been so impressed. Frosty getting right behind enemy lines, earning himself an assist, and once again having the sniper rifle in the hand of one of the most deadliest players that we have in our game.
What can he do? Frosty just trying to get an angle. In the meantime, Knight's not going to give him one, though. Why bother leaving A when they got the setup? Frosty needs to come to them. Drift already with the kill on the feed. Tapping to get aggressive. Might have regretted it, though. That's a 2v1 to delete him. All well it happens, though. Knight's starting to catch up in points here. Still collecting time, 45 and counting. Drift off his spawn, going to do damage. Use some nades there, too. The Bullet just locking down the entry. But for how long?
World 2 able to get that initial kill onto the Knight player while Frosty finds the snipe on the tapping. Frosty gonna get a double kill on the feed, and Snakebite takes down Drift, and now you're seeing that ball in the hands of Sentinels once again. They're looking to tie up these rounds. They do not want to go to a game 5.
Knights, their only chance to bounce back here. They need to control this camo. They need one coordinated push to break through and stop this hold. And it looks like they have done neither at the moment. That camo going to go to Frosty. You already got Royal 2 and Snakebite up on the map. The ball being rotated in the meantime. Sentinels could lock it out if Knights do not find an answer. They got it played. So I guess bottom mid will be the contest. But you see how ready they are for this.
Assist coming in out of Royal 2 as Frosty able to get the kill. Assault rifle out. Royal 2 earning another assist and quickly rotating that ball back towards his teammate, but they don't have a clear round of slays yet. They are able to take it down one. That ball still towards bottom mid. Royal 2 finally able to break out of bottom mid. We do see the tower side control, and that might just be it. I'm not sure Knights can break this final setup coming in out of Sentinels.
That quick round of slays, the nail in the coffin for round 2. And round 2 looking a lot different than round 1. Tony, Sentinels, they found an answer. They found something. And Knights unable to keep up. Can they still clutch up, though? They've done it once. They got to regain.
I mean, as of right now, I'm really worried about Knights. I mean, momentum has just swung in the hands of Sentinels, and at this point, they're one round away from not only taking the game, but also taking this series. Knights have played lights out so far. They've probably played a lot better than people at home expected, but Sentinels are here.
The moment Sentinels start making plays, start coordinating, you wonder if they'll ever stop. There's a big tray, though, to delete Frosty. It does give Knights access to maybe a temporary hold here. You can see Royal 2 not going to let them have it for too long, just pestering them across A. Starting to lose numbers here, too. Any cheeky time you can pull off is great. And the toss with the ball out to baitable spot, going to give maybe Knights access to the ball once again. Royal 2 just going to milk his life all while this happens.
Well, Sentinels did go 3 down, and Knights had all of their players alive at the moment, so this might be what Knights need. They already have some early points on the board. Heat Wave and Camouflage combination in the hand of Bullet. Finds one over toward the rat door. Now gonna have to rotate back over toward the A side and make sure nobody is breaking through. Bullet needs to find where Sentinels are going. Meanwhile, Knights on the feed, I've already put them 2 down.
Drift just trying to get the ball out of their way. In the meantime, pick up a kill instead. That's Frosty now down for the count. Can he take another? It looks like lethal. Royal 2 will make quick work of him. You start to wonder whether or not he should have rotated that ball to B, maybe to a play spot, just to take advantage of the timing there. And because he didn't do it, lost his life. Now it's Sentinels with a temporary hold. Worst case scenario, they send that ball off the map.
Frosty able to take down tapping buttons on the kill feed. Drift and Atso going to answer back with back-to-back kills. So now we're seeing Snakebite rotating that ball towards his teammate, going down to one shot, not able to get away. Atso does hunt him down. 3 down goes Sentinels once again. Knights in early control.
Trying to take advantage of everything here while they do it. Camo about to pop. Might be a numbers advantage to get to it. My God, the bait and switch. How is Drift alive here? tapping right above them to lend support. Despite all their efforts, somehow you can see Sentinel still getting camo in this situation. So difficult to kill, but Lethal, or sorry, you know what? I think it was Sentinels that did get the camo, right? Lethal gonna come in with a sneaky backpack, back smack, and more too. Still going.
Yeah, Atsu was almost able to steal away that camouflage, but Lethal coming in and demanding it right back. Able to get the outgun onto the cut side, then going in for the second one. His teammates are going to grab those kills, and now we're seeing Slaves start to go in favor of Knights. Lethal going down to one shot, quickly going to try to stay alive, tries to get that ball out of harm's way, but his teammates still find the kills on the feed somehow. It's Snakebite coming in with the crucial triple kill.
Well, there's a good reason why Lethal managed to stay alive a little longer there. He's got Snakebite beside him, killing the entire team. And he goes right from triple kill to ball time as well. So the efficiency out of that player. World 2 going to try to lend support. He's got Frosty with him on the perimeter. It looks like they might be rotating the ball to get it out of here because PK hot on the collapse. So I like to play it as Sentinels. Keep it away from the opposition. Collect that scrappy time. Unless they lose their numbers here.
Let me tell you, I played plenty of keep away when I was younger, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. But once again, Knights putting Sentinels 3 down and early points on the board. They've already passed the 50-point mark in your Pittsburgh Knights. Alex, do you think we're going to a Game 5?
It's possible. If they lock it down here, I think Drift is the man to do it. Still got the snipe, still got 7 shots to work with. They're going to focus fire on him, though. You can see him one shot back B. Repulse off the map, though. There goes the ball. Drift going to come back in the fight and has an answer of his own. There's one. Not going to get the kill with the snipe, though. That snipe will transfer, and uh-oh, it's Frosty who has it.
Sniper rifle and repulse in the hands of Frosty. Frosty going to utilize that equipment to immediately gain height onto the tower side of the map, but Lethal not able to stay alive with the heat wave. Royal 2 hunting down 1-2, go down for Knights, but Sentinel still don't have the ball in hand.
Sentinel still at a deficit. Knights finding ways to hold on to the lead they've gained off the opening here, despite not really controlling majority of the sandbox all while it happens, right? Royal 2 locking down the heat wave. Frosty, I believe, had the sniper a second ago. We'll see if it's back on his hands. They're not collecting time in this situation, though. They're going to need it.
Yeah, it was a weird situation for Sentinel. They slayed out over towards the B Street side of the map, but that ball was on the dummy side. So by the time they got the slays, they rotate. They have to get another round of slays before they're able to commit to the ball. But now we're seeing Knights start to find the kills. We do see tapping buttons breaking right over toward the tower side of the map, and we both know how strong tower side is on oddball live fire.
Tapping with a massive double, but the awareness at a drift and the timing at a PK overall is what secured him this control. We had a flank into beautifully timed collapse and tapping. He's just going in off this. Oh my God. Can they lock this out, Tony?
Tapping buttons going off right now, putting the repulsor to work, taking down 2 players, 77 points here for Knights. And again, they're 1 round away from Sentinels to a Game 5, but he's not able to take down Snakebite.
You gotta respect Tapping's play there, right? Just doing anything and everything he can to just do damage, maybe get a kill as he goes down. Just an efficient player. Drift doing the same. He'll take 1, snap onto his second. Can't quite clean it up, and tapping buttons flying through center map. He'll do so. Atsu going to come away with some time here. Less than 20 seconds to bring this to a Game 5. You can see him just tagging up the camo. He wants his team to grab it.
Is that what he's trying to say? I feel like he's trying to say something.
Please get camo. We need it. Who's got it? Drift. He's about to make a play with it, too.
Camouflage in the hands of Drift at the moment. There is a player that tried to decide to slide in, and that's Roll 2 goes down, but Frosty coming immediately in for the cleanup kill. Body shot coming in out of the S7, putting it to work immediately.
Sentinels, this is their time to shine. They need a guaranteed setup. Need a good 20 to 30 seconds off this hole, but as I say it, look who's dead. Everyone but Frosty. Massive play to take 1, spins and takes a double. That's the kind of damage you want to see, but is it enough? Tony, less than 10 seconds. I don't see anyone on Sentinels nearby.
And for 5 seconds now, we are looking at the Knights not only taking this round, but taking the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 5.
Not expected. Not an expected result for this series, that is for sure. Tony, you predicted 3-1, I predicted 3-0, so in the end, we're both wrong. So now it's not 1-0 anymore. Now it's tied, by the way. But man, what a series we're witnessing, and what a day of Halo this is about to be. If this is just our first series, we've got a lot of games left to play. We're just getting started.
I feel like this series has had an emotional roller coaster. Like, it's felt like an entire tournament at this point.
It has been quite a journey.
And we are going into Game 5, and Knights having the chance to pull off one of the biggest upsets that we might see here in Kansas City.
Stats on screen. What do you see, Tony? 35 out of tapping, 42 out of snakebite, though.
I mean, there's some slays going in favor of Sentinels. Sentinels were in it the entire time, but I think it was really the efficiency coming out of Knights. I mean, they played oddball to perfection right there.
I think one of my favorite plays was just how they were breaking setups so quickly, so effectively, right? That flank at a drift with the tower side setup, he sneaks behind him, he puts 2 shots into one player, drops a nade in a second spot, and he leaves both the fights and looks at top tower. And it looked risky, but he had so much faith in his team in that moment that he knew the damage he did in those 2 places was enough to just disregard it and focus the tower fight. And lo and behold, he gets 3 assists, I think, in the end of that exchange. So just the faith that you have in your teammates in a perfectly timed collapse we saw at a PK, it's the efficiency, Tony. Like you said, I think that's how they bounce back in that 3rd round. And that efficiency, hopefully, it carries them to the goal, because at this point, they are so close to reaching it.
I mean, Knights already won the Game 2 Slayer, so they've already proven that they can go toe-to-toe with Sentinels when it comes to Slayer. The only thing that I'm kind of worried about is that the only wins that they've gotten on Sentinels have been on live fire. We're not going to play live fire a 3rd time in the series.
We haven't played Recharge yet, though. That is a big question mark, technically. Here's the damage on screen. Tony, Snakebite, of course, with the most kills, typically comes the most damage. Snakebite over 10K, but so is tapping button, so definitely the man to look out for. Drift close behind him, and generally the main slayers on these teams. Tapping and Drift. Adso, of course, someone so efficient with the sandbox, and look at the damage he's taken, by the way, Tony, the most in the lobby. Now, I didn't get a good look at his deaths, but if you can take the most damage in the game and keep your deaths low, that is a massive statistic.
Agreed 100%. And we know what Sentinels are. They're going into Game 5. We know that they're going to come in with a winning mentality.
Sure.
I have not seen Knights in this position before. You know, I have not seen Knights take a Cloud9 to a Game 5. I haven't seen them take an Optic to Game 5. I really wonder where Knights' head are at. I mean, do they feel like they can win? Are they going in saying we can beat Sentinels and pull off this upset? Because I'm a believer. Alex, I'm a believer right now.
If they have anything other than that mindset, then that is a massive error, right? They need to come in expecting or just knowing at least, right, that they can do this.
Confident.
And if they didn't know that, they wouldn't have gotten this far. That's for sure. Game 5, anyone's game at this point. It's up to who clutches up here. And honestly, wild way to start the tournament, because if PK come out with a win, what does that say going forward about PK? One big unknown variable in these lands, the LATAM community. I mean, what a way to make a statement. Of course, it's still pools, and winning or losing pools in the end of the day is just going to equate to where you land on the bracket for the most part, unless, of course, you're last place in the pool. But at this rate, I don't think any of these teams are getting last, that's for sure.
Well, we're going into Recharge, and I feel like we have to talk about how much of an influence the shock rifle has on the map. If you're able to grab a hold of that shock rifle, put it in the hands of a monster player like Drift or Frosty, they can almost control the entire game on Recharge.
They definitely can. In the meantime, you've got Knights on screen, though, Tony. Tapping, Bullet, Adso, Drift. I mean, Drift, when it comes to shock, one of the deadliest players in the game, I think, with the shock rifle. So on one hand, you got Frosty, but I think, or maybe Royal too. On the other, Drift would be that main competitor. Watch out for him with that rifle, tapping buttons as well, about to pop off with it. But then when you got the camo bottom center, I'm expecting Adso on top of that. I'm expecting, Bullet to kind of fill in the gaps, be that flex for the team.
Yeah, it's one thing I've noticed about these top teams, that even though you have a main sniper player, if that player does go down, someone else has to grab it and step up.
Sure.
And I feel like, if it's Sentinel, say Frosty dies with the shock rifle, I would not be surprised to see Royal 2 sneak in there and put it to work immediately. Same thing for Knights. If Drift goes down with the shock rifle, I would not be surprised if Tapping Buns grabs it and immediately puts it to work.
In the end of the day, you expect these players to, all of them, to ice up. If they have to pick up the weapon, they will. Right? Like Snakebite will grab a shock. He'll make massive plays. When he needs to, he'll do that dirty work. The most interesting thing, I think, would be who goes for it off the rip, right? You get a sense of who that designated sniper is. Like, Drift off the opening strat, is he beelining Shock? And that might let you know, like, okay, Drift has decided with the team, this is the weapon he's going to go for and prioritize. So very curious to see how they break with their resources with this one. Of course, you got the Camo Center map, you got a Grapple on this map, you got a Repulse, you got the healthiest sandbox in Halo Infinite right here on Recharge.
Yeah, as much as we talk about the focus on the shock rifle, there's so much on the map. And off the break, like you said, what do these players prioritize? Are they going for the sword? Are they going straight for the shock rifle? Are they prioritizing camouflage? It's really hard to send all of your resources to every single power weapon on the map. There's too many of them.
I'll tell you what they're not prioritizing. The Mangler. They're not picking that up. We're still GAing that, by the way, viewers who, if you're not fully aware, gentleman's agreement. Mangler is on the map, but these teams will not be grabbing it. We're staying away from it. Very powerful weapon and impacts games in quite a landslide way. So curious to see how Recharge will play without that in the game, right? That's one massive close quarters weapon kind of out of the running. And I wonder if it's going to be quite as slow paced as a result of that, right? Because Recharge can be a very slow-paced map. You've got, setups, a perimeter across it from A to Attic. What would you expect to see as far as a setup for a team? What's the ideal situation for Slayer?
Well, me personally, I think you want to stay away from spawning C-side or spawning gold side. So I think you really need to prioritize the A side and the control side of the map. Because once a team starts to put you on a cycle and you're spawning C side of the map, you're in trouble. Once you're spawning gold side and they're raining nades on you in those very limited corridors to get out, I think you're also really in trouble. So me personally, I'm thinking A side and control side. You have elevation. You also have really good sight lines across the entire map. So that's what I'm prioritizing.
You could say gold is a bit of a nade trap, that's for sure, but also easy access to high ground though, right? The Attic's so powerful. The shock rifle spawns there as well. The grapple there. So I think if you're playing it well, it's such an important power position. And like you said, you don't want to spawn long haul, don't want to spawn seaside in low areas of the map where you've got limited options. Ideal setup would be A to Attic, if anything.
Exactly.
Force some long haul and kind of pinch and collapse work from there. I think the beauty, though, with a lot of these top teams is how they play off of each other's team fire. I think that's really the answer in the end of the day is you can have positioning anywhere on the map. It's how you break out of those situations and extend by paying attention to what your teammates are doing, right? Like a couple shots from control into Attic to do damage. If you're somebody who's coming through long haul, you're sneaking through long haul, and you hear that your teammate's done that damage, that might be your opportunity to slip on through and finish off a kill, right? So kind of playing off those moments of opportunity.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into this game number 5. Recharge, one of my favorite maps. And to be honest with you, out of all the maps that we have in the pool, I think it's the best game 5 map. There might be a chance that we get close to the end game and it becomes like a 48-46 game, and we see the game slow down. We see to the point where you can cut the tension with like a butter knife kind of thing, where the map gets really quiet and you can literally hear a nade skip across the entire opposite part of Recharge.
Fair enough. I think that's kind of the beauty of this map, like you're saying, is it's less of a snowball effect in this map because of the size of it, because of the open center, as opposed to Streets, which Streets can just roll out of control in a couple minutes. The moment you've got that control, just so quickly you can get on top of spawns and just continue to collapse and make it seem impossible to breathe if you're that team that's at the deficit. So like you said, this is going to give these teams a little bit more counterplay opportunity, can slow down the pace of play, and we could see a lot more creativity, I think, in gameplay as well. One of the biggest components of the, I guess one of the, it's not a new component, but the detonation, right? Remote detonation kills, I think, is such a massive part of this map that you don't see as often in other maps because there's so many areas in like tricky sight lines where nades just pop up, and just by shooting them at an angle, you can pick up a kill or pick up crucial damage to then get a kill, whether it's in pipes, whether it's in C, etc.
So we talked about the power weapons a lot.
Yeah.
How do you think the equipment is going to play here on Recharge, and in what way?
It's so huge. I think it depends on what you're using with it, though, right? I mean, the grapple's going to give you massive rotations. If you need to get to high ground very quickly, if you got the timing to do so, the grapple is going to lock that down. But the grapple plus sword, I mean, what a combo. But I don't care what combo it is, Tony. I just want to see some big plays out of both sides here because this is the final game in the series, the first series of the day, and what a series it has been. Anyone could walk away with a dub here, whether it's Knights or Sentinels.
Game number 5, it is do or die here for both of these rosters. Knights looking to pull off the major upset, and Sentinels looking to take their rightful throne here. Sword on the map, camouflage, shock rifle, all the goodies you want to see, and we are starting on board with Lethal.
And what does it start with? A trusty BR as well. Lethal with positioning up top map, but as he's up there, look at the quick little movement out of PKs. They slip away with camo, but not for long. Lethal here to even the odds. There's the sword coming into play, though. That'll sit out bottom mid, and all well it happens. Look who grabbed the shot. Looks like Frosty gonna make that a priority.
And I love Frosty positioning here over towards top gold side of the map. You can watch the cross from anybody trying to rotate from the control side over towards A with that elevation. I hate spawning over towards bottom gold, but there is no doubt that this top gold part of the map, this top attic side, is a power position.
We'll see what Frosty can make of it. He's got Lethal nearby to help him out as well. Here's the setup already unlocked, by the way, Tony. You got Royal 2 opposite side map on A. So Knights already off the rip. Options limited. How do they break out of this, right? Playing off of each other's team fire, the damage to find openings. Do you sneak through bottom mid? Try to go for a tricky play here or send multiple? It looks like they sent 2 out each side to split their numbers and try to attack them.
Lethal staying alive toward the gold side of the map, but does he know that there's 2 Knights players starting to advance forward here towards attic? We do see Drift taking the top side, and we might see a player go towards the gold stairs. Already early engagement coming out of Drift, and you know he has a paddle set up for Mark. He is marking he's marking the enemy team left and right.
Biggest thing I think though is playing off of that initial kill, that first opening. Tapping was the one to do it, so Drift gonna come in, clean up Frosty. That's a shock for Drift. You know what that means. Went out the door. Can he ice up and hit it? No repulsor, not gonna connect. And he had all the tools of destruction there, but unfortunately none of them gonna work out. Lethal gonna slip away.
And that player was sneaking in over towards Drift on the top gold side. He had the repulsor. I think his action was, if he would have repulsed them out of that doorway, he could have sent them packing towards mid-map and most likely stayed alive on gold side despite being one shot, but sad the repulsor didn't work exactly the way that he wanted. Frosty able to pull off the big double kill. Lethal not able to find the kill despite having the sword, but 3 out of 4 members still go down for your Pittsburgh Knights.
Knights working hard to keep the trades up in the situation. Last thing they want is the deficit to extend. There's a 2-kill advantage here for Sentinels. Royal 2 going to get aggressive though. Spawner's up an elevator, and not for long though. You got Snakebite pitching from the opposite side. He'll clean up 2, and that's 3 now dead. Atso last one up, but not likely for long here. You can see he's sitting on grapple. Not going to stay up. Snakebite just putting it together. Look what he's got to work with here.
You said it before, everybody on your team needs to be able to pop off with the power weapon. Snakebite already able to find the body shot on someone. Meanwhile, Royal 2 going down to 1 shot. Excellent shots, but more importantly, staying alive and trusting his teammates to come in for the cleanup kill.
Here come the equipment that we talked about, Tony. Snakebite still working with the grapple to get aggressive. He's got Royal 2 in tow to clean up the kill. It's that combination, right? The 2-man push up through perimeter. Even if you're not holding a traditional setup, if you're working together with your numbers, you can make plays. I see Snakebite lining up a nade shot there too. Gotta be very careful about where you push, especially with Snakebite in this shock.
I'm getting very worried for Pittsburgh Knights. They're allowing this game to get out of hand at the moment. They need to find a way to slow down Sentinels. If it becomes a double-digit game, Sentinels will simply play their lead, which they do better than almost anybody that we have in our league.
It's very true, Tony. The best way to shut them down is to make sure they don't have this shock in hand. Hopefully ice up in this fight, but Frosty making it so difficult. See how he cuts off both sides there too. Nade down one side, BR other. Got the camo about to spawn here as well. Numbers advantage, and to give Sentinels an opportunity once again. And Tony, you already talked about a double-digit advantage. What does that mean for their chances? Looking kind of grim at the moment.
And Knights are looking gassed right now.
Yeah.
Sentinels are dictating the pace, and Knights are simply allowing them to do so. Frosty going in for the challenge onto the A-ply. Doesn't even need to get the kill as the assist going to come in. There is one player trying to make it down to the Mangler pit to play their life, but Frosty simply hunts them down. 31-20 game going to Sentinels.
Just collapsing from all sides. Knights cannot seem to find an answer. How do they slow it down, though, is the worry here. They need trades, they need kills to get a breather to start to set the pace, but Sentinels have been the ones to lock it down. And is that going to carry them to the finish in this game, Tony? They still got an 10 kill advantage.
Bullet staying alive here towards that control side of the map. I'm a fan of this position because if they're able to get the slays onto Sentinels and rotate over toward the gold side, they can still spawn trap the enemy team towards Longhorn, toward that C side of the map. But off the screen, Frosty coming in, laying down the law with the double kill. Nasty Bullet tries to answer with the sword, not able to do so. The nade will take down one, but we still have a double-digit lead in favor of Sentinels, and we are approaching the fourth quarter.
These trades aren't enough for Knights. Some great individual playmaking we're seeing, but it's just that. It's just individual plays, right? They need to be 2v1ing, need to use their numbers to ensure they come out with kills and don't die in the process. Like this fight right here, right? Dangerous situation for tapping buttons to challenge. And as World 2 keeps them weak, you start to wonder, do Sentinels get aggressive in control? Frost will be the one to do it. Tapping will ice up, but look at them lose their resources here, especially with World 2 sitting up above.
World 2 almost able to line up the first shot with the shock rifle, but hits the second one. That was Purdy coming out of World 2. 6 kills away from not only taking the game, but taking the series. Snakebite able to find yet another kill. That's going to be a double coming out of Snakebite. He is coming in hot, and things are not looking good for Knights. They
no, Tony.
They might have ran out of energy. It's
not just a win. This is steak territory. This is Kansas City barbecue steak territory right here. Do they do barbecue steak? They must. I haven't had it yet, but I should. We're about to get it on screen, though. 48 to 31. They bounced out of it, but this win, I mean, inevitable.
I don't know about barbecue steak, but you know what? The way they're cooking, this might be burnt ends. Yeah, and it might be some burnt ends that we are seeing here. 49 kill being reached here by Sentinels. They are simply 1 kill away. There it is. Sentinels finally able to put down Knights. But man, did they play great. Honestly, PK playing lights out in that series.
Disappointing end to the series, I'm sure, for them. They didn't want to go down like that in somewhat dominant fashion. But I mean, bringing them to Game 5, what a massive performance at a PK, and it gives you the impression that they are not stopping, right? Their potential, especially as the tournament goes on, to continue to improve, as long as they continue to be confident off of this performance. But so far, not a bad start, I think, for PK. Of course, this is still pools. They've still got matches to play. With their placing, in the end, it could, lock them into a better spot. And it looks like, they are all top competitors at this rate.
They really are. Pool D is looking dangerous, and we thought it was going to be that. And Knights, they showed up against Sentinels in the first series of the tournament. After this, they got going Knights, a couple other teams. But as of right now, I'm feeling good. If I'm PK, I'm saying if we can take Sentinels to game number 5, why can't we beat J-Links? Why can't we beat Pioneers? Like, we just put it on Sentinels. I'm still feeling good if I'm PK.
There's two sides to this story, Tony. It's either PK are playing incredibly well, and you should be scared of your Pioneers and your J-Links, or Sentinels aren't playing as well as they'd expect to be. I mean, early on, maybe it's a slow start for them, and maybe that means that Pioneers can make them bleed when that series comes up. Right, it all depends. I mean, it looked pretty damn quick and clean that is Sentinels to close that series. That's for sure. They were playing nice there. But here it is, the overall series layout. In the games that Sentinels won, it was a pretty dominant one. The games that Knights bounced back, I mean, those nail-biter finishes we got to witness.
I will say one thing. If I'm Sentinels and I'm doing any late-night scrims or any late-night VOD reviews, I'm only doing live fire. Like, I'm literally only scrimming live fire. I'm only watching live fire. You guys want to scrim?
Off of that.
Great. We're gonna do CTF live fire. We're gonna do oddball live fire. We're gonna do every game type. We're gonna do every game type on live fire until we figure this out.
Fair enough. It does seem to be a bit of a weak point, and maybe unfortunately for them, there was 2 in that series. Maybe a little bit less likely to get 2 live fires in the one series. But either way, Sentinels, they find a way to ice up, and that series is over. It doesn't really matter what the score is in the end, right? It's a win and a loss. Yeah. Sentinels going to go ahead with a win. Our next series on screen will be Optic up against Fnatic, and that'll be up after a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our Kansas City HCS tournament very soon. And we're back once again. HCS Kansas City, our Halo Major tournament. So far, we've had one series, one hell of a series, to be honest. Went all the way to Game 5 between PK and Sentinels. Now it's time for another, and hopefully a series full of surprises. It's going to be Optic up against Fnatic. Tony, you ready for this one?
I mean, if that first series was any indication of how the rest of this B Street's going to go, I'm excited. I love both of these teams.
Right.
Optic making that big change, bringing Informal after a second-place finish at Anaheim, and even Fnatic running red hot. They've been looking very good, and at Anaheim, they took Cloud9 to a Game 5, so they're riding a bit of momentum themselves.
Right, two sides to that coin then, right? You've got Optic Gaming in a position where we have not seen them yet as far as dominance, right? Looking better than they've ever looked in HCS. Then you got Fnatic, who are looking great as well. They don't have a lot of scrim experience though, right? And I think that's kind of strategic on Fnatic's side to not have them go head-to-head too often. But I wonder what that means for LAN, of course. Here's our series layout on screen. Tony, we got Stronghold Street, Slayer, Livefire, Ctf Aquarius, and then Oddball, Livefire, Slayer, Recharge. So the exact same layout we just witnessed, of course, the exact same section of pools here.
And I think it's a great point that you bring up, that the fact that, maybe Fnatic are not scrimming against these top teams for a reason. I mean, even their coach said so. He literally said that he tries not to scrim against top teams because he doesn't want them to they'll gain so much information on them. And it kind of worked out for Knights' favor that since that they haven't played Sentinels too much, Knights were able to take Sentinels to a Game 5. Yeah. Maybe Fnatic can do the same thing against Optic.
Right, that's a good point. So the idea would be, okay, if we haven't scrimmed Optic, then Optic don't really know our strategies, they don't know what to expect, and we've seen plenty of Optic play, like Optic are streaming all the time, showcasing their POVs. So maybe that gives Fnatic an edge or a surprise factor in the series. On the other hand, though, because they've never played Optic, they don't know what it's truly like to play Optic. And Optic are one hell of a scary beast to go up against. And Tony, we are already in this match, our first game in the series. Strongholds, Live Fire, and Lucid, the one to kick it off.
Lucid has quickly become one of the best players in Halo Infinite. This man is absolutely insane, and his secondary Slayer Trippy ain't bad either. Immediately putting the rockets to work, but Optic go 3 down.
Hard to say whether or not there are any secondaries on Optic at this point, though, Tony, right? They're all so damn talented when it comes to making big plays. But Fnatic, no slouch either. You can see CC with a kill to open things, 2 traded off of it. Septify just going to try to stay up here. Man's under pressure.
Septify will quickly go down, so we're on board now with Jazero. Teammates are 2 down, still going to find his way over towards the B stairs. His teammate does end up getting the assist onto 1 as he challenges another one and wins the gunfight. Fnatic putting up one heck of a fight. They actually have a double cap and are even going in for a trip.
They got a double cap, they got advantage in slays early on, so what you'd want to see out of Fnatic to open this game strong. Coverage on C and B will give them time in their favor, make it 36 and counting. That trade out of Envor, going to keep Lucid back on the spawn screen. What does this mean for APG as he'll skate his way by Benny Machine? That shot, he's up behind him. Looks like a teammate will collect it. 2v1 opportunity for APG and team to get through the alley if they can manage it.
Envor going all the way down to 1 shot, finally going to be taken down, and so do all 4 members of Fnatic. Optic Gaming now going to take advantage. We did see a double cap. We did see a 61-0 run going in for Fnatic, but now Optic have a chance to gain some map control, and they quickly turn it to a trip cap.
Right, and here's the moment you want to see Fnatic shut them down quickly. Notice they just got a quick little round of slays there to do it as well. This should give them access to hills. And that honestly would be one of the most important keys to success for Fnatic, is to not falter in the situations that they lose map control, to find ways to quickly bounce back. That rocket launcher will definitely disrupt things. You can see it's in the center here, Formal on top of it. Trippy there to provide coverage. Unfortunately, Formal now dead. The rockets will sit down beside him, but Trippy here to deal damage himself.
Fnatic have been looking to change up their playstyle and become a much faster team, and so far it seems to be working. They have an 87-14 run over the Optic Gaming, one of the favorites to win the tournament, but Trippy gonna immediately put the rocket launcher to work. Super CC answers back with a slay, but Trippy needs to stay alive.
Trippy definitely the impact player here. He's got close range covered in a big way. There's the boom booms coming in. I think he might have just nicked APG with that one too, unfortunately, but damage done. And that's access to high ground here. Quick pickup on the commando as well. The awareness of the sandbox to make sure he's always got something to work with in this situation. Envor doing the same. He's got a double on the way up the stairs. Unfortunately, not going to make it too much further here. APG just locking it down.
Excellent shots coming out of APG. Did not have the advantage in that gunfight, but still takes down Jazero. That's what these top professionals do. They can be in these terrible situations, and it's up to that gun skill and their awareness to be able to turn things around.
Put them down to 1v1s, and these boys on Optic, they will ice up. And you expect the same out of Fnatic. Tony, you brought up a great point about the pace of play on this map. We talked about it coming in, right? That conversation we had with Fnatic's coach, Strobe, and the fact that when it comes to streets, they are better at streets than any other map in the game because it plays like Halo 5. And Tony, this is an H5 team right here.
And Lucid looking to clear out the B side of the map. Looks like APG finding yet another kill onto Septify, and Lucid quickly working onto B. We see that slight numbers advantage going towards Optic Gaming, and Envor now forced to slow things down, but what a flank coming out of Envor, able to take down one, but can't find the second one. Either way, great job for him to get behind enemy lines.
Optic's starting to creep up, though. 81 and counting here as they're picking up their kill. Super CC going to dip his toe into B, but for how long can he take the fight? He will not. That's Lucid who drops him. He got Formal as well with a kill in the feed. Septify, well, he's still up. He's going to burn one rocket. He made good use of the second. Tried to predict, I think, a jump up to heaven, but instead he ends up in heaven, unfortunately.
Super CC going in for the challenge onto the B stair side. Excellent shots being rained down, but his enemy actually has a stalker rifle, and look at the communication coming out of Optic Gaming. Trippy knowing exactly where he is, gets in there, gets the easy cleanup kill, and once again, Fnatic are down 3 members.
Right, they continue to slay him off spawn, keeping things scrappy here as well. Just coverage on B and C. Now Formal gonna get aggressive. What? Across the map, he'll take the kill. And that's 3 dead. Last one up in PD. That's done and dusted for Fnatic. Is all of a sudden they're getting obliterated here, Tony.
I'm surprised that didn't count as a Hail Mary medal. I mean, I'm gonna count it. I'm Formal. That was one hell of a throw.
I mean, off of watching Frosty's Twitter the other day, right? Just the damage you can do with spike nades, just tossing it up into A. The spikes, they'll bounce, they'll go the distance, right? Depending on, it doesn't really matter how far you are away. It's just down to the RNG. You might as well toss it and see what you can do. But the damage done, that's for sure. 174 at this point. Fnatic, despite the strong start, look at the flank at Lucid. He's not going to let him breathe.
Great kills on Lucid, and now in addition to those kills, he immediately starts to work on the Alpha. We see yet another double cap going in favor of Optic Gaming. Fnatic were looking great in the early game #1, but look at the scoreboard. It is heavily in favor of Optic Gaming.
Fnatic need to find a way to slow this down, start to play their game. I think the way to do it would be to earn rockets on center map. You can see the push coming up through driveway. Pivotal kill if he gets it, and he does. I believe that was Envor to win that fight. The use of the thrust going to be so clutch here. Did that give Fnatic access to the rockets? I think it may have. You can see they're up on B. You got Super CC with the rockets. Unfortunately, a little too close for comfort. Trippy will take it. He'll bounce out with a trade in that situation. Fnatic going to hold on to the map control all while it happens. You'll see APG caught, unfortunately. So Fnatic still got an opportunity here, Tony.
I mean, not only did they have an opportunity, they got a trip cap as well. So finding the kills and knowing exactly what to do with it. And it looks like Lucid going to be the first one to go down. So we're going to switch gears over towards Septify. As I say that, 2 down, go Fnatic, and Optic Gaming are starting to work on Alpha. Here comes Septify with the Bulldog, taking down 1, getting the reset, but they're losing Bravo at the same time.
Septify quickly turned, but I like the positioning at Envor here, though. He's right beside the weapons, too. Gets a boom block and the kill. Tony, you talked about it earlier, how useful that drop wall is coming in clutch. Gives him damage on the Lucid, too, but unfortunately Septify not able to pick up on it.
Love that grenade come out of 0, but nobody home just yet. And sadly, the second one not going to be enough to get him the kill. Super CC going to quickly join him on the feed. And once again, Optic Gaming just winning these battles. They are slaying out, and it's becoming very hard for Fnatic to do anything on the map when Optic Gaming are just running things.
Oh, nice 2-man push out of Fnatic, though. They're going to get back up to B. And B going to be your anchor point for this map. If you're controlling B, at the very least, you've got access to both A and C. You've got sight lines and coverage. Unfortunately for Septify, he's got covered from back and front there. He'll go down. Rockets about to spawn up here as well, and Optic with the numbers advantage. Get them get aggressive and go past the Rockets. They're not going to wait for it. They're going to focus the kills and make sure it's a guaranteed rocket pickup when they need it.
Tries to make his way over toward the tire side, but he does have 2 players onto the B street, and sadly, that's not the equation that Formal wanted to see, and it looks like APG is going to join him on that one. 3 down still were Fnatic. Optic Gaming still having a slight numbers advantage, but somehow Fnatic able to put the double cap on the board.
No time wasted in Trippy's damage output here, just getting kills as he rotates. Now with the Rockets down below, going to burn 1. Thankfully, Lucid does clean it up at the very least here. Can he put the second to good use? Melee in. There's a convenient opportunity that he takes advantage of. There's the double.
I'm surprised Trippy didn't take himself out with that one. That was a little too close for comfort, but because he was able to stay alive, he steals away B easily despite being one shot. Another triple cap going in favor of Optic Gaming, and Uppo is right. 228 points in counting for the boys in red.
Fnatic can catch C to slow the bleeding, but at this point they got to make a move. They got to do it quick. Is it Ali the play? Looks like B is going to be the play. Septify going to try to join in on the perimeter. Crucial spot to be in. He can come in the flank. He's got to do it quickly to stop the fight with Jazero. He'll take 1. He's last man up, I think, in this situation, just bobbing and weaving behind the pillars here. He'll take the kill on Elucid. Honestly, the clutch he needed because Tony, 246 at this point. A slight mistake, and that's curtains.
I mean, Ctf really making some plays, and whenever you look at the stats when it comes to scrims or tournament play, it is Ctf being the leading Slayer and being the front man for his team, and you saw why with that excellent movement working those holes.
Oh, can they win C, though? You can see C being captured currently, but they lost the fight, I think, for us at 249 and counting. And Optic Gaming will pull away game one with a 250 to 190. It was that fight for C on the perimeter that we missed. That was the close to that game. Some signs of life out of Fnatic, though, from the start of the game. What was that, 60? I think 60 to 70 points almost unanswered. So they can definitely hang off the rip. But when it came down to map control, Optic, when they found their footing, found their momentum, it seems impossible to shut them down.
Well, I mean, you did say they were able to hang, but I mean, they didn't hang on their best map, and sadly not able to
That's
get
their best map.
onto
Right.
Optic Gaming. So now we're going to see what happens. And I'm also thinking about, I mean, Recharge is also Fnatic's not too fair. So even if they're able to force it to a game 5,
right.
Recharge is one of their weakest maps that we have. So if I was going to give Fnatic a puncher's chance, they needed to take game number 1. Same thing as Knights' situation, and sadly, they weren't able to do so.
Well, let's see what the stats tell us, Tony. They might give us a different picture on this game. One thing's for sure, when it comes to damage, nobody can touch Lucid. Coming out with 6,200 in that one. Make it 63, right? 3 points off of 6,300 on that. Overall damage advantage on the side of Optic Gaming. I think one of the biggest things about Fnatic, though, despite that unfortunate loss and despite the fact that Streets was, their better map, as you had mentioned, they have gone to game 5 with Cloud9. They have kind of punched past what you'd say is their weight class. Their potential, I think, is what's so surprising, right? The fact that they can take a top team like that to game 5 gives me some faith that we still got some fight in them yet.
I will say, I really do like Fnatic normally on Slayer. I feel like whenever they're going up against many teams, even including like Pioneers or even Knights, I really like them in Slayer. Problem is, go against Optic Gaming.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think it matters where you go. If you're against Optic Gaming, it's just that's the end. You're just against Optic Gaming. Just make do with the situation, play the best Halo you can. And that's the thing. It's like, there's the good side to not scrimming Optic. They don't know your strats, let's say. But the bad side to not scrimming Optic is you're not scrimming the most practiced, one of the most practiced teams in the league who have taken down the top teams in the league as well. So what does that mean for your pressure, your presence here? Of course, they don't expect an easy battle, an easy road here, Tony, but Slayer Livefire will be the next map to conquer. And to do that, what will they need?
I mean, Ctf and Envoy, whenever we see them in scrims and top tournament plays, they consistently go off when they win. And even if they're losing, you still see them put up those stats.
Right.
This team goes where Envoy and Ctf goes. So if they're going to come out with the win here on Slayer Livefire, they need to pop off, and I'm talking maybe about 13 to 14 kills a piece minimum coming out of them. So I need both of them to step it up. Okay, 2 players to watch then. Ctf, Envoy, they could pop off. When they do pop off, the team, of course, gonna do so in unison. And to do that, they're going to need the snipe, going to need the heat wave bottom mid. We'll find out whether it's OS camo to fight over. On top of that, I think everyone on that team can bring the plays though too. I remember even that series with Cloud9 and the play that we saw at a Super CC. I think he was 14-3, and it was an unfortunate finish to the game. But I think even if his teammates aren't pulling the slack, they still got somebody like Super CC to kind of come back and make sure that they are still making big plays. Up against Optic, you're going to need big plays though, Tony. This is it, game 2. Yeah, Envoy and Ctf may come in with that firepower, but it's Super CC that be coming in with the movement. He's one of the hardest kills that we have in our league. We don't call him Super CC evades for nothing. He seems to always evade death. Well, let's see this man put the moves on. He's got tools to use to do it. Repulsor out center there, as you can see, for B, or on the B stronghold. But in the end of the day, the fight's going to go down for that sniper, and I can't wait to see who earns it. There's a quick start at a formal, though. Already getting an angle on the bottom tower off of it. Game number 2, and this is so important for Fnatic. The last thing they want to do is fall 0-2 in the series. They have to make their stance right here, right now. They have to create a wall between them and the green wall. Unfortunately, that wall just got torn down off the opening strat, though, Tony. Super CC, we talked about his movement. He found a flank. He flew on through, took 2 kills, and the entire sandbox in their hands now
because of it. Super CC with a snipe and an opportunity. Hopefully he puts it to good use.
Had the shot lined up, sadly wasn't able to get the kill. Septify is able to take down APG on the feature. Zero finding one as well, but Septify finally gonna be taken down. Sniper rifle still should be in the hands of Super CC at this point.
Yep, he was just trying to skate out the fight with it. Looks like he rotated back to A, so great play out of him. But has not been able to find an opportunity for any form of answer. What? Was that a stick out of Tripty? Had to have been preemptive. Just a bit of guesswork there. Some good reticle placement to do it, but that will delete Super CC and his chances and put the snipe down on the map for Tripty to collect.
Watch out, Patrick Mahomes. We got some incredible throwers here coming out of Optic Gaming. First with Trippy, we saw Lucid earlier. ABG coming in, taking down one, going in for the double kill. Excellent damage, and he's able to get the kill right before his teammates were coming in for the collapse. Even if APG dies, notice how his teammates are coming in out of the A-house window and would have picked up that kill easily.
Does he go for it again? Lucid going for a tricky jump here. He'll try it twice. He's gotten so consistent at it that way. By the way, of course, love to see it. Typically a ghost jump to get up there, but there's a physical ledge you can stand on, and Lucid recently has found a way to hit it consistently. I feel like I need to hit him up in the DMs for that one, honestly, Tony. I can't hit it.
As right now, Fnatic having some time. They can't, hold on, double kill out of Envor. A third one in the sights, almost able to get the triple kill, but high IQ play to back down, regain his shield, and wait for his teammates to be in a position to help him out. Love that play coming out of Envor, but they weren't able to get the overshield.
That's the thing. Who comes away with the OS? It's Formal and his entire team around them just delivering destruction to Fnatic. That's 4 dead. They'll spawn up an A, and Formal with the remainder of the OS, if he even needs it, he's going to go on the aggressive here.
Breaking through the A side, able to find one, post the second one back, ends earning himself the assist. Meanwhile, Lucid off a screen ends up getting a double kill. Fnatic in a little bit of trouble, currently down by 5 kills, and Optic Gaming are just playing better and better as time goes on.
Their control is just so apparent, right? They come in with the collapse, then you've got coverage across the perimeter to B to Nest, to lock them down as they try to break out of A. Spawners end up spawning up behind tower. They go take position. So then high ground is owned by Optic. And once again, it's up to Fnatic to try to find a way to break through the gates. Maybe Septify can do it. Nice kill for one. He'll bounce out for the second, almost connecting with that stick. Jazero does take it, though. Nade will delete him in the end, but 25 here for Optic. 5-kill deficit, Nade unwinnable.
I'm still trying to find out how Septify was able to turn his back despite being one shot, able to drop down and able to stay alive. And not even close to that corner. He had a little bit of distance to travel. Great job for Septify to play his life, but it is still Optic Gaming that are in control. Excellent denial grenades coming in out of Lucid. The team working to take down one, and APG making sure it's clear, but the nades coming right back at Optic Gaming.
APG gonna go full aggression on this. He's got teammates on his right side perimeter. So as he comes in, takes the attention. Look at this perfect little flank. He can, as I say it, somebody caught him though. Nice back smack to slow that one down. But all you did was open opportunity for Formal to connect with a couple shots. Thankfully for Fnatic, they've avoided them so far. Formal gonna hit another body here. Doesn't have the team in position to move up just yet, but he's got the repulsor to make big plays on his own. There comes Optic to come in and clean up shop right in time for the OS. It's all you want to see out of Optic and their coordination here.
31-25 lead in favor of Optic Gaming. We do see overshield in the hands of APG as he finds yet another kill. The young man is 13-8. He is having one hell of a game. Number 2, the heat wave, bringing in the heat. If you can't stand it, get out of live fire.
First Optic game of the day, and APG the one to pop off. Or not, first Optic series, I guess, of the day. But you love to see it either way. Formal knows he's in a bad spot. He'll toss that weapon off the map. Last thing he wants is Fnatic to have any opportunity to pull things back. They're still down by 4 here, Tony.
Trippy doing a great job of clearing out the sandbag side of the map. I mean, if you're going to control the A side, you have to have presence here on sandbags, and Trippy well aware of it. But that opens things up for Trippy to actually push over towards the C bridge. He ends up being spotted and stopped. Septify gets the double kill before going down. 3 down for Optic Gaming. Fnatic needs to take control. It's not over yet.
Definitely not. Can they earn back this high ground, though? You can see his teammates spawning up in A, so Optic still Or sorry, I take it back. You've got Fnatic, who do take top map as planned. Does that give them access to this snipe, though? They got plenty of time to burn before that happens. Zero just trying to stay on top mid. All while it takes place. Envoy going to take a kill of his own. 5-kill deficit here. It's not massive, but as we get to that 40-point mark, the mistakes become so apparent. They can't afford a single trade. And Envoy, you can see, he's doing everything he can just to get out of this fight. Might miss the sniper in the process.
He's trying to go towards Envoy, able to avoid most of that damage. Hops right in for the overshield, able to steal it away. That player trying to get away this APG, but looks like Envoy was able to pick him off from across the map, almost getting the double kill. Excellent use out of that overshield, but eventually it does get depleted. And
what ends up happening in the end, Lucid gets away with snipe. And when Lucid has snipe, you know, this ain't good for the enemy team. 4-kill advantage. Might extend in just a second. Smart play from that Fnatic player to get out as quickly as possible. But you can see Optic formal in the feed, make it trippy as well, picking up the kills in the meantime. That brings us to 46. They've earned the map back. Fnatic, they're in a rough spot here, Tony. They don't have positioning. They got a snipe trained on them. How do they break out?
They got APG dropping 19 kills.
Apparently.
You got Trippy playing that forward player over towards top mid. And then you have Sniper Rifle in the hands of Optic Gaming. This is not looking good if you're a fan of Fnatic.
And all while it happens, look at that sneaky coordinated play coming out of Trippy. I believe APG sneaking down through bottom mid. Fnatic are aware of it, though. They're going to try to counter, but APG coming in, still making plays. Shots over to OS Pedestal, trying to give Lucid an opportunity to line up a snipe here. Fnatic have done a great job of just avoiding Lucid, but doesn't matter. 49 on the board here, one more to close it.
And who's it gonna be? I want to see a 360 no scope out of Lucid.
He should just go.
I mean, style.
The thing is, Optic, they're all business, right? Like Lucid wouldn't just fly out and do that. They're gonna win this game confidently. Lucid does get the kill. You know what? Maybe he did 360 no scope, BR finish. We don't know. We didn't get to see it. What we did see is a strong lead, or strong finish, I guess, out of Optic. 50-43 to close that game. 2-0 in the series, and now a match point for the series as well.
And can we talk about the fact that APG out here playing blackjack? 21 kills in a Slayer. I mean, I think the leading duo coming out of Fnatic might have put in 23 kills as a duo, and APG putting in that work by himself.
And I think the cool note to kind of take away from that is just how much APG has leveled up, you know, not only in playmaking ability, but in his confidence overall. Now with the new chemistry this team has, thanks to Formal, right? Formal coming into this team brought a new duo into the mix. Formal APG have a ton of history playing Halo together. Then you got Lucid and Trippy, which go all the way back to the start of their career in Halo 5. So just the chemistry, immaculate out of this team, and you can see it in their coordination, you can see it in their slaymaking or their playmaking ability. This time it was APG who popped off. Next time, I guarantee it's gonna be somebody else, right? It's always cycling.
And that's one of the things that makes Optic Gaming so dangerous, that like any one of them can pop off at any given moment. Like you said, this time it was APG. But if you would have told me we run that back and Trippy's the one who drops 21 kills, like, oh yeah, I believe it. Trippy's nasty. Yeah. So is Lucid.
Exactly.
So is Formal. Exactly. Optic Gaming are so dangerous.
So dangerous. Fnatic, they know that though. They expected that coming into this series. So can they at least take a game? Their last opportunity to do so right here, Aquarius Ctf. They had some great momentum, great moments there too, right? I think we saw 15 kills out of Jazero in that last game. They can slay. 7-kill deficit ain't the worst deficit we've seen. I just hope it translates to some sort of opportunity here in Ctf.
I don't know why I was thinking of the mindset of Fnatic, and it reminds me of that meme video where the guy's just sitting on his chair. He's like sweaty. He's like, man, I'm getting cooked. That's what I feel like Fnatic are feeling right now. I mean, dude, Optic Gaming are so good. They really are.
I was thinking of the meme with the little cartoon character, and then he's like sitting in front of a cup of coffee, and there's fire all around in the building. He's like, this is fine. Everything's fine. Because Fnatic, their situation, they just have to believe it's fine. But really, just the world around them, lit ablaze, I guess. Aquarius might put it out, though, right? There's a lot of water in that map. Where are we going with this? Tony, we got a third map coming up, maybe the last one in the series.
It could possibly be, but I'm not going to count Fnatic out just yet. I mean, Fnatic, they're a good roster. Envoy, he's a slayer. When it comes to 1v1, 2v2s, man was playing SWAT in Halo 5. He's nasty. Septify, he can stay out with the best of them. And when Super CC pops off, like you said, that 14-3 performance, he does a great job of putting down maximum damage on the map, but also usually has like the least amount of deaths on his team. Like I said before, he evades damage, he evades death at all costs.
So trying to play to their strengths the best they can to hopefully lock down Optic in some way, but it also will come down to winning off that opening, collecting that camo, collecting the Dynamo, something we saw in the previous series with Sentinels. The coverage of the Dynamo and just how much damage that did. Something we've already mentioned earlier is just the prevalence of the AI scan in this game too. The fact that AI scan covers the entire map and the nades stick out more than other weapons. So if you want to see Dynamos from Fridge spawn across the map, you just hit AI scan, you can tell whether or not they're up. You can call it out to your team or make the rotation knowing that they're there. So just so many different tools to take advantage of. It's just how these teams are doing so to make big plays.
Yeah, you got to be able to control the map, and we don't even just mean just the real estate on the map.
Sure.
We mean the power weapons. We mean the sandbox. If you're not picking up the sidekick, if you're not picking up every grenade and getting every bit of an advantage on your opponent, you're doing yourself a disservice. You know, at this point in game, I know any one of these players can win their 1v1s. I know anyone that can win their pivs. Now I'm wondering, what are they going to do to gain the advantage on their opponent here on the next map?
And that's the thing, despite the fact that you know that individually they can win their fights, you never really get individual fights. You don't get them too often against Optic because they don't split from each other, right? They're always within close proximity to the point where, no, you're good. You're good. You can get close. We can stay close. We got a whole series coming up, Tony, so we're going to have to get used to this distance, to be honest. It's going to be a long day of Halo. But they're not splitting, right? They're not uncomfortable getting close, working together, and playing off of each other, so you don't get those 1v1s. You don't get those opportunities to pull away. Fnatic need to find a way to fight fire with fire, essentially.
And it's funny, it brings me back to that one play on live fire, right by scoreboard. APG's in an individual gunfight against Envoy. Shots are going good, APG's at a disadvantage, and at the corner of the screen, you see two Optic players wrapping towards a house window. APG ends up winning the fight, but even if he did it, a split second, and Lucid would have been right through the door. They play within arm's length of each other. They play for each other, which is crazy when you have that level of individual talent, and they don't care. They're playing winning Halo. They're playing good fundamentals.
Right. The timing is everything. You can make that aggressive play as long as you're doing it with faith that your team will be there. You've got that timing locked down. So hopefully we see it out of Fnatic. We've seen a variety of different strategies for Aquarius, CTF, and as soon as it's ready, we're going to get to see them in person. Apparently the map's loading here too, Tony. So we're about to jump into the game and witness the action, what might be the final game in the series. Optic, they've come out hot, but Fnatic, they've still got a chance.
If you're a fanatic of Fnatic right now, you need to see them make their stance here. And I believe they can. I believe when Fnatic are playing at their true potential, they can knock down a team like Optic. They can take a few games. They are that good, and it needs to happen here on Aquarius. And luckily for them, they're a damn good capture the flag team. They really are.
I'll believe it when I see it. Now, they definitely are. We'll have to find out, though, of course. So much to control off the rip. The thrust out center. These teams will not neglect it. But I think it's the fight for the camo, the fight for the Dynamos. Who can get there first and win their fights as they do it? Looks like Lucid will be the one to start. But look at that feed, Tony. And what a flank at a CC to finish off Lucid. You got to love the death nade to get the trade here. Trippy last up, though. He's going to try to slow him down.
We've seen Fnatic start off games pretty well, and I guess Aquarius is no different. Immediately starting to win the Slaves battle and getting the early pull. The bad part is they were two down when they got that pull. They didn't have the numbers advantage anymore. Optic coming off the spawn, immediately slayed them out, and now both teams are fighting for that mid-map control.
Yeah, they very quickly shut it down before it even gets out of util. Looks like Septify did it. Oh, that's not the fight you want to lose, though, right? Camo on the body, taking a fight cross map and losing it. So unfortunate for Septify in that situation, limiting the opportunity here for Fnatic to come away with a flag, and Trippy, he'll come away with two.
Super CC getting away with his life, being the hardest kill, but it looks like he's finally able to be hunted down, gets the trade onto Lucid. So we're going to switch gears over towards Septify, who's bringing the heat.
Last time he had the camo, this time he's got the heat wave, so at the very least he is taking advantage of the resources at his disposal. Thrust out front as well, but so are multiple members of Optic. You can see him getting aggressive here. They'll take CC with them. APG with another. And with this control, likely Optic in position to get a pull here as well. They force Spawn into back base. Pinch on both sides. And look at this out of APG as he does just enough damage for his teammates to come in with the cleanup. Spawners up in bridge, and they'll try to overextend. But with the numbers on the side of Optic, I wonder how far this flag will go.
Yeah, I'm not sure that APG actually knew initially that both of those enemy teams were there. As one hiding behind the pillar and then more towards the P stairs, but it didn't matter. His teammates had his back, and that's the reason why Optic Gaming are going up 1-0 in this game number 3. I hope we don't see a sweep.
Such a well-executed flag out of Optic, and it's only just getting started. They still got top map control for the second. I believe they got that camo as well. It looks like APG is the one to pick it up. Man has been making plays so far this series. Why not make a few more?
Well, Andre off the screen was able to take down Trippy. APG going to shut him down immediately and still staying alive with the camouflage. And now you're seeing 2 more Optic members start to grind forward into the Fnatic space. Fnatic needs to clear things out, and Zad are not going to be able to do so. That's going to be a back smack. Excellent challenge coming out of APG. Just going to scare that player away, and we might see a flag pull here soon. That's going to be a killing spree.
The dude's unstoppable, though. He he turns and burns for a double. And he's still going to carry the flag through center map. Nobody can shut down APG right now.
Absolutely not. Like you said, APG have been having one hell of a series, and that's going to be another flag cap going in, and he's not done yet. He's keeping his pedal to the metal.
Man is moving quick. He's got Lucid with him. He'll get aggressive onto utility, snapping onto Chizero. The way he's hitting these headshots, it's like he's predicting the exact moment that they'll appear and where they'll be.
And he's doing everything, too. Not only in the slays, but the objective. The man was 8-2. Go off, King. Go off.
You love to see it out of APG. And the confidence that comes from Optic off of these plays, undeniable. What do you do in Fnatic's position to fight back here? Just getting isolated. We'll see if Envor can find an opening. You can see Super CC starting to get aggressive on the perimeter. In the meantime, he's picked up one into Lucid. He's got 2, replaced him. Another overextending out the car. Who is that player down bottom mid? Super CC will do all he can to milk his life, maybe give Envor an opportunity. Bit of an unorthodox approach with the flag, and what's worse is it didn't even make it out the window.
Yeah, good try by Envor to try to get that flag over towards the P side where his teammates were starting to rotate to. Sadly, he wasn't able to get it far enough. And now we have Trippy holding down the P side of the map. So map control once again in favor of Optic. You're seeing 3 members of Optic patrolling that mid side of the map. APG grinding towards utility side, putting shots onto one, gets the made it onto the second one, but wasn't able to find either of those kills.
Optic locking things down, Tony, that's for sure. 3-0 on the board with the flag informal, going to get a couple kills to his name as well. I was just about to point out his scoreline, Tony. He's with 4 on the board, but all the assists been doing damage for the team. And normally you'd expect him to be a main slayer, but this is where the slaying potential comes into play. He's starting to make the big plays you expect to see.
Yeah, I'm one of the weird ones when it comes to Halo Infinite, or even Halo in general. Like, I value an assist just as
100%,
much as 100%. Like, as long as that player goes down, I don't care who gets awarded for it. So, excellent damage coming in out of Formal, and he only has died 8 times so far, so I'm loving the plays. Meanwhile, APG still going off on the feet, able to take down 1, and another Hail Mary grenade, this time from APG. All of Optic Gaming showing off the arms.
Right, and that's exactly it. In the end of the day, everyone on the team doing exactly what they need to do to come away with a dominant win. APG just doing it in a flashier fashion, right? The man coming out with, what, 11 kills at the moment, a hot double to keep the pressure up on the Fnatic. 6 minutes on the board. We're not even halfway done the game here, Tony, and they already are on game flag.
Not halfway done.
I meant on the timer.
That's the final pull coming in.
You know what I'm saying. This game is looking done and dusted before the timer hits halfway.
Yeah, this is really tough. You know, I'm big on Fnatic, and the only thing I'm hoping is that let's be honest, they're down 0-4 right now. They're down 0-2 in the series. The only thing I'm hoping is that this doesn't hit their mental too hard, that they go into the rest of pool plays confident. I mean, you're playing against Optic Gaming. This is a team that finished 2nd place Anaheim and then got better afterwards.
Exactly, and that's probably what they're thinking is, realistically speaking, you're not expecting to come up with a win. You might be a bit deflated going down in this fashion, though, right? Not getting a single flag to answer. Ideally, Fnatic can find something on the board. But they didn't come in expecting to beat this team in the same way that they expect to maybe take second place in the pool. But of course, that's the next objective. We still got to get through this.
Zero doing a great job of staying alive, moving in for that flag touch, sadly not able to get it away. 3 out of 4 members go down into Fnatic, and that's what's really important. You're going to notice that all these professional teams play their numbers so well. The moment the enemy team 2 or 3 down, they make them pay. They punish them by playing aggressive.
Super CC just barely staying alive there. At this point, you start to wonder how much it all matters, whether or not they're delaying the inevitable. But Optic going to fight for this last flag. That stick not quite going to connect with Formal, so he'll stay up. Still got coverage out center because of it. Just going to continue to dip into fights and take his time with this. What a reaction on Deceptified too. Septified with the thrust back, having none of it though. Formal hits a shot.
You mind if I fangirl for a little bit?
Go for it.
Fanboy for a little bit?
Fanboy, whatever you got.
I love watching Foremost play.
Oh, 100%.
I just feel like if there's any player that's like one of like the perfect players, like, you know, as far as reticle placement, as far as awareness, as far as just teamwork, communication, it's Formal, man. He's that good.
He's different.
Welcome back, Formal.
He is different.
Missed you.
And that's, you know what, missed you. I think that's one of the most exciting things about this tournament is just what Formal can put together on a championship stage, and the most important Infinite event we've had so far. It's a big deal for everyone involved, and I can't wait to see the surprises that come from it. But what's not a surprise is the close of this game, Tony. It's a dominant finish, a 5-0 out of Optic Gaming, and they're looking just about as strong as I think you'd expect to start the day.
It's tough, you know. I'm a big fan of Fnatic. I want to see them go places, and I think they will. I mean, this is not the end of their run.
Oh,
but if I think it said more about Optic Gaming than it did Fnatic. Fnatic gonna have a great tournament. Optic Gaming are going for that championship.
Define great. Maybe by your standards, a great, right? I wonder what they're thinking, though. Fnatic, of course, like we said, they probably don't come into that series expecting to beat the team that might win the tournament today or this weekend.
Yeah, I think they did.
But maybe that's the mindset you'd want them to have. But if you're being realistic, I mean, you got to get those reps. This is a learning opportunity as well. The issue is, was that so dominant of a win at an Optic that you're just deflated going on in the pools, or do you regain and you come back and at least you take that second place spot so you get a good position in the bracket later on and maybe get your revenge, get your rematch. But when we look at that scoreboard, Tony, I mean, especially in the way they closed it, a 5-0 in CTF, that's got to hurt. Some close shaves, though, at least in live fire. We saw some great plays out of Fnatic there.
Yeah, I think Fnatic already know this, but if they don't, they're going to have to learn it very quickly. If you want to be a professional player in the scene, you have to have that mental reset button. You have to be able to just, you know, metaphorically press that reset button, forget everything that happened up until that point, and just worry about what you can. You know, my mother always say, control the controllables. You can't control what happened in that Optic series, but what you can control is the rest of your pools. What you can't control is how you approach that championship bracket. And what Optic can control is
the whole tournament, apparently. Yeah. Control the controllables. That's a classic Tony Mom quote right there, and a good one as well. One step at a time.
Fnatic. Don't quote my mom.
Well, what?
Don't quote my mom. Only I can quote my mom.
My bad. Well, I will stay away. Damn. Okay. Tony means business, but so does this event as well. It's going to keep pressing on. We got our next match on screen. It's Pioneers. It's Knights going up next. So far, some great series so far, Tony. I can't wait to see what we got next. And stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We got more coming up very soon.
welcome back to the B stream here at the HCS Major in Kansas City. My name is Faisal Khan, aka Goofy, joined by Wes Price, also known as Clutch. I don't know why he's wearing something.
Hey, I found these sunglasses on the counter, and I said, you know, why not add some swagger to the cast? You know, you're coming in with the bling on. So I had to try and match the vibe that's being set. And we got a nice little matchup ahead of us, Faisal. So I couldn't be more excited to get that underway. Not to distract anybody from the excellent Halo that we're playing. But
we do have a good matchup coming up. We got Pioneers, KCP taking on the boys on, we got KCP taking on PK, excuse me. I had a blank right there. We have Tapping Buttons and the crew. They had a good first series, taking Sentinels all the way to a Game 5. And now Pioneers, obviously a team to look out for this event. Looking at the series score here, West, we got CTF on Bazaar to start things off, Slayer, Aquarius, and Oddball Streets. And if we get there, Strongholds, Recharge, and then finishing it off once again on Streets with that Slayer. Looking at this series layout, Wes, what are you thinking? What team do you think is going to have the edge here?
Yeah, I'd like to favor Pioneers just overwhelmingly in this series, but the Knights do have some good complementary game types along the way. If we can get to a Game 5, the Knights are a very strong Street Slayer team. They were 5-0 in their last LAN performance on Street Slayer, so hopefully we can have this series go the distance and the Knights can push the Pioneers to the brink of elimination here. As we get into gameplay, though, it's going to be up to Talik to start this one off right for the Pioneer boys, and he does just that, finds the Killtop Rockets, plays his life fairly well, and if the competition for Overshield and Rockets still remain, it does look like the Pioneers have got the advantage for now.
Yeah, a couple members fall quickly for PK, allowing Druck to push up into that corner elbow side of the PK base. Let's see if Pioneers can get things started off as Druck sneaking his way over to the opponent's base, putting some good shots in that player jumping over a tree, and there that kill does get cleaned up, allowing Druck to be the first one on the board with the flagpole.
And this is what Pioneers does best. They get kills and they efficiently play objective over those kills. Already you're seeing Druck pull that flag, get it across halfway, and look at the Pioneers, how they've come out swinging so far in this series. The Knights earlier today, they pushed Sentinels to a Game 5. The Pioneers are very aware of that stat. They came in taking this series very serious, and you can already see this flag looks like it's going to go on the board.
Flag cap started by Druck and finished off by Talik, putting the flag cap in the base 1-0 within essentially 1 minute of the game starting. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the twitch.tv/Xbox stream brought to you by Xbox Plays. We're hopping on board here with Drift on PK. And tell me a little bit about this PK team, Wes. You know, obviously they're representing the LATAM region. They've been a staple on that side of the world for quite some time now, and they've honestly put some fear into their opponents coming to this event.
These guys are good, man. These guys can compete with some of the world's best. I'm not sure they're going to be in the same tier as the Sentinels, the Cloud9s, and the Optics of the world, but anybody else, they're going to give them a run for their money, right? The Knights have been the most dominant team in the MX region for years now. They're looking to do it on a world stage. This could be the event that they break out. And the two players to watch on this team are Drift and Tapping Buttons. They have both impressed me immensely when paying attention to the MX Super earlier this month.
Yeah, Tapping Buttons, not much more can be said about his brilliance in Halo. Obviously, we saw his rise in Halo 5, and surprising a lot of people joining that EG roster way back in the day with some legends, and now back, you know, in his element, teaming with his friends or his teammates that he's played with so long now, as we're bringing back things into this game. Druck with a nice double kill. Unfortunately, trades there with Drift, not able to do much objective work done there, but still a nice double kill to help open up the map for his team.
Yeah, as we learn more about the Knights and how they're going to be able to compete against the world's best, it really is Tapping Buttons, like you're saying, that you got to watch out for. He's a superstar in the MX region. That's no secret. But when I talk about Drift, I want you to pay attention to the gameplay that he provides on a consistent level. He has been right there with Tapping Buttons throughout all of their success so far in Infinite. So if this team wants to create an upset of the magnitude against a team like Pioneers, it's going to be on the back of Tapping Buttons and Drift playing excellent Halo.
Soul Snipe with a nice double kill. Tapping Buttons here, trying to get something going for his team. Runs into a player weak on his treehouse, runs into lockers, not able to get that kill, but manages to stay alive. Still has a couple thrusts in his back pocket and wisely choosing to stay alive here and back down a little bit.
Druck with already 10 to his name, leading the Pioneer boys to this 1-0 lead as we cross the 8-minute and 30 mark. It's going to be Manny trying to be aggressive towards the enemy tree. He's going to have multiple players to deal with here. He wisely backs down, and that just shows you the level of awareness Manny has. as far as knowing that he was by himself. And look at that. He's rewarded with a nice easy kill with the help of his friend on a tapping, and that's a big one to set up for this next overshield.
On board with Druck right now, just kind of patrolling his front bridge in his treehouse. Really a great vantage point to make sure that you're able to do damage and get information for your team, and really just playing that defensive role. But as I say that, we got Drift on the PK side, pulling the flag over already middle way of the map. And let's see if PK can get this flag all the way home.
Pay attention to the kill feed here. Unfortunately, the Knights just randomly had 3 dead. And that's Drift going down. He's going to be the 4th. And although players are coming off respawn, the Knights are not going to be able to get a touch on this flag. Good defense from Pioneers there. And once again, we'll see if they have an opportunity to counter cap, but tapping shuts that down immediately.
Yeah, that green gun can be so deadly if used correctly, and tapping button, putting it to work. But Talik right there to take him down. Drift gets that kill on Soul Snipe. Once again, Talik trying to do some damage in the enemy tree, does so, but ends up falling. And once again, kind of a bit of a back and forth after that first cap. We saw Wes, we saw Pioneers come out really strong and put that 1 flag cap in, but since then, it's been a pretty close battle.
Pretty close, but if you're taking a look at the kill differential between the teams so far, Pioneers outslaying the Knights heavily, and typically if the Pioneers are outslaying you, the objective is going to get done efficiently behind those slays. So if this amount of slay differential continues, Faisal, I worry that this lead will also start to grow in the Pioneers' favor.
Yeah, that's very true. Whenever we talk about this Pioneers team, we always talk about how efficient they are and how much, they thrive on objective and teamwork. So if they're outslaying you by a large margin, then that's a recipe for disaster if you are PK. So you're going to want to start getting kills on the board, and Druck with some good shots taking down Bullet, and to your point, Clutch, Drift with already 11 kills on the board. Him and tapping buttons are really going to need to lead the charge here for PK, as Druck is just controlling this middle part of the map, trying to get some aggression going over to the side of PK. Gets a kill in the tree, looking for the double kill here on the bottom tree player. Nice shots taken down Atso, almost a triple kill, but does get the kill cleaned up, and 3 members fall for PK. This is going to be another flag round opportunity for the boys on Pioneers.
And this is such a dangerous position, because right now Druck 18-3-5 with the flag on the move. Rockets are coming up. Nasty bullets on respawn, and with overshield rockets coming up, this flag is already in the middle of the map. This is all Pioneers' opportunity to extend this lead. Overshield somehow gets picked up by the Knights. That player uses that overshield to take down Druck finally. That's a big kill, but unfortunately, the numbers are too thin to get rockets, and because of it, Soul Snipe has found himself a 2nd kill. Will they be able to get a touch? The answer is yes. 3 go down for the Knights, and unfortunately, it's going to be 1 player last alive, and he spotted pillars. He's got no chance in this fight. And that's going to be the Pioneers continuing to move this fight through the big door, and they're eventually going to take this 2-0 lead.
That's so unfortunate for PK, because right there, I saw that player pick up overshield, and I was like, okay, that's a huge overshield grab. They're going to get this return, and then within an instant, he gets destroyed, and then you see another PK player with rockets get taken down. So if you're PK there, you had overshield, you had rockets, and you give up both, and then the other team gets the flag cap, right? So a bit of a collapse there for PK.
The tough part is overshield doesn't technically create that power curve that you're so used to in Halo, right? It's a fairly weaker overshield in Halo Infinite as of right now, and because of it, prioritizing the overshield over the rockets is almost a questionable decision from PK. You want those rockets because you can easily take down an overshield player with the rockets. You cannot say the same for an overshield player against rockets. So you see how that's benefited the Pioneers up in here. They've been able to transition the rocket control rather than the overshield control into this 2-0 cap without overshield being a problem to deal with.
Man, he's shooting bodies, letting PK know this is our series right now. Manny trying to go for the grapple play, but unfortunately for him, he gets taken out. Double kill though for Soul Snipe, looking for the triple, wisely choosing to back off of that fight. No way he was gonna win that, and I love seeing players obviously at this high caliber making those smart decisions and valuing their life.
Even though they're up 2-0, even though you can tell they're confident enough to be shooting bodies, probably talking a little bit of smack behind it, they're still playing their lives, they're still making smart decisions. That shows you that Pioneers, although they're young, although they're still fairly new in their careers on land, they're starting to show some veteran qualities of their own.
Tapping buttons with some nice shots, taking out Soul Snipe, marking in that locker. The new feature, of course, the Halo Infinite, you're allowed to mark where the opponents are, where you want your teammates to take a look. A nice double kill out of Druck, 24-9. Druck is having himself a game.
Yeah, when stats like that, you already know how successful the Pioneers are going to be. I'll say when Druck is almost triple positive, the Pioneers are probably undefeated in games that statistics match those levels of slays, and unfortunately the Knights have to figure out a way to combat the individual skill that Druck is putting on them. The teamwork that the Pioneers have been able to display is nothing but impressive. The pressure has been felt, but Drift with the flag on the move could change this storyline. Still 3 minutes left, and if you're able to punch the flag cap in here, now this game is far from over, Faisal.
Bullet running into his bar, going towards that bridge, trying to make sure that flag he has eyes on that flag bottom middle, needs to get that return. Trying to get the touch as PK is not able to get the touch, and Pioneer is able to get that return. So still no flag opportunity really for this PK roster. About 2.5 minutes left in the game, Wes. So if you're PK, you're really gonna have to do, pedal to the metal right here and try to get some flag pulls going.
Yeah, the thing is if you're Knights, you're not going to take any risk. You're completely comfortable controlling their bar. Look at how Druck and the boys are playing this one. Yes, they do end up pushing outside towards the flag, but in all honesty, they want to get slayed. The flag does not need to go anywhere, and I kind of think that that's an overstep on their end. Looking for just map control is what I'd be searching to do if I'm Pioneers, and coming off respawn, that's probably a good conversation that they're having.
Yeah, and of course it's a long series, best of 5, so game 1, it is a bit back and forth, although we see Pioneers with the 2-0 lead. This has been, despite the slaying difference, a pretty back and forth game for most of it. So, if you're Pioneers, you have to be on your toes going into the rest of the series, and of course Knights are going to need to really, get things going if they want to really stay in this.
I mean, you got to point it out, if you're taking a look at the scoreboard right now, Nasty Bullet, he was the late addition to this team. Pilu was not able to make this tournament, and unfortunately Nasty Bullet not doing his job here at 6-25. That's a rough game 1, but like you said, Faisal, it's a best of 5 for a reason. Game 1 does not decide everything. Plenty of times you got smoked in game 1, and I'm sure you were able to come back. So hopefully that's the story being written.
And here we see Drift able to get the flag out and actually pass the halfway point, I believe, for the first time this game. Already all the way back to his double doors, but gets melted, and grenades are taking damage there as well. So let's see if Pittsburgh Knights can do something here. And they take, you see Bullet takes down Talik there, 4 dead, unfortunately, for Knights, not able to get that flag past their doors. And with a minute left, this is not looking good.
That one needed to go in to give any chance for the Knights to try and come back here in game 1. So series isn't over, but game 1 heavily dominated by Pioneers in the slaying category, heavily dominated by them in the scoring category, 2-0. Doesn't seem like a lot, but on Bizarre Ctf, it feels like it's a massive win for these boys in red. And don't forget, like I said, earlier in game 1, the Knights pushed Sentinels all the way to a game 5. So for Pioneers to come out and look as strong as they have, that is indicative of how much success they can have later in this tournament as well.
And I'm always a big advocate of closing out a game strong, so you go into the next one with a good mentality and you're confident. So I like that we're seeing Knights run this flag. Obviously, the game is not over just yet. We still have 20 seconds, so maybe tapping buttons can pull some miracles out here, but just the time, the clock is working against them so badly right now, Clutch. So even if they're able to kind of fight for this flag and get it home, they're still going to need another cap to tie things up. So this one is all over with 10 seconds left.
Yeah, and as this flag continues to move, I love the idea of ending the game on a high note, even if it is a loss.
Yeah.
And honestly, the Knights, taking a look at the scoreboard once again, started to catch up in those slays. You see 20, 20, and 25 out of the 3 staple members of this Knights squad, and they started to pick it up there in the second half. They had multiple flags on the move that were very capable. And unfortunately, they weren't able to push any of them in, but that does bode well for their future in this series.
Yeah. Game 1, like we said a couple times already on this broadcast, it's a best of 5 for a reason, right? If you're Knights, you really want to focus on how you ended that game, right? You saw them run a couple flag caps, not able to capture it or capitalize. And if you're Pioneers, you got to talk about Druck, right? Druck is going to need to continue to play at the level he's playing at to elevate this team and move past this Knights roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that the Pioneers started to slow down there, though. Druck, even in his phenomenal start, I mean, at one point he was 18-5 or whatnot. That started to diminish throughout the end of that game, whether it was a little bit of letting up on the gas, and we'll see how that picks up in game 2, or did the Pioneers wake up and start to compete a little bit better? That could have just been a slow start for Pioneers. So this game 2 is going to be very important, especially how both these 2 teams kick it off.
Yeah, and if you're tapping buttons, if you're Drift, if you're Atso, and obviously Bullet kind of struggling there in that game 1, is that something you just brush it off when you move into game 2? Do you have a conversation? Like, how do you approach that when you know your teammate kind of didn't have the best game to start the series?
It's tough, especially if it's a consistent thing, right? Especially having watched the Knights play several times. it was very difficult to see how Bullet was comparing to the Atso and the tapping buttons of the world. If he can step it up, if Nasty Bullet can pick up his production level, this team will have a very good chance of competing against the Pioneers. Like I said, they pushed Sentinels to a Game 5 earlier today. Although they were unsuccessful in that series, that shows you they can play with some of the best when they're playing well. It's just a matter of can they consistently play at that level.
Looking at the scoreboard here, and actually it was 2-1, so they were able to get that final flag cap. So again, we talked about it a couple times, ending the game on a good note, so you feel confident going on to that next one. We have Manny, 14 and 20, a bit of a struggle for him, but he was doing a lot of the objective. Manny actually kind of the dedicated objective man on this team, right? We're reading some stats earlier, and he's always the one to pull the flag. Even when all of his team's pushing into the base together, you'll see Manny start that flag run and run the objective. Druck and Soul Sniper respectively, 27 kills apiece. 54 kills amongst two players in a non-overtime game. A great performance there out of Druck and Soul Sniper, and Talik obviously doing his part as well with the damage right there, 6,700 for Talik. And on the other side, we talked about it. Bullet's going to need to step it up going into Game 2 and the rest of the series for Knights to have a fighting chance against this Pioneers team.
The damage stat's the most telling one to me. Whenever I have a question of how someone performed, typically I can go to that damage dealt stat and I can tell you that you had a large impact on the game.
Yeah.
If we're calling out Nasty Bullet, it is going to be that damage that needs to get it picked up. It's not necessarily the KD ratio or the assists or anything specifically. But if you're dealing damage, you're potentially creating space and opportunity for your teammates. And when you have teammates like Tapping Buttons and Drift, all you need to do is give them opportunity and they will succeed.
Yeah.
So looking into Game 2, we're going to look for that differential to change, hopefully, for the boys over on PK. If you're on the side of Pioneers, it looks like everyone had a great game. And honestly, Manny, he's kind of that inconsistent player on Pioneers, but if we can win the games where he's maybe not dealing the most damage, the games that he is are going to be coastal clear for us. So that's a great sign for them as well.
Yeah, no, Pioneers, kind of just talking about them a little bit more, you know, a lot of Halo 5 is where they built their reputation, right? And coming into Halo Infinite, I feel like between the top players and even a lot of like the top community members, they didn't get the validation or respect that they deserved. And I respect so much that they are earning that and like really forcing the community and the players to respect, acknowledge them, and really try to solidify themselves at not just a top 8, top 6 team, but like a top 4 team,
the
right?
The potential to win tournaments.
Yeah, potential
is what they have.
Exactly. We've seen them push Cloud9 to the brink. We've seen them push Sentinels to the brink. Optic, right? So KCP or Pioneers are here to win the event, right? So if you're Knights, you lose a Game 1, it's close. It's a 2-1 loss. One of your teammates didn't have the best game. You're feeling good going into this Game 2. Brush it off and see what we can do here in Game number 2. We got Aquarius Slayer Pioneers leading the way 1-0 in this series. Wes, what do you got to do if you're Knights here to come out strong in this Aquarius Slayer?
I really want to see them dictate the power-up story here in Game 2. It's got to be camo control for me. It's got to be pairing that with the heat wave and the dynamo grenades. You're going to give yourself so much of an opportunity to set the pace and create the tone for this Game 2. It's a strong start that I'm looking for the Knights to have if they want to stay in the series, because I fear that if Pioneers come out swinging once again, it's going to be a very quick game. Aquarius Slayer is one of our fastest game type mode map combinations, and already Talik off to perfect shots. And that's probably going to be camo going into his favor as well. Yeah, I feel like this game type and map really kind of caters to that Pioneers play style, right? You just get to run and gun and really work with your teammates, and stick controlling the camos. It's going to be a tough team to beat, as Talik does have that camouflage, putting down some damage. Druck runs into a couple players, not so able to take him out. Talik still with the camo in hand, trying to pick up the first kill in the game, but not able to. Gets taken down and not really able to do much damage with that camouflage. Does get one kill. Yeah, for the Pioneers to come out as strong as they did, secure camo, have the map control that they had, and then to not transition that into a significant lead, that's a very good job by the Knights to secure a few kills, especially the one on the camo player on the Talik. And now look at them using this teamwork to clear out a couple players in this closet, and now all of a sudden the Knights have jumped out to a 6-4 lead early on. Yeah, honestly, after not getting camo, you couldn't ask for a better start if you're a Knights or a fan of this Knights team. Nice trade by Tapping Buttons. Already 3 kills on the board for him. And once again, I'm going to be keeping my eye on Bullet this game and making sure, you know, trying to keep tabs on how he's doing throughout the game. 3 members fall, though, for Knights. Tapping Buttons, the last player, able to get 1. Can he get 2? Tapping Buttons with the reversal. What a play out of Tapping Buttons. Trying to stay alive for the triple, but 2 members. It took the whole Pioneers team to take down Tapping Buttons. And he is a superstar in the EMX region for a reason. This kid can light it up with the best of them. That's why Roy and Lunch gave him a chance in H5. They saw the the talent, the potential in this kid. He just gave you a glimpse of that talent and potential right there, taking on 2 members of the Pioneers, keeping the score in his team's favor for just that moment. But just as I say that, 13-10 is the score for Pioneers. They've swung this one back in their position. So even though tapping buttons, doing God's work to get 2 kills over at the red base, it looks like it's been Pioneers ever since.
Yeah, and even though this game is in its early stages right now, I feel like every time I look at the kill feed, when one member of Knights fall, instantly the second and third member will fall, right? So you really want to try to minimize that as much as possible and not allow you and your team to fall so collectively. Like, you cannot fall at the same time, especially on a game type like Aquarius Slayer, and just give up that rotation, give up that positioning on the map. And fortunately for Knights, well, I say fortunately, the game is starting to get away a little bit. They're already down by 8 kills, but this one could be a lot worse.
I mean, that's what Halo Infinite is becoming at the highest level, right? You see the top North American teams, what they do is they push a 1-kill lead to a 4-kill lead very quickly. They take advantage of their numbers so quickly. It is almost impossible to try and deal with when you lose the first member, and unfortunately Knights is just getting picked in the wrong spots, and because of those picks, the Pioneers are out for blood ever since those picks, and they can take the control of the map, the game, very quickly when they do so. So right now, 23-15, the Pioneers have a significant lead to play around. The Knights, with no camo in sight to come up, are going to have to play just about perfect Halo to get back into this one. And as we continue for the battle for map control, it's once again the Knights that lose the first play.
Yeah, the players on Knights are just taking a lot of damage, top pink, top middle from those bases. And as soon as they get damaged, Pioneers is so good at being aggressive and cleaning up those kills. Yeah. As we're seeing that right now, Druck with a good cleanup kill once again, on board with Manny in this gen, working with his teammates towards the car side, putting down some good shots in the opposing utility. Yeah,
look at the pressure. These dynamo grenades just make it so difficult for the Knights to contain closet control for now, and already Soulsnipe's going to be on the flank, making it such an easy kill with the heat wave. He immediately forces his focus into blue base. Although no one's there, he does suspect players are going to be pinged out of the map, and these players are trapped in such a bad position that although Soulsnipe gets taken down, multiple kills go back into Pioneer's favor, and all of a sudden the lead is up to 12.
Yeah, already 34 kills on the board for Pioneers. Make that 35 with Manny leading the charge, 13 for him and 10 for Druck as well. So a couple big performances once again for Druck early in this series. He is playing like an absolute madman, and he's going to need to continue to play like that all weekend.
And that's what I'm saying about when Manny doesn't have the strongest games and Pioneers still figure out ways to win, he's going to have games where he goes 14-6 in the Slayer, and you're going to have a 14-point lead or a 13-kill lead at this time. So if you can win the games that Manny may be struggling in or might be doesn't find his rhythm in, you can rest assured that Manny is going to find his rhythm in a lot of games this weekend. He's going to win his team these games as well. So game 2, heavily in Pioneer's favor off the back of Manny's 14 kills. Like you said, Druck consistently finding great numbers so far through games 1 and 2, and then Soulsnipe right behind him. I mean, all of the Pioneers seem to be clicking at the right time.
Yeah, and we're seeing Druck and Manny put up these numbers in this lane category. Typically, it's Talik and Soulsnipe that are leading the charge in terms of kills per game. So again, like, if there's one way to remember this Pioneers team or to think about this Pioneers team, it's consistency and teamwork, right? There's 2 words I should say, consistency and teamwork. There's not a dedicated roles. No, they don't have a main slayer. They don't have an objective player. They all do what it takes to win. And some games you'll see Manny with 20 kills. Some games you'll see Talik with 25 kills, right? They're so evenly balanced, and that's what makes this Pioneers team so intimidating and such a good roster. As looking at the scoreboard, 47-29. Will they get the stake here?
1 kill is all they have to let up for the stake to not be a reality, and Soulsnipe, he's going to over-challenge front of yellow, and unfortunately that's going to do it for the stake. But unfortunately for Knights fans, they're not worried about the stake. They wanted to win this series coming in, and all of a sudden they're just 1 kill away from falling short. 2-0 now. The Pioneers will have the lead in this series versus the Knights. And with a Knights squad that was so strong against Sentinels earlier today, they do not look like the same roster against this Pioneers team.
Yeah, it's 2 tough back-to-back series, right? If you're Knights, going up against Sentinels and giving them a good run for their money in that series, you got to be feeling good, but still you lost the series, so ultimately it's a bad feeling. Then you go into a match against Pioneers who, you know, they're right up there with Sentinels, and obviously they're having more trouble here with Pioneers than they did with Sentinels. As
Maybe better.
Yeah, they're going into this Game 3 down 2-0, so it's really going to take a major spark for them to try to stay alive here, right? This Game 3, any sort of objective map against Pioneers is going to be a tough task, and being down 2-0 just adds to that.
Yeah, I talked about how that Game 5 was going to potentially benefit PK if they were able to get there. That conversation's far away now that we're into this series 2 games, and those 2 games have gone in the favor of the Pioneers. Taking a look at the stats now, it was tapping buttons with the positive KD ratio somehow, some way, still able to go positive, but the rest of the squad just not able to figure out a way to perform as well as tapping did in that game. And I mean, if you're taking a look at the Pioneer stats, Faisal, everybody does their job, everybody does their part. That is a clean victory that everybody can get some fist bumps in and feel confident going into Game 3.
Yeah, and that win felt a lot, like you said, cleaner than that Game 1 win, even though, like you said, Bazaar captured the flag. A 2-0 lead is pretty hefty, but the flags were kind of scrappy, and you had Knights kind of countering, and it was a constant battle for that middle control. Game 2, Aquarius Slayer felt like all Pioneers all the time, right? So going into this oddball streets, I would be hard pressed to say that Knights will even be able to take one of the 2 rounds in the oddball game, but you know, obviously in order to stay alive in this series, they're going to need to win both rounds. So we'll see what they do. Streets, again, caters to that Pioneers play style. And if you're Bullet, Atso, tapping buttons, Drifter, you're going to need to kick it into some new gear.
Everybody's got to figure out a way to play with each other better. It can't be just individual stepping up to get back into this series. It's going to be a collective group effort, and the Knights have showed me that they're capable of playing as a team at a very high level. We have not seen that this series, so we'll see if they're able to kind of take a break, take a breather, reset mentally, because it's going to take that in order to get back into the series, or else you're going to blink and you're going to be out of this one, and Pioneers are going to feel very good going into their match against Sentinels later on if they're able to take this series 3-0.
Yeah, and mind you, I've said this a few times, and I feel like you're typically against this thought process, but it's pool play, right? It is pool play, and if you're Knights, you got a couple tough series to start off your pool. It doesn't look like they'll be able to finish 1 or 2 because you still have Sentinels and Pioneers in your pool that are more than likely to finish in that 1 and 2 spot. So, you know, just keep that in mind if you're Knights. Really try to work out the kinks, try to work out whatever you're struggling on with your team right now, and that is essentially them trying to find that consistency in game. And going into the Streets oddball game, I really want to see them come out strong and just control the power weapons, control the map, and get points on the board early.
To me, it's really important for the Knights to figure out ways to stay in this series, to build some confidence. Like you said, they're probably not going, if they lose this series, they're going to go in at least 3rd in their pool, which means you start off in elimination bracket throughout the weekend. That's really tough. I mean, you could be on your flight very quickly saying, hey, we had Sentinels in Game 5. And then all of a sudden, that's like your climax of your tournament. You never want your climax of your tournament to come off of a series that you lost, right? So you got to figure out a way to rewrite the ship. And there's 4 people that are responsible for doing that, and they're on that roster for PK. They have some experience. They've been there. They've done that. They've taken losses, close losses. They've had a minor success at LAN events, but we know that they're capable of so much more. These guys, when I watch them at their peak, they remind me of teams that can beat some of North America's top 8 teams, top 12 teams. They are not playing like that as of in this series. They're more than capable of turning around. It's just a question of what's going wrong and how do they fix it quickly.
Yeah, how much of a factor does the addition of Bullet, you know, to their roster? Do you think that's kind of in the back of their minds at all? Like, how much is that playing into what we're seeing right now?
They've been playing with Bullet for a little bit, and even before they picked up Pilu, they were playing with Bullet before that. So they have tons of experience with him. They know what Bullet is as a commodity, and I don't mean to harp on his performance specifically because nobody played well in Game 2, really. But it is going to be everyone that needs to step it up, and there's potentially just a lot of team changes can throw off the rhythm of a team and the focus of a team. And already into Game 3, you're seeing 3 go down for the Knights. Last guy alive was Drift, and already the ball in hand, rockets in hand as well of Talik.
Yeah, 2 members once again fall for Knights. Talik does get that trade. So 3 members fall for Knights and 3 members fall for Pioneers, leaving a 1v1 here. Manny gets the better of tapping buttons with the perfect and body shots afterwards to let him know you are in the big leagues right now. And Manny once again doing his role on the team, getting his kills, and obviously racking up that objective time. As we mentioned, Knights needed to come out strong and get the kills, get the setup early, and we're seeing the exact opposite as Pioneers is in full control right now.
If Manny can play at a high level consistently throughout this weekend, this Pioneers chance has a team to take it all. So we'll see if he can keep that up. Those perfect shots just give you a glimpse of the amount of individual skill that man contains. We'll see if he can consistently play at that, though. That's the big question for me. The Knights, they're on the ropes, though, however. Down 25 points early here in round 1, and unfortunately just losing numbers as you're trying to break the setup once again of Pioneers.
Yeah, good job, though, by Knights to, kind of break that initial setup that Pioneers held. It's not an easy thing to do, especially against a roster like Pioneers, but you see Knights keeping that aggressive mindset intact and always looking to break the setup as early as possible. So although the score is 25-0, you see Bullet here making his way over towards the ball, trying to stay alive towards the purple neon side of the map, but does ultimately fall there with the oddball, able to just get a couple seconds on the board, but no setup in sight right now for this Knights team.
No setup in sight, and Tapping taking your sweet time to try and make sure no one's spawning behind him. He gets that Bulldog off spawn, so gonna have a little bit of firepower in this next push. We'll see if Drift and Tapping can do what it takes to break this setup. Drift finds the first, 3 go down for Pioneers, and Tapping with ball in hand finally starts to award some points for the Knights.
Yeah, and this could be an opportunity for a good setup if you're Knights, right? So you just got to make sure you're putting damage onto this Pioneers roster. Talik, though, goes down. It's a great job by Knights, is keeping this setup intact, getting kills on the board. And that's so important when you have that far back setup, is just getting the, getting kills with the rockets like you're seeing Atsa right here. So great job out of Knight, showing us some life here.
Showing us some life, and it's about time. Down 2-0 in the series. It's now or never for the boys in blue, as Knights continue to try and hold this setup. They've taken the lead now, and with a couple of kills, they may be able to extend this lead. A great job by Bullet to pick up that kill, potentially rotate this ball as well. Unfortunately, the no-shield player ends up taking him down as he tries to get it out that window, and that's going to cost the Knights not only their setup, but a majority of their lives. And if the Pioneers can get this ball back into the house, they're going to be able to rack up some significant time of their own.
Yeah, currently the oddball is down toward those B stairs, with neither team quite in a position to go for it right now. It's more so a battle of slays. As you see Soul Snipe get a kill, Drift able to trade it out right there. So a couple kills back and forth for both teams, and that ball still not in anyone's possession just yet.
That ball eventually will reset, unfortunately. For Pioneers fans, the Knights actually get a touch on it. They get that ball back into the commando. Oh, and that's a massive opportunity from them, as Rockets are coming up fairly shortly. Tapping buttons, trying to see if he can get a pick, maybe create an opening to help his team have a numbers advantage for these Rockets. And look at the aggressive push from Knights. The ball back in Tram, but Tapping and the boys look to be aggressive, and it's going to be rewarded with a double kill from Tapping with that Bulldog shotgun.
Yeah, great plays we're seeing out of Tapping buttons right there, controlling both power weapons and putting them to work. Hopping on board with Soul Snipe, trying to get these rockets off the spawn, and he is able to grab them. Let's see what Soul Snipe can do with these rockets.
The first one, it's no good, and that's going to cost him his life, actually, as he takes his own shield down there with the first rocket. I was going to say it was a massive blunder for the Knights to somehow not be able to secure those rockets. However, they are able to deal with Soul Snipe. Unfortunately, Manny was right there to pick up that second rocket, put it to use, and now trades across the board for both teams with those rockets is eventually going to benefit the Knights once again as they continue to rack up some time, looking much stronger here on Streets Oddball.
And this is what you want to see out of this Knights roster, right? And we talked about the scoreboard. We talked about the kill feed earlier in some of these games, and looking at it right now, they are outslaying the Pioneers team, and that's what it's going to take to win some of these objective games. We see it sometimes where you can get outslayed pretty hefty and win the objectives, but for the most part, you got to get your slays. You got to outslay the other team to win these objective games. So Bullet again having a much better game than he was early in the season, early in the series, and he's going to need to continue to do that here in the rest of this game and hopefully in the rest of the series.
Yeah, they're just about even in slays right now, but they're up over 30 points, and that just tells you with the Knights can slay, like you're saying, then they're going to be able to play the objective as efficient, if not more so, than the Pioneers, it seems. But how long can they keep these slays up is the big question. The ball trying to be rotated back through that ATM location is going to be shut down by Talik. But fortunately, the Knights, they pick up a couple of kills on their own. And with Rockets coming up in 30 seconds, the ball in a neutral position, the Knights need to focus on a little bit of map control. And just like that, Manny removes any sort of map control they may have with a nice triple kill as he finishes off Drift as well.
Manny putting on a show, triple kill out of him. He's been having a great series the entire time right now. Manny putting on a show, hopping on board now with Tali, putting down shots on balcony. Nice kill there. Cheeky angle for that reversal. and Talik just holding down this arcade area, trying to stay alive, and now hopping on board with Manny, is able to freely move around this map in this ATM with the Bulldog in his back pocket.
Yeah, and those kills were so perfectly timed because the Pioneers were able to secure rockets as well. So Bulldog, rockets, the ball, most importantly in hands of Pioneers, and they're going to be able to get the slays they need as well. Somehow, some way though, they lose rockets. Tappings puts the second rocket to work, and because of it, now all of a sudden Pioneers have 3 dead. So the Knights, even though they lost 3 members, the last player alive, Tapping, made the play they needed, and all of a sudden the Knights, with ball in hand, now just 15 points away from taking this first round.
We're seeing Knights show us signs of life, and not just signs of life, but really signs of some dominance right now, as Knights able to really get everything that they're wanting. Tapping buttons with the triple kill, 15 for him already, only 17 points to go, and they will win round 1 of the Streets All-Ball game. Bullet in a position to do some damage on this ball player, but what a grenade and kill out of Talik. That was a big play.
Talik getting not just 1, but 2 kills there, rotating the ball as well towards the house. A massive job by Talik, and now look at this, able to rack up significant time as they creep closer and closer to the Knights score. It's now 71-83, and the ball in hand slays as well, going in the favor of the Pioneers. They look to rip the hearts out of the Knights here in round 1.
This is a really swing point in the game right now. Knights are really gonna have to get their slays, and that was a big kill out of Bullet on Druck, and able to stay alive. But as I say that, Soul Snipe with the Hail Mary grenade taking him down. Tapping buttons gets a kill of his own, so 2 members fall for Pioneers. This could be an opportunity for Knights to break the setup and hopefully get some points on the board to close this game out.
You said Talik was one of the main slayers for this team. Well, he's picked it up here in round 1. Finds himself another kill with that Bulldog shotgun. Although he left ball behind, it was a smart play because he's able to create so much space for his team. Now 91-85, the ball neutralized momentarily. The Knights seem to be close to it, but the slays once again going in the favor of Pioneers. Now it's just a one-on-one Tapping versus Talik to try and win this game.
Druck trying to get the ball out of this Knights player's hands, able to get the back smack, but takes a lot of damage while doing so. 2 members that are one-shot over here in the cafe. Druck falls, but Talik able to stay alive. Soul Snipe chasing after this player in ATM, and there you have it. Round number 1 goes to the Pioneers, and just before our very eyes, they were able to sneak that time and get that round victory as we're hopping into the second round here.
I believe the clock actually ran out as that time expired. They decided to keep the ball neutralized, and because of it, the Pioneers are rewarded with that round 1 win. And all of a sudden, what felt like an entire round that was dominated by the Knights. Plays were made by Pioneers, but the round was dominated by the Knights. Now they have nothing to show from it, and they are 1 round away from being eliminated in this series.
Yeah, 91-88 was the score as the time did run out. Clutch, you are correct on that. So a nail-biter of a first round. But this is, you know, everything is going in the favor of Pioneers right now. And once again, if you are the Knights team, now is your final chance. This is officially your last round in this series potentially. So you're going to need to pull something out of the hat and really turn things around right here.
And it's so tough, right? When you lose a round, like you feel like you outplayed the other team like they probably do after that first round, it's almost heartbreaking, especially after being down 2-0. That amount of pressure is very difficult for these players to deal with. We'll see how this round 2 transpires, but already you're seeing the Pioneers have early success. 22 points on the board, a full setup over at the tower. This does not bode well for Knights fans once again.
On board with Talik right now, doing some damage. Bottom, middle, almost gets that 3-shot, but barely misses that final headshot. Nice double kill out of Manny, and Soul Snipe gets a kill of his own. So what is that? I think that's 3 members drop for Knights, and that 4th member in PD putting some heavy damage on Soul Snipe. But great job rotating that ball and just staying alive with that Bulldog.
Soul Snipe still alive, finding the first kill on the ATSO. 2 dead for Knights. The ball still neutralized, but you can see how comfortable the Pioneers feel around slaying around this ball before picking it up. They built themselves just about a 30-point lead here in round 2, and it's a casual 30-point lead. The ball still remains on the ground as they had a significant numbers advantage of 2 players. Decided to continue to slay. We'll see if that creates an opening for the Knights to come back into this one, because the Pioneers seem to have fell into that lackadaisical feel. More focus on map control and slaying rather than trying to get some scrappy time as of now.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're staying true to your play style, and Pioneers are known for scrapping time and being an efficient game, being an efficient team, but I think this is one of those nice shots there, so Drift gets a kill of his own. This is one of the situations where if you're Pioneers, you feel very confident. You know, obviously you're up 2-0, you're up already in one round in this, so you're getting to slay age, you're playing a little bit more comfortably, but you know, you just want to be careful, make sure you put this team away, because Knights is the type of roster that can just catch fire before you know it.
Absolutely. You need to make sure you don't let up on the gas too much, but doesn't look like Soul Snipe's let up on the gas at all. 10 kills already here in round 2, as he almost has more than, I would say, the entire Knights team combined, as he picks up a double kill in the V, make it 12 for Soul Snipe, and finds himself the ball as well. So not only doing a great job of slaying, but he's in position to grab the ball too, so he's going to be able to do that. And that's just a testament to the Pioneers' playstyle as a whole. Everyone can do everything on this team, and that's why they're so difficult to combat.
On board with Manny right now, just staying alive with the Bulldog, trying to make sure his teammate with the ball is safe and not taking damage. After hopping on board now with Tolik with that Stalker rifle. Misses the shot, and again, just his job right now is just to stay alive and do damage, and we're seeing right there nice shots, cleaning up Atso. Tolik doing a great job, staying alive, doing damage here as his teammate does fall with the ball, and he gets taken down by some good shots. Drift on the other side of that.
Yeah, great shots by that player from the Knights. Manny needing to stay alive there. Unfortunately, getting taken down. It may have been Tolik actually, but Drift finding himself a triple with some beautiful shots, making it a killing spree. Said Drift, 8 to his name now in round 2, starting to step it up, and it was a play that was needed from an individual from the Knights, and it was Drift that made the play. We'll see what they're able to do with the score now as they start to rack up some time of their own, but already a 40-point lead to try and make up for. So Pioneers have, or the Knights, I'm sorry, still have so much work to do.
Rockets in the hands of Soul
Nice
Snipe.
catch.
Yeah, good catch right there for Soul Snipe, able to pick up that oddball, drops the ball for his teammate, has 2 power weapons in his hands. I'm excited to see what Soul Snipe's gonna do with these rocks, and Stalker, he is in a great position to do a lot of damage on the map.
Soul Snipe rocket in hand, can't quite find the kill, but knocks the player to no shield. Unfortunately, nobody from Pioneers in a position, it looks like, to finish that kill. And now Manny forced to drop the ball as he's the last guy alive. Tries to put the ball into a position where the Knights aren't going to be able to grab it, but someone's right there for the Knights to pick this one up. And 69 points may be the case for the Pioneers fans, but Knights starting to crawl back in this second round, and they need to figure out a way to hold a consistent setup, and that's something they haven't been able to do consistently throughout this game 3.
Yeah, good opportunity for them right now, holding that ball towards the back of PD. You see Drift getting a kill of his own, trying to find a double, but gets taken down by Druck. A couple players of Pioneers in the tires right here. Atso's about to run into 2 Pioneers members. He doesn't know there's 2 of them. Able to get that kill, and Druck does get taken down to 1 shot. Backs up all the way to tires, and there you have it. Tolik takes him down. So 77 to 32, and about a minute and 50 left in this round number 2 of Oddball. And if you're Pioneers, you're feeling good right about now.
It's a little bit of a blunder there, right? The Knights had what looked to be like a complete setup. They started to push those B stairs, and unfortunately, Pioneers just pushed arcade side of the, pushed cafeteria side of the map, overextended towards tower, and before any of the Knights players really impacted the push, the ball was in the hands of the Pioneers. They were able to get it up to 79, and now there's so little room to play around if you're a Knights fan that you have to figure out a way to almost play perfect from this point on. It's very difficult to try and break a setup within 20 points, and the Knights have to figure out a way to keep a setup of their own, and this is a great way to do that. Bullet rotating the ball perfectly from back tower all the way to Tram, and because of it, he now may have an opportunity to stay alive for his team to coming off respawn.
Yeah, and a fantastic rotation there out of this Knight squad, doing everything in their power to stay alive in this series, going up against a juggernaut like Pioneers, but showing us resilience, though. Pioneers able to get that Tram setup broken. Soul Snipe with the ball in his hands in clutch. Only 10 more seconds, and Pioneers were moving on in the series with a clean sweep.
Yeah, look how Tolik is just being aggressive, almost recklessly being aggressive as he does get taken down, but kills are going to be traded out, and nobody is going to be in a position to stop this ball carrier from getting this last point. And that's going to do it for not only our game 3, but our series. The Pioneers have taken down PK in dominant fashion, 3-0, and if that's any indication of how this Sentinel series will go later on today, the Pioneers played very well, and you know they're confident knowing that PK took Sentinels to game 5.
I cannot wait for that Sentinels Pioneer series, but here right now, I want to talk about Knights and Pioneers, right? So I want to give kudos to Knights. They kept themselves in the game when they can, but going up against a really strong team like Pioneers, who really just focuses on the aggression in game. It caught him off guard, and kind of looking at these stats now, 28 there for Manny and 35 kills for Talik. So one thing that I did notice about this Pioneers team in this series is that each of the 4 members at some point in the series had their moments. They had their games where they popped off and led the way in slays, right? This game, it was Talik. We saw Manny and Druk do it earlier. Soulsnipe was doing it for parts of this game as well. And everyone on this team, we said it time and time again, does such a good job just balancing out everything for their roster and able to just be so efficient.
Yeah, when individuals are stepping up and just making plays, it just creates so much opportunity and momentum for a team. The issue is when no one steps up, do you struggle in games? It's very rare that you see teams win massive series on the back of just individual performances consistently, right? So if the Pioneers want to win HCS Kansas City, they are going to have to find a way to play consistently at that elevated level. It can't just be individuals randomly stepping up, but Talik doing one hell of a job there in game 3. So the recipe, it works for now, at least against the PK Knights. The Pioneers take this one 3-0, and taking a look at these scores, Faisal, they were not close.
Yeah, still a long journey ahead for both of these teams. Starting off, looking back at the series, 2-1 on Bazaar. After that game, Clutch, I did feel like we were going to see a closer series. I know you did mention it was a great point that once you're up 2-0 in Bazaar, it could look like a close score, but it's a big gap, right? But we saw Knights fight through it. We saw them get a cap of their own, even though it was at the very end. Going into game 2, I was like, okay, maybe they can do something here in the Slayer and extend the series. But when Pioneers came out and just punched them in the jaw in that game 2 and almost staked them going into that Streets oddball game, like it's everything is catered and on a silver platter there for Pioneers, and they really did what they should have done here. Like, we expected them to win the series. Sure, Knights could have maybe taken a game, right, potentially, but Pioneers needed to win the series. They won the series. Now their bigger test is going to be against Sentinels later on in the day. Yeah,
I think both these two teams came into this series on a high note, knowing from the Pioneers side, hey, if we don't go to game 5, we're looking good going up against Sentinels, because both those two teams are focused on each other in this pool, right? Sentinels and Pioneers. PK was like, we push Sentinels to the brink of elimination to a game 5. We can beat Pioneers. Well, that was not the story we saw in this series and how it was developed. The Pioneers looks very strong, and I love the fact that they're going to be able to use this series as like a bookmark or like a check as far as like where do we stand compared to the rest of our pool. We feel pretty good going against Sentinels later on. For PK, it's like, did we start out hot and we weren't able to rebound? Because if so, that is a problem that they're going to have to solve going into tomorrow.
Still a lot more Halo left for both of these teams. Once again, I am Goofy. This is Clutch. This is the twitch.tv/Xbox stream brought to you by Xbox Plays. And we'll catch you on the next one right here as we're going to hop on to a break. Once again, shout out to Pioneers for taking that series 3-0.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to HCS Kansas City. Our eyes are now going to be on Pool B, but this is in many ways special thanks to Xbox Plays. Maybe the B stream, but it's the best stream when Dave Walsh is here.
And I was gonna take it one step further. I'm like, we also have this match, from on Halo Infinite, brought to you by 343. I should have worked on the pointing beforehand.
I know. It's all over the place.
All right, production, run it back.
Run it back.
This ain't live,
we'll do the whole. Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
Oh, where do we go from here?
Attentions will turn now to FaZe versus Fnatic. Two teams on two very different trajectories. But here is the series layout. CTF on Bazaar, Slayer Aquarius, Oddball Streets, and if we do need them, Strongholds Recharge, Slayer Streets. So, Dave, talk to me about these two teams. What do you expect to see?
Well, I see these two rosters having 8 very talented individuals. So, yes, obviously to get this high level, you need to work with your team and such, but overall, I feel like both these teams have had some missteps when it comes to coordinating. They have their superstar moments where they go off, but what's going to really tell it to me right off the start of this is CTF Bazaar is likely the most coordinated map you need to be with on the same page as your teammates in order to get any sort of flag capture here. So it's going to be very telling how the rest of the series goes. If one team's able to, let's say, put on 3 caps on the board while doing a decent amount of defense, I feel like that's going to bode well for this series because I feel like it's going to be one of those things where it's like either a team is on the same page and coordinating, or they're just winning their fights and rolling through the other squad.
Now what we have here is FaZe. They took down Navi 3-0 in our first game of the day, and now they have their attentions turned to Fnatic, and of course Fnatic losing 3-0 to Optic, so they maybe it would have been expected to lose to Optic, that's fair enough, but FaZe are looking to apply pressure to maybe Optic Gaming and top the group. It starts here. There's a potential banana skin here with Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, likely the result of this match, whoever wins, is likely second in pool.
Yeah.
That's just, the reality of the situation. Or, I mean, I should say top 2 in pool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is going to be a huge, huge match if Fnatic can pull this one out and pull up this upset and, squeak into potentially that second place in pool just under Optic. At the same time, too, this could also be FaZe really setting the tone for the rest of this tournament. If they take down Fnatic in a dominating fashion, they might prime themselves up for that match later tonight to take on Optic Gaming.
Fnatic absolutely love a Game 5. FaZe Clan, though, it's been a bit of their Achilles heel. They'll be looking to get the job done long before they ever need to get there. But players that we could possibly highlight could be Sniped Down on the boys, but I tell you something, shields up, weapons up. We're right into things for the eyes and ears of Jazero.
Yes, Jazero making his name through free-for-all. A very, very individually talented player. Despite a questionable challenge there, he has a sick shot, and so he also has the teammates to back him up.
Envor, a player during Anaheim who really popped off at times and dragged his team forward when they really needed him most. He's looking to do that just here, right now, and taking down Falcade and indeed Sniped Down coming off the respawn screen. So neither team really able to gain any real map control, but that's going to be good for Fnatic to keep it scrappy.
Yeah, in this case like this, you're almost okay with just trading kills off the bat, especially if you aren't in a position where you're the one that's grabbing those rockets and overshield. But as we say that, Super CC evades is pushing that flag across the map, and this puts Sniped Down in a difficult position. Does he hunt around the bottom of his base, try to get that kill, but looks like Falcade's going to secure that kill. Sniped Down's going to return the flag, and we're back to even Steven.
Sniped Down puts a couple of shots down to that player. Over towards Lockers, but Jazero somehow, some way manages to get that kill onto Bound. And Sniped Down just playing that anchor position as we see time and time again, and sometimes it can be a hindrance to the FaZe team.
It can be. I mean, this is a game of flying. In many cases, you need to be close enough to the action to obviously lay down shots, have lines of sight, but then also zero hesitation to get right up in the opposing team's face, especially in a map like Bazaar where you can't just sit back and anchor the whole time.
Booba Dooba then cleans house, turns his attentions then towards mid-map. Picks up a couple of sizzle sticks along the way. Maybe starting to see FaZe trying to take control, but just like that, Fnatic shut them down.
Shut down, but still just pretty much even trades across the board. We're going to have to see how they decide to play this out at the 10-minute mark, see if this upcoming power-up is going to play any effect, and if anyone's going to try and make any sort of moves before that. It looks like Sniped Down opts to grab this flag a little before. You have to wonder, this is either maximizing and optimizing that overshield that Falcade was grabbing, or it was a bit of a folly and a bit of disorganized play, as we were talking about before, Jersey.
Snipe down. It looks as though he tried to get the little slide off the ramp and somehow just missed it and hit the top of the stairs. That meant the flag got stopped in its tracks. But Falcade trying to keep this one alive. Locks in a killing spree for his team, but it is going to be stopped there on the bar bridge.
Yeah, and that really, despite them getting the flag all the way. Wait, what the? I was going to say, despite getting that flag to tree, I was like, not the greatest attempt ever. And there's Boo Boo, you know, grappling all the way over, bringing it all the way towards the tree. And somehow this flag that we thought was a goner, all of a sudden is a strong possibility. I don't know if anyone from Fnatic is in position to stop this.
And just like that, Fnatic go 1-0 up in the series, and Rocket's about to pop. They still have somewhat of a map control.
Yeah, they're not in bad position at all. I mean, you look at Bound just able to run across the top of the market. I would say that's a pretty strong indicator if you have center control, Jersey, if you just run on top of the market.
Bound towards the opposition bar. Falcade gets into a fight. Could have looked to maybe bait and switch, but opted to try and take that fight on there and now. And then we see Bound get taken down also. 4 dead momentarily here. This is a chance for Fnatic to tie up things.
Septify grabbing those rocks. Get a trade, not even trade. Boo Boo somehow goes a 1-for-0 against the rocket carrier there just a moment ago against Septify. And that's going to be difficult. You want to, after one of those disappointing finishes where the opposing team gets the flag cap, you want to be able to scrap something back. You want to be able to grab those rockets, start to get some semblance of control. But right there, it just gets stopped, and you cannot trade 1-for-1. If you're on the opposing team's half of the map, or especially if you have the power weapons, like Septify having those rockets, you need to be going 1-for-0. You need to be staying alive.
Overshield in 5 seconds then. Which one of these teams is going to be able to get their hands on it? We're seeing Boo Boo Doo Boo playing a little bit of defense for his teammate who has that grapple. And Overshield has gone the way of FaZe Clan, but what can they do with it as they descend upon the enemy base? One player positioned over towards Lockers. Boo Boo Doo Boo picks up 2 and somehow manages to stay alive.
This is looking scary here for Fnatic. As you have 2 members die like that, you have Overshield still on Bound with this flag carrier. It's not just going to be able to grenade one-shot this Bound flag carrier. So this is going to be a difficult spot, and Fnatic not only are not stopping the flag, they're dying along the way. Onboard, Septify, both get taken down. They're committing a little too much to try to desperately stop this flag cap, and it could backfire.
What way is it going to pan out? They have 2 members positioned over towards Bar, but make that one as Super CC gets cut down. Bound keeps this flag alive, but Falcade will get a trade there to help out their cause. 2 members down here for Fnatic. Can they get the stop? Onboard doing his best as he possibly can here. Does manage to pick up a kill, but Falcade picks up 2.
And there's the flank once again, and so many more deaths. So even though they lose a flag cap there, they also lose control of the center of the map. You have someone like Jazero who's just forced to hide in the vents until other teammates can be out in the center and helping.
Fastly approaching now this 6-minute mark, Dave, where Overshield and indeed the Rockets are about to pop up at the same time. And with the way this game is shaking out, who'd be going to be betting against FaZe picking these up too?
That's right, yeah, this 30-second mark, you got FaZe continually controlling the center of the map. You have these Fnatic members clearly running around the bottom or even just hiding on the sides like those vents. It just feels like there's kind of like an everyone for themselves mentality here from this Fnatic side as they're desperately pushing off individually. And one thing I said as we went into this match, Jersey, is a team going to be able to capture 3 or so flags here on Bazaar? And if so, I felt like that's a strong indicator of them being on the exact same page. So it's looking really good here if you're a FaZe fan.
Fnatic have just been so disjointed. This is going to be an opportunity here. Overshield will get popped into the chest of Septify, but what can he do with it to really push the pace against FaZe, who have already managed to pick up 2 flag captures already, putting down some damage all the while, and they have managed to scramble that flag through the double doors, but Jazero goes down.
Jazero goes down, but still looking pretty good here for Fnatic in this flag cap. I remember seeing that moving across earlier and thinking that was bad news for Fnatic, but just like that, they make the gap 1 flag fewer. So it's just now a 1-cap game, and this is totally feasible, especially when you still got a rocket in your back pocket like Super CC.
A slow start for Fnatic, but now showing signs of life as they cut that deficit in half. With 5 minutes and some change left to play, and that rocket goes down, but Snipe Down's Bulldog will shut him down. Rockets do nothing in the end.
That is 2 separate occasions we see members of Fnatic, both Septify and Super CC, not able to convert with the rockets. Not a big fault of their own. Well, ultimately, it's either, it can be argued whether it's execution, whether it's positioning, something's not going right there, because those should be the free and easy kills. Those are the ones that you should be like, all right, I did all the hard work, I secured this weapon, I now should reap the benefits of this.
one player that we highlighted before they played against Navi was Bubu Dubu. He's been having such a strong influence on this game already, helped them secure that second flag cap, snipe down with that Bulldog. But talk to me about Bubu Dubu and the qualities he brings to this team.
Oh, Bubu, he's just a monster. He's been a monster, obviously, in Halo 5 and beyond. But I would say the biggest part for Bubu is his consistency when it comes to shots. He's one of those players that does not, in Halo 5 to be successful, you had to be very aggressive. You had to have that ability to charge across the map, which still is persistent here in Infinite, but Bubu just like that mid-range style shot where it's like hits all the shots, flies in, and it's just like that 1-2 combo that you're looking for in a player.
An overshield. You hear the ding around the arena. Just popped out of the oven. It's fresh and ready to be picked up by one of the team. It's going to be Sniped Down, who does secure it for his team here. Looking to play a little bit more passive though, not immediately trying to push the pace, but Fnatic have dropped back and tail between their legs.
It's funny you bring up how the overshield's like dinging, coming out, hot and ready, and players are eating it right away.
Yeah.
One thing that I went into theory crafting before Halo Infinite came out, I was like, I expect these teams like grab this overshield, maybe hold on to it for a minute and then pop it later or something like that, but it just seems to be one of those things, a better safe than sorry scenario where these teams and players say, yep, I'm going to use this, they already know it's coming, but it doesn't matter, I have this extra shield so I can help do some more damage on the map.
Speaking of damage, Bound doing just that, hitting the freshest 4 shots of possibly his career, but Jazero shuts him down in the end, so not able to get anything cooking there in terms of a flag grab. But we're going to see rockets pop up here, and Fnatic need to get their hands on them.
And this is the last set of rockets unless we go into overtime, so FaZe are in an amazing position here with Snipe Down being all the way over on the Fnatic side of the rocket ledge. So I like what Snipe Down does there. Even though it might seem like Snipe Down's priming up those rockets, he has the further angle across the map, so he's just going to continue to hold those sight lines and let one of his teammates grab the rockets.
Snipe Down had faith in his teammates to pick up those rockets, and you can see why they have managed to secure them. That player behind enemy lines, but what can he do with them on board? Desperately trying to stay alive, unable to do so as Falcade takes him down, but Jazero and Septify indeed relieve a little bit of that pressure.
We saw the last rockets going up. Here comes the last overshield unless we go into overtime. So these next 20 seconds will be crucial. And then it's a difficult position right now for Fnatic though. They still have to clear all these players on their base. They're Sniped Down once again. They're spellcated. There is 2 members of FaZe still over in the Fnatic base that they had to clear before they even went to the center of the map.
If you're a Fnatic fan, it has to be said that you're playing the wrong end of the field when it comes to the time constraints that are now against you, and you're stuck playing defense rather than offense. That's going to be frustrating with this overshield about to pop. And indeed, it has popped, and FaZe have got their hands on it once more.
Yeah, it's just been a continued story throughout this whole game, Shurzy, whether it's ineffective use of the rockets from the Fnatic side or an effective grab or use of the rockets or overshield from the FaZe side. At this level of play, you can't afford mistakes like that, and just looking at the kill screen right there, we just have such a differential in kills. I mean, Falcade going positive 10, Bubu Dubu going positive 7. Those 2 members alone just racking up such a massive lead here for the FaZe side.
Snipe Down in the opposing bar, not looking to pour points in there though. Not looking to get charged rent either, as he does drop down towards the sewers, takes out Master Splinter. Envor hits the respawn screen, but the damage has been done with only 1 minute and 5 left. Fnatic have to get something done here and now.
And look at this, every single way the Fnatic members push out, they just walk into these traps. You have these members of FaZe just sitting around the corners. Fnatic aren't in a position that they can take their sweet old time, check every little corner, every little spot, and FaZe are just playing it perfectly at the end, letting them just run out one by one desperately as they try to get some sort of control on the map.
Fnatic, like rats to the cheese, playing out of desperation and falling into those traps time and time again. Bubu Dubu, with the help of Falcade, a combination of both will take down Super CC, and unfortunately that's going to be a flag grab up the wrong end of the field too, with only 30 seconds left, and Bubu Dubu last man alive. Fnatic have to go here.
Yeah, Fnatic has the kills they need. They got 3 of them, but on their side of the map once again. And just like we talked about before, it's one of those scenarios where, yes, you kill them on your half, but guess what? They're going to spawn over at their base. You have to get 1 more round of slain, and that's just before you grab the flag. And that's, I don't even want to say easy part. That's just step 1 or 2 of the 10-step process.
Not going to have enough time to even put step 1 into position. FaZe will take game 1. They're yet to drop a single map all tournament long after beating Navi 3-0. They take down Fnatic here as well. Let's do a quick autopsy. What did FaZe do right there?
Let's see. I like how they were pushed over on the Fnatic side of the map. And by that specifically, not just saying that they're pushing to grab the flag. That's a pretty obvious highlight. It's more of being over towards the double doors, being over on their side of the market, being over on their side of the rocket ledge. It just forces anytime Fnatic wants to push out their base, they have too many different sight lines. They, rather than just being able to focus over on the phase half and just look straight across the map, they now have to look to their left and see, all right, do I have to shoot this person over in rockets? Do I have to, look at my own back as I push through the market? It just puts them in a very uncomfortable spot. And so just all those different angles and options the phase had, they were utilized so well.
You made the point even in the game as well, like you say, about Fnatic not having time to clear those corners because time was very much against them the more that game went on. What can they do here to bounce back in game 2? With the way the pace of that first game went, although they got a flag cap on the board, it was all phase, it was all one-way traffic, it felt.
Yeah. Well, when you're in a position like that, let's take a quick look at the stats before I highlight that. But yeah, just looking at, obviously, Boo Boo and Falcated going the most positive as far as KDAs go there for the FaZe roster. Doing some quick math, that's 15 plus 12, 27, 37. Oh my God, 49 kills? Did I see 48 or 49 kills there positive for the FaZe roster? I mean, if you're outslaying by 48 or 49, I would expect to win by more than one flag cap.
Something we didn't think we'd be blessed with today was a mathematics class with Walshy, so I'm glad I was present for that. But a player that had a game to forget is Onvor, typically known as Lanvor from the performances we've seen from him from Anaheim, but had a game to forget there with 10 and 21.
Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate the math, because anytime I put or on my math tests, I was like, it's either 48 or 49. I didn't get full credit, so I appreciate your generous grading scale. But one thing you brought up was asking, what does Fnatic need to do differently if they're getting in a position where they're fighting against FaZe and FaZe are holding these little corners and little edges. In a situation like that, something like Aquarius as an example, you either need to, one, be able to shoot across the map and take out any of those players that are exposed to themselves, because FaZe will have to have some sort of backup fire, some people that are out and exposed, and then you can roll into those rooms together and then just fly across. So it's basically like a numbers game. If you're trying to run out into the center of the map and FaZe has all these different angles, you're going to get picked apart from different angles. However, if they're hiding those angles, those people aren't going to expose themselves. So in a case like that, you should, in theory, have like a 4 versus 3 across the map, or a 4 versus 2. And so that's how you try to play it out if you consistently are seeing teams hide in corners and catch you off guard and use those obscure angles. Just essentially eliminate their angles and eliminate them from the fight for a temporary period of time.
It'd be very easy and very lazy for me to say, well, Bizarre Ctf was so one-sided. They outslayed them by 48 kills. They were positive 48, so surely the Slayer Aquarius is going to be the same thing. But
it's going to be a 50-1 or a 50-2
yeah, that's the way it has to be. But the thing that was most impressive for FaZe isn't even the Slays. It was their ability to control the power weapons and power-ups, and Fnatic have to get a handle on that.
Yep, they have to get a handle on, like we said, not just getting those, but using them effectively.
Yeah.
The scary part, though, like, yes, that seemed like a dominating FaZe victory. However, when I look at objective efficiency, I am not impressed by that at all. By a team getting 48 or more kills, 48 or 49 kills more than the other team, and somehow faltering like that hard. So I am a little worried here for FaZe, because you can't expect to like outslay the opposing team 2-1 and just win by one flag gap.
FaZe still have it all to do then, still a lot of things to tighten up on the ship. Something we've seen in the Na'Vi series, and it's leaked forward now into the Fnatic. They're getting the kills, they're getting the slays, but they're just not being objective efficient. They don't have to worry about objectives now, though. Slayer Aquarius is going to be our game 2. Controlling the power weapons, controlling the power-ups, and killing at the right possible time with Snipedown, who has been typically anchoring for this team, and this seems to be his playground.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to anchor on a map, I would say Aquarius is such a great one to anchor on.
Yep.
This one offers so many different sight lines that there's going to be so many different opportunities where, one, you're laying down shots across the map, or as soon as you see a couple people, whip over into the utility or towards the fridge side, and if you don't have an angle on them anymore, you at least know where half the team's at. You now can reposition so that you can be in effect in the next fight.
What can then Fnatic do to bounce back? Yet to win a map in pools. They've lost 4 straight maps. Cannot do wonders for their confidence, Dave.
No, can't help. But the only consolation here is you're fighting the 2 top teams right away. And I mean, that's just the unlucky draw right there from the Fnatic side. Is That's just how it worked out for their end. So, I mean, they got their tough matches out right now, but ultimately, if you're going to make out to top 2 in pools, regardless, you're going to have to win 3 of your 4 matches.
Yeah, the situation that we have in pools is there's very few actual easy games out there. There's going to be a Mammoth or a Titan in one of the groups, regardless of which one you jump into. But Fnatic have found themselves rather unlucky. But can they bounce back here, or will Falcated and co lock this game in and double their series lead?
I've never seen someone get rid of their BR as fast as Falcated on this. He's already got the commando/pistol combo, and look at that, pushing all the way to util, getting a double kill. And that's going to be 3 down there for Fnatic. That's also going to be the camo. What else hasn't this person picked up yet? Is he going to go the heat wave next?
Well, Falcated being a little bit greedy, not offering to share the sandbox with anybody else on the map, looking to pick up every single thing, and that just goes to show every weapon in the sandbox is a viable option for these teams. With Snipe down then over towards Car, waiting for those sizzle sticks to spawn back up. And this is something we've seen regularly, is they wait over towards Car and they time the dynamo grenades at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if that's just the player's natural cadence of understanding, because, you know, Falcated grabbed those so fast off the start of this game, or whether they're working with Coach Towie. And, you know, in a situation like this, the coaches are obviously valuable as far as timing weapons, but not as, you know, we don't see teams timing something like grenades as we time like overshields or camos in the past.
They do take a lower priority, but when grenades such as the dynamos are so strong, particularly in gaining advantage on this map, and information that comes along with it. Plasma rifle in the back pocket, not going to be able to get the job done though. Falcated shuts him down once more, and he's gone for that commando. It's a weapon of choice for him right now.
Yeah, you see it consistently, and must just be a nice little laser shot there from Falcated's side, and obviously he's just doing so much work with it. I've always had a bit of difficulty with commando, especially on line, and hitting those last headshots, but from what I've been seeing here, on land, these players are just so dangerous with the weapon.
A 4-kill game then. Bound looking to extend that, unable to do so as that player did scamper away. He's going to jump down, try get the trade, but unfortunately for him, Juzero managed to pick one up, and Boo Boo Dubu about to go to his death, and ultimately still finds it 6 feet deep. He does go. It's a 2-kill game.
And here's Snipe Down in that hidden position, and look at that. Their Snipe Down actually gets sniffed out this time. That's you know, we kind of saw it in a little bit of reverse order from, you know, the opposite perspective, but you saw these members from Fnatic pick off a couple members of FaZe and then kind of fly out and pick out those players that are hiding behind. Because when those members of FaZe are hiding around corners like we saw in Bazaar, if you have a numbers advantage, it's okay if they get the first shot or two in the back. Doesn't matter where they're at. If you have numbers, if you have 2 people flying out in the open, you will win that fight.
Worst case scenario, you do trade. We're seeing FaZe Clan still hold a 1-kill advantage here, but it's not going to be for long. Just like that, Juzero, Super CC, and indeed Septify all pick up one, with Bound the last man alive.
Yeah, this series is far from over, Shurzy. I mean, we're seeing, once we're in an actual Slayer game, these players know how to value their lives more. They're not getting caught off guard as much as we saw in Bazaar, as they had to make desperate pushes across the map. A lot of times those stats aren't as reflective as how close the game was, because these players know when they need to desperate across the map to try to get a flagpole or what other objective there is.
Juzero was doing a fantastic job of just putting down damage, and still continues to do so. And 9 kills he's registered already in this game before we've even hit the halfway point, and he makes sure we do hit that halfway point.
And that was also Falcated again with the commando. We've seen that in his hands 3 or 4 different times here. So Falcated, one, must be incredibly comfortable with it, but secondly, I wonder if a team deliberately leaves that weapon for him, giving players comfortability to get used to that on the map. And oh my God, we got a killing frenzy from Juzero. I didn't realize he was going off that hard.
Just as we say it, we almost have to apologize to you, Juzero. We didn't notice it, and when we did, ultimately you got taken down. That's on us. We're sorry about that. But contrasting forms, Juzero picking up 12 kills, but on the opposite side of things, Snipe Down, who we spoke about before the game, being a little bit of an anchor for his team on those lines of sight. He's not having the best of times over here.
Lines of sight and on the scoreboard. Sorry, Eric. We're still friends, right? Yeah, no, just a rough start there for Snipe Down as this game has gotten started, but it's just one of those positions where, you know, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles as these games go, where, you know, players are in the right position as they're picking off those kills, and sometimes you want to be on the fortunate end of that cycle with your team.
A 6-kill game then, with FaZe desperately trying to scamper away with the camouflage. Bound has been successful, down to just a sliver of shields. couple of shots go down to that player position front base, and ultimately he will lose his life. But Super CC doing a fantastic job of trading out. Camouflage player needs to survive, but he doesn't, as Envor eliminates him.
Yeah, Bound gets taken down with that camo. Not as effective use as possible. However, I was going to highlight and say I don't disagree with his choice to shoot and fight. Halo Infinite is such a numbers game that you don't need to be super sneaky with the camo, get a back smack, get a double kill on your own. Instead, it's like if you have somebody out in the open that you can double team with your teammate and take out a player from the opposing squad, take that bite.
Not long ago, it was a 2-kill advantage for FaZe. What a difference a few kills can make, just like that. 11-kill advantage here for Fnatic. They've turned their fortunes right the way around.
Yeah, and I don't really know how FaZe comes back from this. They don't really have as much on the map. You know, there's going to be a camo coming up shortly, but even so, a camo is not a 10-kill swing. A camo can get you a couple kills and maybe set you up to get a wipe or two, but it's not a 10-kill swing. You rarely see those sort of large swings unless a team is just clicking on all cylinders, rotating back and forth and getting spawn kills, but I really don't see how FaZe comes back from this based on how they've been playing this match thus far.
Fnatic can ill afford to throw away any more easy deaths. Snipe down, back down towards now bottom dynamo grenades, and Heatwave that was just forfeited by Bound will land in the hands this time of Snipe down, but unfortunately they've only got 4 lives left to play with. Boobadooboo has picked up that camouflage, so there's a sliver of hope.
Sliver of hope indeed, but they're going for these kills at pink. There's going to be 2, and you're in a spot where, yes, that's if the game started earlier and you're getting 2-for-1 trades or 3-for-1 trades, that's worthwhile, but even if they go for a 3-for-1 trade here, FaZe is going to lose this game.
2 kills then, all that's required for Fnatic to tie up this series and really make a game of it here. One of the best teams in the land, Fnatic here, and already had to play one of the title contenders in Optic Gaming. It's not been an easy road for them here. Jazero leading the way for his team. Snipe down picks up 1. But again, they can only lose 2, and they've already lost Bound. And Falcated is the final one, and the final nail in this Slayer coffin. 50-41 in favor of Fnatic. They get the job done.
They bounced that back so hard. I mean, it did really look like a one-sided affair from Bizarre Ctf when we just looked at the scoreboard as far as kills and slays go. However, as we dissected that a little bit more, we talked about how that's not that big of an advantage when we talk about one flag game. It's not that big of a deal. So clearly, Jazero and that Fnatic roster showed that they can bounce back from that. They did such a strong job of just really buckling down, getting up that 10-kill lead and just closing out with trades. They knew how to play that once they got that lead, just trade kill for kill and close that game out.
Really towards the midpoint of the game, it was so evenly matched. It was only a kill or 2. Yeah, trading back and forth, but all of a sudden, Fnatic found that extra gear that we didn't think they had.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was partially due to Jazero's killing frenzy. I mean, anytime you get
that helps.
It helps. A 10-0 run kind of help. We're like both scratching our heads like, how'd they get a 10-kill lead? And it's just like, killing frenzy, 10 kills in a row without dying. We're like, man, I still just don't know how they got that 10-kill lead.
I still don't piece it together. Don't make it make sense. I don't know. Killing frenzy, what does it really mean in the grand scheme of things? It seems to help your team win a game of Slayer.
But yeah, that's clearly one of the driving factors for Fnatic getting that 10 to 12 kill lead in the middle of the game, but a lot of that also paid into them just going back and forth, getting those spawn slays, getting those trades back and forth. And looking at the story of this one, that's a Jazero story, a 17-6-4. And you know what I did? I'm just realizing I think I added kills. I looked at kills and assists last match. So I may have said that I outslayed by 48 or 49 and maybe did it wrong.
See, I put so much faith in you that I was still prepared to say, they did.
Yeah.
I blindly believe in
That's why I think I did last time, but who knows?
I'm Irish. I barely speak English. I'm not trying to speak mathematics at the same time, but I'll tell you something. Something we do know is Jazero had a game to remember, and if you can have a few more of them, we might see Fnatic squeeze out this series.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly dead even as far as scoreline goes. I do fear a bit here for FaZe as they had such a, like I said, strong showing on Bizarre with my my maybe now incorrect math. We might be going off of a false information here, Shurzy. But yeah, I do really think that Fnatic are looking so strong in this, and this one's really a toss-up for me. I mean, I think if you asked me after the first cap in Bizarre, I'd be like, oh my God, FaZe is just running away with this. They were about to put in their 3rd flag cap. About 5 or 6 minutes into the game, I was like, all right, they're coordinated, doing everything right. But after seeing the second half of Bazaar after seeing Slayer and Aquarius. It's really starting to turn and look like a different story.
Is it a case of FaZe maybe running out of steam a little bit, or Fnatic just started to grow in confidence? Hang on a second, we can hang with the big boys.
It's got to be that second one. I mean, wouldn't consider FaZe running out of steam, you know, with their second or third pool play match of the tournament.
Yeah.
They're just getting started as we're looking here at HCS Kansas City.
Just getting started, but Oddball Street's going to be game number 3. What way do you see it going, and what are the keys to success?
Ooh, this one's tough. I mean, obviously keys to success when you're able to get those setups, holding those as long as you can, and then also not allowing the opposing team just to get that set for free. If you get that ball over to Subway and hold it for a while, or get over towards PD and hold it for a while, it could be all for naught if you just lose that setup and the other team just has that at their own disposal. So understanding how and when to drop that ball, seeing if you can get a play ball through the balcony or tossing off towards warning and just getting a few slays.
Have you got a player on either one of these two teams that you really want to highlight before we go into this, and maybe they're a player to watch whether they need to bounce back or keep going the way they are?
Ooh, I mean, I think what we highlighted earlier was Jazero with that Killing Frenzy, and then Snipe Down with a poor showing, at least in game number 2. So let's highlight those two players going into this one.
Let's keep our eyes indeed on Snipe Down and Jazero, and here's the man of the hour then, immediately using that movement to get himself all the way down to Neon and pick up a Bulldog for free.
That is so fast. You see this player here with Stalker Rifle, Snipe Down, taking out this member here from FaZe, but this is tough for Jazero. The rest of his team is down. Now you have to wonder whether that was missteps there from other players of Fnatic, great execution from FaZe, but it's almost not too surprising that Jazero is able to run all the way across the map, meet nearly zero resistance, and then just surprise Snipe Down. Because during that whole time, looks like Snipe Down and the rest of FaZe Clan were killing all the players over on the B side, over at the streets.
If I see Jazero flying at me and I die, I say, lads, I found the Bulldog player. And that's the only call out I give. Snipe Down getting back down by that red gun that hits so hard. Positioned over towards top tower, but they have that setup you spoke about, and it looks to be locked in hard.
Yep, 30 points here on the setup, and look at this. They drop and just go for some slays. They realize how important these full setups are here on Oddball. I'm trying to think, like, there are certain Oddball matches where, when I think in the past, especially something like Halo 2, like midship, where it's like you can get some of that scrappy time in the bottom center, and there's certain situations that do happen here on streets, like over near the ATM, where you can grab some time without having to risk gaining or losing a full setup. But once the ball's on the other ends of the map, once it's near Subway or once it's near PD, each life is so important that it's almost not worth it to scrap up a few seconds, because if you die and the team gets a full set, they're going to get way more than those few seconds.
We're seeing so many players, like you spoke about previous Halos, where they hold the ball and they'll hold it all the way up until they die. But as soon as in Halo Infinite, when they get a little bit of resistance, like you speak about, they drop that ball and try to help their team.
Exactly, yep. That's why they just prioritize those full setups so much more. So here we have Bound just holding this over in PD, and then Boo Boo's going to take a little peek over in the streets to see if they're safe. Spoiler, they're not safe.
Will not find safety there. Safety will not be given to anybody at Hogwarts or indeed on streets. Rockets go down though, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. So we see these players desperately trying to rotate the ball over towards top arcade.
And that seemed like a incorrect rotation there. I mean, it seems like Bound just got sniffed out fully. My guess in that situation is Bound knew that players were pushing over from A, and just by deduction said, I hope B is safe, but ends up just kind of delivering the ball right over to members of Fnatic. So that to me kind of shows maybe some of the inexperience from Bound. Just, you know, trying to figure out how to better play the objectives. I would say the objective mindset really starts to sink in later in a player's career as far as how to perfectly play that.
Bound can shoot with the best of them, but sometimes his decision making can come under question. All from that one dribble over towards arcade. We've seen Fnatic rack up 29 points now in total. 2 members go down though.
But also I'm just taking a look at the board. Look at Bound getting that. Oh my God, that foresight. One, to sprint down and get the slide, just to throw that player off just a minor bit. But one piece of credit I do have to give to Bound is right now he's the one that's putting up all this objective time on the board for FaZe. So even though I might have argued that it's a misstep over in B Street, on the B Street with that oddball, that could have also even been the call out from the players or the coach, or just like we said, the deduction. It also didn't give those members of Fnatic the step over at PD that we said that is so important. So even though it may have seemed like a missed or messed up rotation, could have actually been a better play in the end.
Just want to say, Dave Walsh is part of the Players Union, so don't be surprised when you hear him blame the coach for a call of a player dribbling the ball over towards Arcade. I'm sure he's done that many times in the past, but what we have here is already an 89 points amounted here for FaZe Clan, and Fnatic have a few more mistakes that they can make in round 1.
Yeah, Fnatic, now they actually have a setup over here at Subway. This is going to be Rockets going in the hands of J0, so they're going to have to make the most of it, but that's going to be sniped down and bound. Clearing out 3 members of Fnatic, and they're rolling with these Rockets. That's going to be all 4 members down. They're going to close this one out. I don't see any way that Fnatic are going to be able to spawn, get kills on these players, and get the ball time stopped. So that's going to be round 1 going in the favor of FaZe.
FaZe take round 1 then. Fnatic look good in patches, but ultimately the experience has gotten the job done there in round 1. Can they bounce back here in round 2 as they do now spawn over towards Tower, the more preferred setup as they get a little bit free of the Bulldog and the likes of the Rockets to get better lines of sight. What can Fnatic do here to bounce back?
We have to see what they can do indeed, but look at the slower start right off the bat. We saw last time how J0 just got right in the face of these members of FaZe, but right here, Rockets haven't been touched. Nobody's really crossed the halfway point, but sniped down, flies on out, but unable to really connect with that Rocket. So that's going to be a difficult death there, and those Rockets might be cursed. Be careful, Bound. They might not.
Oh!
They're not cursed. They're not cursed. See? Sometimes you can be confused. They might be cursed, but those ones were not, as he got a clear triple kill. So sorry for the false warning there.
Bound with the boombox over his shoulder, and I'll tell you something, playing a beautiful tune to the triple kill for him locked in for FaZe. Fnatic then now find themselves in a familiar position where they have to try and break this setup, and it's all the way back down towards Tram once more.
I like this play from Boo, just laying down a few shots. That's such an uncomfortable position for that player over at those C stairs. They just assume they're going to get hit from rails or someone poking up from C stairs anytime momentarily. But doing a great job with this not perfect or not full setup here from the FaZe side. Still able to scrap up time, lay down shots, and gain those kills.
Boo locks in 1. That's 2 dead momentarily then. Envor and Sept to fight. And their teammates are going to have to wait for them to spawn back up.
Yeah, the one thing that also I want to highlight that was really brilliant there from the face-up is they realized that they have staggered spawns from both sides. So at their point, they don't need to really push out and get those kills over in the courtyard in front of Subway. Instead, they need to lay down shots and stay alive, because players that are spawning from FaZe are going to spawn over at PD or back of A, and they're going to have lines of sight all the way towards C stairs or the front courtyard.
3 go down then. The FaZe setup has now been broken, and a possibility, an opportunity for Fnatic to lock in a setup of their own, but all of a sudden there's a player back commando, and Envor desperately tries to escape.
Similar playbook from before. We saw Boo doing it, staying alive in the back of Subway, and now it's Valkade's turn, staying alive towards that back commando. So much damage being done there. That fully prevented a setup from Fnatic, and now that time has just stopped, and they're in disarray. Right now, Fnatic don't know, do we push towards back of Subway and fully clear this out? Do we try to rotate this ball to a new setup? And there's no time for those questions as players are dropping left and right.
You were saying staying alive, and the whole time I just had the song playing in the back of my head. Staying alive. That's what Fnatic have been doing. Boo in particular, a fantastic job for his team. And they're already looking to put some more points on the board as the ball has reset.
And look at this positional advantage here from Snipe Down, just fighting there and somehow taken down from Super CC. So huge angle and fight there, but it just seems like these members here from FaZe are just in slightly superior positions. All these members from Fnatic just scrambling around from ATM. That's Boo picking up a kill on Septify. Valkade taking down Super CC, and that's Bound taking out J0. That's 3 members down for Fnatic, and Boo has the ball set up over at Subway. This is looking real bad for Fnatic.
I know exactly what Super CC's comms were like when as he tried to round that corner towards benches. It was help, they're coming. And indeed they were. There was the pain. Registered straight into pain sound, and Bound cranks the pressure even more as J0 hits the respawn screen.
And we kept talking about who needs to step it up from these sides. I said J0 really needs to step it up here for the Fnatic roster, but not quite the case here, at least not in round 2 here on Oddball Streets, as he has just been effectively shut down this entire game and only able to acquire 1 kill.
So good in Aquarius Slayer, but complete contrast in performance and emotions here in round 2 indeed. 1 kill and 9 deaths, and FaZe done a fantastic job of shutting him down, but Super CC wins that gunfight. Snipedown gets a trade. Falcade picks up one, and Snipedown locks in two. Booba Doobu, last man alive, but milking that ball for all it's worth. Rocket's about to pop.
Rocket's popping up, and Boo Boo just has a sight on him, and I like that. That was such a great play. Also, I really love from Tires where Snipedown did that target switching over towards Arcade, realizing someone's one shot there. Just such a veteran target switch, just realizing, all right, I don't need to fight this full shield person Tires just yet. Finish off the one shot, and then goes for the melee trade and gets both kills.
And just like that, we thought there was a little bit of weakness for FaZe, and then all of a sudden we see them bounce back. It was right back to business as usual.
Yeah, it seems to be whatever I say is the opposite. It ends up being true. I feel like some of those days when I make predictions or I'm saying something and it's just like, oh, I guess that player who I said was going to dominate did terrible. Or this team that was just going to be clicking, just, you know, never even ran the flag once where I said they always run the flag. So I don't know, just whatever I'm about to say, expect the opposite. Can I say that? And
yeah, I mean, the Dave Walsh curse does seem to be a thing now all of a sudden. J0 playing really well. He's hot out the blocks. Game 3, we'll keep an eye on him, but all of a sudden he goes 1-9 in round 2 and has a miserable performance. So Dave, maybe you just need to stop talking about players in particular, but at the same time I'm going to say what player needs to bounce back in game 4?
Well, I mean, the one game we did see Fnatic come out ahead. We saw J0 going with a killing frenzy, and then here in this game number 3, J0 dropping 10 kills total throughout that. So I feel like, you know, it's tough to like really put it on one player's shoulders, to be honest. Like it's really tough to always be like, you know, when we talk specifically, I think of like XSET people are always like, oh, we need to see Suspector just go off and carry this team. It's never really like that. And I think obviously with this Fnatic roster, if anything, they really need to be working more together. In some cases, just making sure they have some places to go, because it just looked like they were so chaotic, running around, kind of doing their own free-for-all, doing their own, like, worrying about their own little lives, like when we saw an Oddball in the front of Subway. You had 2 or 3 members running around near the bench and near the ATM. It's like, you don't need that many players down there. That's a later position. Yes, somebody can and should be down there, but when you have half your team or more down there, you're going to eventually get collapsed on. And so I would love to see Fnatic actually just start to get a couple superior positions, at least hold those, because they have no trouble having players fly around and run around and, you know, scamper around like you said. It seems to be right now that they don't have the firepower from above to help. So here on something like Recharge, I'd love to see someone anchoring a bit more towards glass or towards the catwalk near A, or even over in control, just in one of those upper positions that they can lay down shots across the map to support these players that are running down low.
I think I know what was going on with Fnatic and over towards those benches. Right, the only thing that makes sense to me is all 3 of them were trying to sit on the bench and wait for the bus to game 4. Now, Stronghold's Recharge is our game 4. Fnatic have only won a Slayer so far, unable to get the job done on the objective. Do we expect to see a similar tale, do you think?
This one is tough to say.
He's got to say it's tough. Look, he did it.
It is tough because, I mean, you've just seen like this light switch flip on and off for these teams for how well they're playing.
Yeah.
Like game 1, or at least the start of game 1, FaZe playing phenomenally. Game number 2, Fnatic just going off. Game number 3, Fnatic completely shut down. And so, I mean, if I'm going with the light switch theory, we're back to Fnatic.
We're back to Fnatic on. Yeah, that's the only way that makes sense. It's the only thing that I can think of that's going to make this game. And listen, we already spoke about how Fnatic love a game 5. It makes sense to me, and I'm here for it.
So yeah, we're going to have to see here. But like I said, the real key I'm going to be focusing here, at least at the very beginning, is are these members of Fnatic just all kind of like dropping low and doing their own thing? Or do they have at least a couple connecting pieces across the map, like a player over towards top control or top glass, or somebody that can just at least give some guidance and help?
Can Fnatic get back on the same page? FaZe Clan on series and match point here. J0 with some beautiful shots down onto Snipedown. He would have enjoyed that, and the reward is a camouflage.
That is huge, and that's going to be actually Boo Boo getting the, oh yeah, sorry. Boo Boo screen went up there for a second. I did see it killed Snipedown, but yeah, we do have J0 with the camo, and I like this spot out, but there's a second player right around the corner, so not as much damage as you hope or expect with that camo. But in the meantime, you do have 3 members of FaZe down. You have 2 strongholds in the hands of Fnatic, so they're looking strong.
2 could very quickly turn to 3 if they can contest this C. Septify, shock rifle shot towards top pipes, and he wants this fight, fancies a bit of the beef, and gets Falcade out of the game for now, and a headshot to the back of the skull of Boo Boo Doo Boo as he tries to get away.
And look at that, holding those upper positions. You know, that's always a staple of any setup within Halo. And I felt like it's been missing during that last game for Fnatic. You know, part of that's due to them having to charge across the map to try to have an effect and try to stop the oddball. Other part is just seems to be some disarray in knowing where people are going. Looks like Valkade is pushing on over towards Mangler, getting one kill, picking up that second on Envor, and this could be FaZe's key to breaking out of this dual setup.
FaZe not trying to just break out, trying to kick down the door of this setup. They get A and B and register their first point of the game. Some semblance of control then, but can they keep a hold of it here? It's Snipe Down, gets into a 1v1, gets his kill, but ultimately gets traded out.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in that situation, and I don't disagree with the challenge. I mean, clearly it worked as Snipe Down got that pick, but did not expect that second player to be rolling around that corner there in the long haul. Throughout this time, though, FaZe racking up a few points on the board. We're going to see how this camo comes into effect. It looks like Super CC gets it uncontested, which is quite odd. There was quite a few members of FaZe alive, but Super CC also just spotted out anyways by Boo Boo.
Boo Boo Doo Boo with those camo eyes squinting, making sure you can spot him out on the C stairs. Great job by them. It looked as though they got a free camouflage, but FaZe Clan went, oh yeah, there's a camouflage around here somewhere. Let's deal with that. A and B in their control, and they've clawed themselves right back into things here with a 19-point game.
Yeah, what seemed like a free escape with that camo is there's really not that many routes. Many times you're going to see that camo grabbed, and all right, do they jump up the box towards bottom control? Do they jump up the box towards bottom turbine? Or do they take the stairs? And it's, you know, they may have checked out both those options through a couple grenades, or just spotted one of those angles. You don't even need to have to watch every single one of them. You can watch one or two, and if you spot the camo player there, you got the fight you're looking for.
And a triple cap could very well be in control now for Fnatic once more as they crank the pressure onto FaZe Clan.
Look at this charge. It is a wild amount of pressure there, Shurzy, because in many cases where you get a trip cap, you're generally not pushing all the way towards back whirlpool to fight people over near the sword and near the repulsor. In many cases, you're like holding towards top control, or maybe holding the grenades towards long haul or something like that. You're generally not pushing back there for a couple reasons. One is you're giving them the fight they want. You're giving them this isolated fight where these players who have fewer numbers actually now have a chance. And then two, you don't want to block those spawns over towards back whirl. We're going to have to see how this ends up turning out, but obviously it's already flipped around with two strongholds going in favor of FaZe, and I believe that's truly to blame for pushing so deep into World.
One mistake can really transfer the control of the game, flip it on its head, and that's what we're seeing here. Valkade with the shock rifle in his hand. Over towards Yellow Pipes, he exits towards Whirlpool to help out his teammate in Snipe Down, who desperately tries to get away bottom elevator, but unfortunately for him, his number is up. Almost gets taken down, does Valkade, gets the job done though, and A should transfer control with no members of Fnatic seemingly in the position to stop it.
Yeah, and that's going to be 3 members of FaZe all here near Turbine and Elevator. So we're going to have to see how they decide to push out from here. And look at this. This entire time you have Valkade just really looking over towards long haul because he realizes that's where his teammates are and helps him become from. He was not focused really over towards Whirl, did not really care about that part of the map because they're all choosing to push out towards just that one side towards long haul.
Boo Boo Doo Boo. Last man alive momentarily as his teammate Valkade, the latest one to join him. And it could very well be and is another triple cap here for Fnatic. They have FaZe Clan on the ropes.
And they're just looking really strong here in this situation. I mean, despite what I argued earlier as far as pushing so deep into Whirl, they're able to somehow acquire another triple cap, and look at that time just ticking up. They're almost up to a 100-point lead here.
170 to 84 as Boo Boo Doo Boo finally picks up a kill to maybe relieve some of that pressure, but A and B now. B getting contested. That's going to be the stage here. What way is it going to shake out? As Septify picks up 2.
And those are some of the most devastating kills to happen when that very open center stronghold can go one way or another, where it's just you're so close to converting it and a player drops in, pulls off a sick double kill like that, and then resets it, and your team's just deflated after a moment like that.
They went 3 down after that B stronghold, but all of a sudden they managed to pick up A and B anyway. Septify successfully playing defense over towards C with his teammates now spawning long haul. It looks as though B might be the port to call with camouflage about to pop up.
Yeah, Camel's popping up. I was going to say Septify. I was a little confused as to why he didn't just go grab that sword while he had some time. I was going to you don't really go out of your way for it as much. Like, you're not going to push all the way from elevator or something like that just to go for sword. But if you're already at the bottom of Whirlpool, might as well take a little hop or skip all the way over and grab that sword, or even just grab one of the plasma grenades if you want to be lazy and do a CE.
Google Maps will actually bring you over towards the sword if you put in a destination as well, so it can't be that long to get there. But Snipe Down trying to help claw his team right back into things, and despite the control that Fnatic have had at times, the amount of times they've had a triple cap, FaZe hang on in there. Yeah,
they're not too far behind. You know, just a 50-point game right here. FaZe are in control. We are looking at slays. Fnatic are outslaying, but not by much. We are actually looking at it as a actually FaZe are getting outslayed by about 4 kills at the moment, with all 4 members going down.
Fresh 4 dead. And this will see control flip once more to the orange half. What can they do though? With FaZe spawning up over towards top elevator. Jazero recognizes that, relays the information and backs down, recognizes he's gonna live to fight another day. That player in pipes is gonna be not long for this world as Bound gets eliminated.
And look at that, just realizing, all right, this player's not going to take the long route. People are watching all those Shyway videos and where you can do those jumps, and so just catches them jumping on over towards that C plat. And those kills are so devastating, like the similar to like a back smack or just a grenade one-shot. Like Snipe Down did not get any damage on that player because he got caught off guard there from that sniper headshot.
Fnatic need just 15 points to push this to a game 5. Make it 10, as FaZe Clan desperately have to try and step into a hill. But Super CC with shots into the back. A and C now in control of FaZe Clan. Super CC in B gets eliminated by Falcated.
Eventually eliminated, but here are some crucial kills, especially in your elevator and isolated spot. Looks like Bound's going to get the kill, going to get the camo. This is going to be FaZe's opportunity to get some sure setup and come back. In fact, they're going to try to push for this trip cap. And I like this too from Bound, going to help secure B. But then secondly, not going to push over towards Long Haul or Whirlpool and block those spawns. So you can expect these members of Fnatic to be spawned over on that half map. It looks like Boo Boo is setting up for that flank for one of the players. Are spawned over here in Whirlpool, but somehow sniffed out. There goes Boo Boo down. We now have a slight advantage here for Fnatic. We're going to have to see if they can push it.
They only need 2 more points, and they do close out the game. Fnatic pushes to a game 5.
I didn't even see when they capped that second stronghold. I was in a position saying, all right, yeah, they're going to grab C, but somehow they pushed on over and got, I believe it's B as well.
Yeah, so what?
In the exchange. So I don't know how you go from having a full separate control or grabbing B just prior to that with Bound and camo to having it flip that fast. I would love to see what happened with the spawns there, because I did not really see all these members of Fnatic over in towards Whirl or Long Haul like I expected.
They had A and C control, and you called it out perfectly that they pushed for B. They went for that triple cap, but they had all the ingredients they needed to pick it up. Camouflage in the hand as well, but they lost both those players. Although capping it, the risk wasn't worth the reward in the end, because they ended up losing the game. They hand control back over with those 2 deaths, and all of a sudden, it's a Fnatic win.
Yep. Numbers game is always the most important. Doesn't matter if you have all 3 strongholds for a short period of time or whatever. Yep. If you give up those kills, those players on Fnatic or FaZe are going to know how to take advantage of it.
We will take a look at the stats too, and try and dissect, try and make sense of it in the end. But Fnatic, what a performance from them. They bounce back and they take their first objective game of the series. And now we're going to a game 5, where typically, traditionally, FaZe have lost the last 2 game 5s they've gone to in tournament play.
That's not a good spot to be for FaZe as you're going to this game 5. Jazero obviously also went off last time they went through a Slayer here. However, we also have another piece of evidence for the light switch theory. So game number 5 could be going right back towards FaZe with the small sample size we got going on here. So light switch theory says FaZe, history says Fnatic.
Slayer on streets is going to be our game 5, but let's have a little look at them. What player was the most impressive? Septify picking up 4,300 damage. Booba Dooba on the other side of things, doing what he could to drag his team forward, but ultimately those triple caps, they hurt in the end.
Yeah, those triple caps can be the death of you, especially if you're not finding fast ways to break them out. And I was also even surprised from those times, like we said, Fnatic, I would even argue, got over-aggressive when they had some of their trip caps.
Confirmation then of the series layout. Game 1, Bizarre CTF 2-1. Aquarius Slayer 50-41 to Fnatic. And then we see FaZe retake the lead, 2-0, Streets off ball. And Stronghold's recharge, like we just seen, went all the way. But Fnatic get the job done, 250 to 178, and that now sets us up beautifully for Slayer on Streets. And like we said, the light switch theory could come to effect here. But last time we played the Slayer, Fnatic took over.
And last time we played Streets, we saw FaZe took over. But ultimately, this is going to be what team is clutch, what team is here to play here for game number 5. This can't be understated how important this pool play match is. I would argue that this one is going to decide who's top 2 in pool and who's not.
Well, we've already seen Fnatic lose to Optic Gaming, but they're on paper supposedly, beneficiaries because one of the Mexican teams couldn't make it here. So they've gotten here not on merit almost. They snuck in. They've been a bit, I want to say, a
little bit fortunate, a bit lucky to get right into pools versus having to go through open bracket. Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
And now they find themselves in a situation where they could be top 2 in the groups if they can just win this Slayer against FaZe.
Yeah, I really think they are primed for this. I mean, I don't doubt all these strong teams coming out of open bracket that one of them could make some waves, but ultimately that's tough to crack into the top 2 in those pools, and this is Fnatic's best chance right here. Going into game number 5, we're kicking off just 0. Last time we grabbed this Bulldog and he ran up C stairs. Is he going to be as aggressive this time? The answer is no.
Picks up that Bulldog then. These kills are going to be so important early doors to see what way it's going to go. Boo Boo Doo hits the respawn screen, but 2 go down here for Fnatic and a 1-kill advantage for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, lightning strikes twice here for FaZe on Streets, starting over at Subway as they're able to win the fights over at B again. And they're able to even push all the way towards PD and Septify. Isolated alone towards back A. Falcade's gonna win that fight and gonna get that kill.
Bound with the boombox over his shoulder, picks up 1. Backs up into his corner over towards Tires, waiting to see another player step out of line. Will pop that player down to no shields, and with the help of Snipe down, they will eliminate him. It's 6 kills to 4 here. And no doubt, triple kill for Snipe down as he looks to take control of this series and put this Fnatic team in the dirt.
Snipe down is just crushing it off the start here of Street Slayer, but still only a 2-kill game. There's so much left to be played, and it's going to be who's making the mistakes right now. And look at that, 3 kills on the kill feed in favor of FaZe, 0 in favor of Fnatic, and they're still in the hunt. I like this position from Boo Boo. Boo Boo trying to get this height advantage, and look at this disruption coming in behind these members of Fnatic.
A 6-kill game then. Now all of a sudden FaZe, they're a little bit irritated that they've got themselves in this situation. They want to get the job done here, clear this riffraff and push on in the pools. But Fnatic really trying to make a tough task of it. 15 kills to 7 though. Fnatic take a huge early lead.
That is so massive, and we do have Rockets coming up in 10 seconds. If Fnatic want to have a better shot of coming back in this game, they're going to need to grab that weapon. There's 2 kills from Super C coming out. That should be enough of an advantage for Fnatic to get another kill or so and grab that weapon. Isn't going to work out, though, because Boo Boo and Snipe Down answer with a couple kills of their own. Rockets, I believe, are in the hands of Falcade. He's jumping up towards Tires and staying alive.
Falcade then in Tires, down to no shields. Playing a little bit more patient as he waits for the recharge. That sound cue comes through for him. Rocket fired over towards top C, but it's not going to be enough as he's shut down by Super CC.
And just panic across the map. They're in such an odd position right now. You have these members of FaZe in the center of the map, and you have these members of Fnatic over at Subway and at PD, but looks like FaZe able to clear out both sides somehow. Whether that's an overextension from Fnatic or whether FaZe wisely picked off one side at a time, I do not know from this single perspective.
It's been carnage, it's been chaos, but FaZe Clan have managed to make sense of it here. 25 kills to 15, the lead now grows even further. The distance between these two, now 11.
And look at this, still on the hunt. I like this spot, so smart. Just by deduction, you have all these members of FaZe just sniffing out all these angles, realizing that they have all this resource on the map. That means there's going to be so many members of Fnatic over at PD and on A side of the map. They have the information. Are they going to be in the right positions and execute?
Fnatic trying to hunt in the pack, 3 members over towards tower. Falcade picks up 1. That player was down to no shields. You can see the rotation coming through back tower as they try and isolate Falcade, but he's popped up at a moment's notice. Envor caught unawares Generator player is going to get eliminated too with the help of Snipe Down as Falcated locks in too.
And they're in a spot right now where FaZe are comfortable to trade if they get the option. They will happily do a 2-shot melee trade and go kill for kill because they realize that as this gets closer to that 40 kill mark, these members of Fnatic, they're comfortable and fast, but they cannot consistently execute on getting kills, staying alive, and avoiding those close range fights.
FaZe happy to win this game, ugly if needs be. Rockets down, Super CC trying to get his hands on them, ultimately has to back down. Ju0 does pick up Falcated in the feed. Envor, back tram, is going to pick up one. Is he? Yes, finally, after making a meal of it, he does lock it in, but getting zip-zapped around, but cannot evade the attentions. 34-23.
And look at this prime position you have from Boo Boo, just looking all over towards Streets. And it looks like this entire time, these members of Fnatic are kind of hiding, being, just corralled into these small areas, whereas members of FaZe, they're sniffing out the sides. They're checking out B, saying, all right, do you see anyone? No, we know B's clear. See anyone Cafe? We know that's clear. And they're able, by deduction, to find out where the entire FaZe roster, the entire Fnatic roster is hiding at.
Almost smoking them out of holes at times to make them easier kills, like lambs to the slaughter. Fish in a barrel, we can use all of the analogies we need, but FaZe right now looking to cut down this Fnatic roster. They're angry that they're in a game 5 to begin with.
And this is also a huge confidence boost for FaZe if they're able to close this one out. As you said before, historically they've been struggling a couple game 5s. You look back to Anaheim, where they played 2 strong teams in the forms of Sentinel and in United and lost both those game 5s. So right here is at least a good taste of redemption and hopefully of more victories to come forward as they go through this HCS Kansas City bracket.
FaZe need 10. Fnatic desperately need to try and close this gap. They need all the help they can get. Rockets, Bulldogs, anything they can get their hands on to cut this deficit. Boo Boo Doo Boo, he goes down, as does Snipe Down.
Look at how much work they had to do to take down Snipe Down there from Bulldog/ATM. He just lived for so long. He went from Cafe to ATM to near Rocket side. And those kills should be picked up so much faster if Fnatic are in stronger positions. And look at this. All 3 of these members from FaZe down towards Rockets, somehow able to make it work, get away with these Rockets, securing this kill under the stairs momentarily. Yep, all right, they eventually get it. At least they get the Rockets out of the hands of Fnatic, I guess, if you want to look for some silver lining. But there is a 13-kill lead here for FaZe. No Rockets on the map, no power weapons that Fnatic can use to claw back in this. This one's looking over, Shurzy.
FaZe then, have they managed to cure that Achilles heel that they had in the game 5? Only requiring 3 more kills. Make it 1 as Bound and Snipe Down put 2 members of Fnatic in the dirt. And that's it with Envor, the final member to hit the nail in the grave. 3-2 the series score. Fnatic unfortunately didn't have enough. FaZe get the job done.
Not much you can do when the light switch theory is proven.
Right? This is what we're saying.
It's just proven right there. Just back and forth series though the entire time. FaZe going up 1-0. 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, and closing out with that 3-2 victory. A much-needed victory.
Yes.
FaZe does not want to start off in the elimination bracket when it comes to Saturday and Sunday.
And a dominating performance as well in Game 5. We expected that to be a lot closer, especially with those Game 5 nerves we spoke on, but they iced up when they needed to.
Yep. And now, Fnatic, they put themselves in, a pretty impossible scenario.
Yeah.
Like they have to hope for some ridiculous situation where somehow maybe FaZe loses 1 or 2 more matches, which just doesn't really seem possible here.
Confirmation then of the series layout. What a series we had, folks. Bizarre Ctf 2-1 to FaZe. It goes back. The pendulum swung the other way. 50-41 Slayer Aquarius. Oddball Streets went back the other way. The light switch theory. Streets 2-0. 250 to 178 strongholds recharged to push us to that game 5. What a dominating performance on Street Slayer. FaZe closed it out.
Yeah, dominating. Both Streets matches were dominating, I would argue. They looked just so much more on the same page. Honestly, better positioning across the board, it felt like from FaZe. I saw so many other times that they were over at rails or they were over towards balcony or back subway. It just felt like they were always like 1 step ahead when it came to flanks or an upper position.
Now FaZe, they have their sights set on 1 more team in this pool so far until, of course, tomorrow when the open teams join us. It's going to be Optic Gaming. Did you see enough here over the last couple of games that they have enough to take down Optic Game in that green wall?
I don't know. It's really tough to say because I mean, even just looking at the score lines, like the fact that Optic won 3-0 against Fnatic, whereas FaZe won 3-2 in a series that we thought they could even lose, it doesn't really bode well. I feel like Optic just might be a step ahead. I mean, I would have to go back and watch like the Optic / Fnatic match to really see how well it played out. If, you know, maybe Fnatic weren't playing on top of their game or something like that. But just on the score lines alone, I feel like we're going to be seeing an Optic victory.
And many thanks to Xbox Plays. This stream is brought to you by them over on the B stream. Our next match is going to be Ascend up against the Chiefs, 2 regional champions as the European champions come up against the Australian ones. No doubt it's going to be a clash of titans. We'll be with you right after the break.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the B Stream. Blaze here with the one and only Wash himself. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I'm pumped to cast this next match with you. We have not shared the mic like this just yet.
Ever.
We both been working esports for a while now.
You know what? For it to be my first Halo cast, right? If this is my last one, I'm happy I get to do it with you, okay? You give me peace of mind, all right? Now we got a scene coming up here, going up against the Chiefs here. And so when it comes down to both these two teams, really the storyline in which we want to break down here, best in EU, best in APAC. Now, both these teams have kind of had their struggles throughout the day in pool play, one more than the other. ASEAN coming away with a victory against XSET earlier, and I do believe the Chiefs losing towards XSET, as far when it comes down to the Chiefs pool play and where they can go, this win will be beneficial for them, but I don't know if they can make it towards the winner side of things.
I think you're correct. I don't really see an opportunity where Chiefs makes it out of top two in their pool. But ultimately, this is where they need to figure things out. Yes, they're the top in APAC, like you said, but, they need to really figure out how to beat these top EU teams, these top NA teams, and what a better chance than here in a free pool play match.
Exactly. No better chance than now as we hop into game number one. We are going to be on Recharge Oddball, kicking this one off with Sika himself, as we'll see him over here towards bottom elevator, being able to pick up a good kill there on Slay, controlling the top here. Now, when it comes down to Recharge Oddball, what are you expecting here from the Chiefs if they need to take down a scene in this map number one?
Ooh, yeah, for them, first it's going to be all about the slays.
Okay.
And right here, you see that's going to be difficult when Sika is pulling off 3 kills like that off the rip, including that sick double that we just saw. But slays are first and foremost the most important piece. Second part is throughout these setups, figuring out if you're going to go for the elevator setup or if you're going to go for one of the other side setups, such as over at Long Haul or towards Whirlpool. Now, generally here on Recharge, you have some form of a play ball.
Yeah.
You should be able to play ball here. The one exception generally is like the back corner of elevator. If you bring it
Yeah.
way back here, like where Madsy has
Don't
it,
wanna get
the
stuck
Chiefs
there
just
too
do
sometimes.
not let it get stuck there. It's a very safe spot, but also that can be a double-edged sword if Ascend are able to get control and take that spot over.
Definitely is. Barcode comes in. He finds one. A big battle for him, and he will lose that one to Sika. Asian able to get in here towards elevator, but not having the position secure just yet. But the kills come through. Shady, he'll be A-OK to chill out, but over towards Power, you're going to end up having Madsy pick up a big 1v1. And so far, so good for Asian, collecting some time, but here comes that pressure from the Chiefs, breaking through the front door. Legend able to take down Barcode. Here come Madsy. He'll find one, get some help there on the second. Ball contained, but it's not over with just yet. Asian continuing to contest this.
No, neither team be able to hold this elevator setup for an extended period of time. It's just back and forth brawls here. Now, elevator setup is arguably the strongest setup once you get full control. Reason being is players have to charge out across the open over towards the top catwalk to enter through. They either have to go through the bottom center pit, and essentially there's no real easy, safe route to get over towards Turbine and elevator.
Great usage from the camo coming out here for Asian. So far, their setup's looking good. Sika on the flank, getting some good shots up there towards top catwalk. Legend will be able to finish up that kill with some help from Snipe Drone. Here's the third on the board, and that's 3 down from the Chiefs currently. Asian, they're feeling good, but we got some power weapons up. We will have Sword up, and Chiefs will be making a play for it soon. But we're seeing some solid shots from Asian, and the Chiefs is trying any which way to be able to break this elevator setup, but they gotta get through that first line of defense, and it starts now.
Yeah, well, what looked like a good start for Ascend there during the setup was these 2 members of Ascend fighting that play over at Glass, but no one from Ascend was in position to flank and get that finish over in Pipes. So all of a sudden, these 2 players over near control are getting weak and then getting flanked by these other members of the Chiefs. At the highest level of play of Halo, players are choosing fights that either they themselves can finish off or they have a teammate in position to flank and finish off.
And we're seeing a lot of that great teamwork right now as Barcode moving in here with the snipe, as he'll connect on some of these body shots. The chain reaction gets one. He's taken out. Ball still sitting top elevator. Asian, they'll scoop it. But now Slaves looking to make his way through, taking some shots. He's taken out. 3v3 on the map currently. Madsy trying to approach from the bottom. He's taken out as well. Pips, what can he do? Here towards Turbine in a 1v2 situation, but the distraction that was there for Barcode. But still, you're seeing great trades from Asian. Every time the Chiefs try to contest, they can't get anything going, but the score is not out of hand, okay? Hey, it's Chiefs with a lead.
Yeah, the crazy part about that too is Chiefs are getting outslayed by 6 kills. Approximately, around 20% of the slays on the map so far, they're behind. Yet they were still ahead just up until I started that sentence in time. They're up by points. So that shows great objective efficiency. But ultimately, even though I talk about objective efficiency over and over again throughout my broadcast, what's most important is those kills. Generally, the team that gets the most kills gets the most time and the win.
Yeah, all right. And so far, Asian, it's working out for them, but their lead isn't as big as they want it to be. They're doing a great job divvying up that ball time as they can, but 49-46 on the score. Shady, he's being patient, looking for that next pick. No one's going to rush this ball just yet. A quick double melee coming out from Barcode. Chiefs made it a 3v3. Snipe Drone over here, top control. He'll be able to mark that ball, get some shots in. But now Asian, they got to press across map, and we'll see a new setup here towards Pipe for the first time in the first round. Nades coming through, but Slay's doing a good job. He'll play ball for now. Need some help.
Yeah, great step there by Chiefs over in the Pipes. The play ball is a little arguable if it's that strong, because that ball is in a spot where someone can just slide in really quick and slip over towards the hallway or towards those bottom stairs. Generally, if you're playing ball over from the pipe, you want to get it right in the center of batteries where somebody either has to put themselves in such an exposed area, or you can toss it all the way down into the pit.
Now, as this ball still has not gotten picked up, Barcode is doing a great job overseeing it, but as he's taken out, Pips finds himself a kill. Chiefs, they'll lose another player, and that's 4 down for them. Ball will be taken back. Pipes, Asian They're set up, and we're seeing these spawns come out. I want to say a little bit over here towards Long Haul and C. There's going to be a rotation towards top glass.
Yeah, and this is not a bad setup here. Look at this. 3 members pushing through pipes,
That's
and that's one of the difficult parts of pushing through pipes. That's why this area is such a strong setup. People are funneled in through such a narrow location, and one grenade can do devastating results to 2 or 3 opponents.
Yeah, we definitely saw it there. And this ball has been played. It'll be there towards mid-map once again. But Snipe Drone, he's in a great spot to scoop it and bring it back. But 4 down on the side of the Chiefs. Asian, they're feeling comfortable right now, Walsh. They're relaxed. They need about 30 more points to take round number 1. And so far, you have been seeing a great game coming out of here from Snipe Drone. 17-9, 2 assists to his name, and the most ball time for the squad.
Wow, and what a huge kill from Pips there, breaking through those pipes. I was about to say, Shady, save those grenades for when players start to come around over from Turbine, but did not get to see that to that effect. But Slays and on the Chiefs are going to see if they get to hold this pipes up a little bit longer. We've been able to see both these teams hold a couple steps from time to time. For example, at the very beginning of the game, we saw Chiefs first hold elevator, then Ascend, then Chiefs, and it felt like Chiefs really came out ahead when it came to the elevator steps.
Yeah.
Now when it came to the pipe steps so far, Ascend definitely came out ahead as they got that 30-point streak over that last period of time.
And this was the setup that the Chiefs tried to go for. They brought the ball over here towards pipes, and it has not left as Shady will move in. He'll get some ball time. Doesn't have the help that he needs. He'll throw it back here towards middle, getting cross. He's taken out. But as the rest of the members of the CN come off the respawn, they got the back elevator spawn. Pips making a call out towards his teammate. He's going to rotate, get himself some high ground for now. Barcode will be close by the Chiefs. This is going to be important for them to get these next few slays. They're still in this first round.
Yeah, but this is also difficult here for Chiefs because they have this player all the way across the map over at that A catwalk. It's a spot that they don't really have the time to afford to go over and flank that player, but that player is a non-stop nuisance shooting this ball from across the map. Barcode doing everything he can, try to scrap up a few seconds. That's going to be round number 1. We're going to hit time limit, and that's going to be, I believe it's 83-75 in favor of Ascend.
Man, talk about a back-and-forth battle that we get there in that round number 1. We don't see too many go to time, but when it does, super exciting. Now, what does that tell you about the Chiefs? They get outslayed, they keep it a close game, they force us in to go there from time. These boys, they don't want to lose. They got a lot of heart.
What tells me about Chiefs is they are doing fairly well from the back foot. There are times where Ascend had full onceps. They had all 4 alive over at elevator, all 4 alive over at pipes with the oddball. And neither of those times were they able to scrap up a 30 to 50 second setup. That showed how relentless the Chiefs were breaking through those setups, breaking those pushes, and putting so much pressure on. So I always try to look at teams when I evaluate them. Like, how do they do on the back foot when when the other team has a full setup? How do they do in the neutral game when both teams are on even footing? And how do they do when they have a massive lead? And Chiefs, to me, show that they are fine on the back foot. It's about the rest of the game. How are they going to do it in neutral? How are they going to extend those leads as they get a full setup?
Now, we'll see if they can shift into offense and get this lead and force Ascend to have to play into their hand. Right now, hey, they're eating the meal that Ascend is putting out currently. And we see a few kills come out. Shady and Snipe Drone, they'll trade for their respective squads, but it's 2 down on the Chiefs, and we will get this ball set up. Snipes in the hand of Snipe Drone. He'll be coming down here towards Turbine, looking. He'll see one, can't get that one in the lineup. He'll back up and get called out. Now, on the flip side of the map, you got Slays taken out, coming towards bottom elevator. Great BR win coming for the Chiefs, but can they get the second? The ball's being ran. It's Barcode, and he's taken out before he can play it, and Snipe Drone's is going to walk this one back.
That's going to be rough. Now, Snipe Drone's also still considering rotating this. He saw his teammates spawn over at Whirl, and he felt like it was just a matter of time before one of those spawners over in pipes made their way on over towards Turbine. So I like this rotation. Hesitated for a little bit, made the opposing team think that he was going to stay over at the elevator, and then eventually gets over the safe play ball spot and plays it even before it receives any pressure. And I don't disagree with that. Look at that nice trade. 2v1 scenario, trades and a kill. I'll take that any day.
Pro tip, okay, you don't know where to rotate the ball? Look to where your teammates are and just get with the squad. Safest place to be. Ball's back center map. Quick back snap coming out for Shady. He'll climb up, camo in hand. Oh, but he got to be careful. He's marked out. He dodges these nades, gets a little bit of damage out, but that's all he can do. That's 2 down on the side of Ascend. The Chiefs back to the pipe setup. We'll see if it works out better for him this time around as the spawns are coming in to backseat forcing.
And maybe they need to take a page here from the send book. It looks like they do. They find the rotation of their own over towards elevator. They want to see if they can bring it back to this elevator setup, which they were so successful in the beginning of round number 1. Now, how long can they hold it?
Oh.
Only time's going to tell, but that setup is broken immediately, Shady. Barcode, Madsy, and Pips all going down. This is Ascend collapsing over towards elevator, and they're going to get some ball time to go with it.
Yeah, the Chiefs, they had 3 down, and throughout that lull, Ascend was able to get set up once again here towards elevator. Now, Chiefs, how are you going to break this defensive setup? It's looking good, but it starts there. Pips, once again, he'll find an entry frag. Shady comes through with a double. Call him the anti-clutch. Slays once again back into the fray, but he's taken out, and that's 3 down from the Chiefs. Ball will be here towards the basement side of the map. It's got to get carried up, and Snipe Drone knows this is the perfect time to slay out.
Such a smart play, yes. Getting that one slay on a weak player and just decides to get an upper location. That ball is going nowhere until a few more kills are acquired, and might as well get into a high ground to get a few of those kills.
Now, Legend, he's going to get himself some high ground, grappling up. Knows he has 2 players around him, maybe even a third with that ball getting touched here, but he'll rotate around, get some help from his teammates. Now, a 3v2 on the map for Ascend. Legend, they'll get on the same page. That ball will get taken up the top elevator. Now they're figuring out the spawns they've identified. They're coming in there towards the long haul. They're at pipes as well. He's in a difficult situation, dodging the snipes, but he will get out of dodge, get towards back elevator, and he will be anchored up.
I really like that flank too from Legend at the beginning of this play, where he's over towards A catwalk and decides jumped all the way over towards mid-bridge and pushing towards Turbine.
Ooh.
Now that's generally a very vulnerable spot if both teams are vying for control inside of the map. However, if fights are isolated in the elevator, that's a perfect flank because they're going to expect for you to come over from catwalk or from Mangler, and you just completely reposition into a very strong position.
Now, when it comes down to repositioning, we got a new ball location here. We will see it for the first time over towards C, and it's in the hands of Shady. He's in the best play ball position you could be in on this map. The back smack is there, and there's the victory coming out for Ascend. A dominant one at that there, especially in that second round.
Yeah, they looked very, very comfortable there. It felt like all the subs, they just did slightly better than the Chiefs. Felt like during full control, they, milked a bit more time. It felt during times where Chiefs had control, those subs were broken up immediately. Like we talked about that elevator sub that looked so strong for Chiefs in round number 1. Just 3 players went down so fast, and they didn't even get to play ball.
Yeah, and really, I guess all they kind of got from that setup is letting the CN know that this isn't going to be an easy recharge like you're expecting, right? And that's probably why that first round goes to time as it does. But CN said after that, hey, y'all can't finish us off. We know that we can be more aggressive in this situation. And I feel like that's what we saw, confidence and aggression in that second round for CN to close it out in a 2-0 fashion. Well, that was our first map, and we'll give you guys a series layout soon of everything else to expect because we hop right into this one. But as we start kind of talking about this Slayer, all right, we saw Ascend outslay them there in that first round. They come out victorious, but for Streets, we know this is a streaky map, all right? This is where the Chiefs got to get out ahead, Walsh. Yeah,
Streets can be, like you said, a very lopsided map or very streaky. And technically, the objectives versus Slayers, the kills don't really correlate. Obviously, these teams are going to play so different. Like, I'm not saying Chiefs are going to come out and win this one, but they're going to play their lives much more cautiously. They're not going to be charging across the map with time ticking down with them, with the oddball ticking up on the opposite side of the map. So it's going to be one of those situations where you're going to see Chiefs still slow it down if they want that option. But I don't know the Chiefs as well as far as, like, are they a team that prefers this game to be super fast-paced? So they want to slow it down, play setups. But I feel like Ascend are definitely that team that likes the faster-paced mode. So I would advise Chiefs if they felt like they were getting outplayed that last one, which I did feel like, especially round 2, they got outplayed. I would suggest they try to slow it down and see how Ascend react to that.
And I like what you're saying there too as well, because especially when it comes down to Slayers, the tempo of this is going to be completely different. You get ahead 2-3 kills, park the brakes, get a sight line, hold it down, let your opponent play into you, see if you can get yourself a few more kills. Now, one conversation me and you were having back in the green room before was just kind of the different play styles between EU APAC in North America, right? We got a chance to see ASEAN go up against Cloud9 in our first matchup today, the battle between NA and EU. And, you know, NA teams historically have been better just because of the practice in the region. But we've seen EU and APAC, the competitiveness step up there. But play styles, they vary, right? And these squads, when they come over here towards the big majors, they got to get adjusted quick. So ASEAN, the Australia, the APAC region, you know, we're learning about their play style a lot more, but I feel like it's more in that fast-paced aggressiveness. We want to kind of breathe down your neck and get these kills and get that momentum, because dominant teams in those regions usually are the best by far, right? And so they think that they can let that slaying power carry them far.
Yeah, in emerging regions, you start to see just more of individual skill shine. And so in situations like that, it's just going to go for that faster pace or chaotic scenario where it's going to be, all right, the more gunfights that you can get into, the more battles you can start and finish, the better it's going to go for your squad. And so you might see that kind of from APAC. Yeah. I do view like kind of, you know, North America obviously is the top region, Europe's a step behind, and then we do have APAC kind of a step behind as well. Yeah. And so it's awesome to see from the global scale, everyone start to rise up, continue to rise, and that bar just gets higher and higher. But yeah, I would love to, you know, we might start to see those lines throughout this year between APAC versus EU. You know, when can they close that gap? Like, what is the top APAC team? How do they fare in the EU world? Can they beat the 5th best, the 10th best team? You know, what team can they beat?
And that's one of the best ways for us to kind of scale it too as well, you know, kind of putting those seeds up against each other. And sometimes we get the pleasure of seeing it here. It seems like Pool A was the international pool, right? The pool of all the best teams in the region with ASEAN and with the Chiefs and Cloud9 as well. So, well, we're seeing how it's coming out on top, but hey, NA on top once again. You know, it's normal out here. But the Chiefs, man, as we go into the Slayer, we'll see if they can slow the pace down and get back into this one, all right?
Yep.
But so far, so good, man. Walsh, it's a pleasure being up here with you. Okay.
Likewise.
Being able to, you know, to cast these matches, you know. But, you know, what's been the best part about this day so far for you with us being in Kansas City? Because I got a chance to interview Elamite earlier, and as I was telling him, I said, you know, you've been in pretty much every Halo event. There's very few firsts for you, and Kansas City is the first for all of us.
Man, I have been to Kansas City before. I have some family out here, so I enjoy the city. Oh, man. Let's see. I'll highlight something in-game, not a game.
Okay.
So let's see. In-game, I mean, that XSET versus Ascend match, Recharge Strongholds, was so incredible. The one where XSET almost brought that back and almost crushed that.
Literally a kill away from them being able to just hold that for the last 7 seconds in which they needed, and they almost got it. Tashi tweeted, this whole place was about to erupt because they were down by about 120 points.
Nuts. Yes, and so that had to be my favorite in-game moment. Favorite out-of-game moment? Man, I did get a little barbecue, but I would say I went to a barcade called Up Down and checked that out. And, you know, I'm a big proponent of this arcade game called Killer Queen Arcade, and so I got to play a couple games with that last night with a few of the Killer Queen people out here in Kansas City. So that was my favorite out-of-game moment.
Yeah, I was talking to Reese about it. Did you beat him?
Yes, yes, of course.
I'm going to let them know later, all right? Folks, we're about to head into map number 2, His Street Slayer between ASEAN and the Chiefs, the battle of EU and APAC. We're kicking this one off with Barcode as he's taking a quick look down towards Purple to get a little assist there. First blood on the board for the Chiefs, and Rocket's still up.
It looks all right for the Chiefs there, but one thing that I noticed right off the bat is so many players just pushed back from the Chiefs. They had so many members from Ascent pushing up towards Neons, pushing up towards B Street, that you still saw off the bat that you saw Barcode nading towards Driveway, nading his back, and just watching that way. So although they were able to acquire a kill, they gave up so much map presence because of it, and we're going to have to see if that comes back to bite them.
Big rocket from Sika. He got one more left as he's over here towards top B stairs. Got this entire street locked down and all the intel for his team. As his teammate is going to be retreating, he has the exit frag for the double. He says, I got your back, dog. And that's going to be 2 down for the Chiefs, and the score racking up for ASEAN. They're going to be locking down this B side of the map and trying to force these spawns of the Chiefs. You know, it looked like they was trying to be forced towards Train, but they got him over here towards PD locked in.
Well, even though that was, first off, an incredible backup play by Sika to help over towards the Commando.
Beautiful bait.
And more highlights that Chiefs does not have the angles across the map that they need to finish those kills. Rather than having 2 people just doing the Benny Hill chase around the map in circles over at Subway, You could have somebody over towards balcony or C stairs, or ideally even push down a little further, maybe towards benches or ATM, where they can just finish off that kill as that player runs away instead of having 2 people watching the same sight line in an enclosed tunnel.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta let that kill go to the streets and hope your teammate pick it up one time. Now Barcode, he'll be in the battle, but that player's gonna have to jump out and get out of the dodge, and you got the Chiefs playing over here towards Train. Some decent shots up there towards the top ledge. They'll be able to find themselves 1 kill. New Rockets is up, and the Chiefs, they'll be able to get on Mads. He picks it up. He'll take this one over here towards Purple. Knows a kill is in the area, gonna use that rocket to be able to pick up one on Legend. And this is the Chiefs looking for some top A control. They're gonna hold this side of the map for now, but they gotta win some more battles, and it starts now.
Yeah, Chiefs are actually doing much, much better this game. Now, one concern I did have, as we saw at the beginning of this, was that Chiefs are more so playing defensive or scared. There's a big difference between slowing the game down and turtling up and playing defensive or scared and giving too much of the map. And so I feel like they were more on that sort of end of the spectrum as far as playing a little too defensive, a little too reserved. But I like this now. We're seeing the Chiefs really come out of their shell. They're pushing out, taking over this B Street, not afraid to push on over towards Subway. They just need a few more different sightlines like this. And this pace seems to be suiting them well. They're only down by 4 kills. It's been going back and forth between, you know, a 2 to 4 kill lead, but they look so much more comfortable in this game versus round 2 on Recharge Oddball.
And exactly, loosen up. You're not down 2-0, you're just down 1-0, okay? So still have that confidence coming into the Slayer and the game plan in which your team came up with, as we're on board with Shady mid-map, taking some shots over there from top A. But he's in a battle with the Bulldog, and that's one he was not ferocious enough to come out on top with. That was 4 down, 4 to side of a Sin, 3 down on the side of a Chiefs, but who's gonna come out and get position of the map? Sika hitting some decent shots there with the Stalker, but he'll back up before he gets stalked.
Gets back up, but look at this. The pressure still remains on the Chiefs as these members of Ascend are not hesitating to fly across the map and get these kills. So every single time these teams are like spawning over in different quadrants of the map, you see Ascend pushing out just a little bit faster, taking up a bit more real estate for free.
Watch this lead. Looks like it may be getting out of control here for Ascend soon. Even when we saw 4 down for them, they didn't slow down coming off the respawn. They knew that they built that lead, right? They knew that they were ahead. And when you're ahead of these series, it gives your squad a lot of confidence. You don't have to, like you say, play slow, play reserve, continue to stick to the game plan. And it's even that much harder for the Chiefs. They need somebody to really step up and take over. Pitts not having a game in which he wants, but it's a team effort as Barcode goes down. Beautiful rockets from Sika. He comes out with the triple kill. Won't be able to find the over, but he gets the intel.
There's all 4 going down, but look at, once again, all these member Chiefs are just pushed too far back. I mean, they weren't in a situation where they just got slayed and spawned up there. They had plenty of time to try to expand their locations on the map, but instead, they're just poking out of these little doorways over at PD or poking out the back of back A. And at some point, they need to get more eyes on the center of the map. Try to catch some of these players Ascend off guard as they're pushing down the street or down the center. Don't give them such free roaming room.
And, you know, the Chiefs, they're playing from downhill right now. They need 1 player to go off as they just pressed up towards Arcade. 2 players go down. Now, Slays was able to get a kill, but he's going to lose Maddie, and Slays goes down. That's pretty much 4 down for the Chiefs as they're having to respawn again. 4 more kills needed for Ascend, and the Chiefs, they need a prayer in Kansas City, but the Pioneers, they got that crowd, all right?
Yeah, but I don't know if prayer's even going to save them here. This one, they're just going to be deciding what they're going for dinner. Is this going to be a steak? And it is going to be a steak going for Ascend.
Medium rare, okay? That's what got served up on your screens there. 2-0 coming out for Ascend, and they're cruising.
Yeah, this is just looking scary. I feel like this is going to be an Ascend 3-0 victory based on what we're seeing, you know, from round 2 and Oddball and that game 2 Slayer. It just feels like they're just kind of a step above.
Yeah, a few steps above at that, you know. Maybe, well, number one is we talked about the regions, and I guess if we had to rank them, NA, EU, APAC, okay? You don't like us, tweet us, all right? You don't tweet me, tweet him, all right? He co-signed on
Might as well follow me, at Walshy.
There you go. At Guy Blaze, the only one. And so, but yeah, so we got those ranked up there. But yeah, man, coming into this next one, the Chiefs on this objective, they need somebody to go off because it's just looking, you know, real slow for them. I hope they're not thinking about bracket play already because they still got a few more pool play patches to play. And they want to be able to get themselves as far in that loser's bracket as possible, all right? So let's take a look at our stats from our last matchup. And Walsh, as we're seeing here, you know, one thing I guess that kind of stands out to me the most is really just the deaths, right? It's just outslayed.
I mean, outslayed across the board. I mean, at some point you could maybe say like Pips had a slightly worse game than his teammates, but anytime your team gets staked, it's a team effort on what things are going wrong.
Yep.
So
It's
at
not
this
one
point,
player.
yes, not one player. At some point you can almost even argue Pips. Maybe Pips has been the one that's poking out a little bit more and trying to get them some real estate. Ultimately, Chiefs need to be a step above as far as their aggressiveness compared to that last game. They can't just give up that much real estate for free. So no, do they need to make the game as fast as possible? They can slow it down a little bit, but you can't just be hiding. And they won't even have the option to hide here as it's strongholds on live fire, one of the more open maps that we have here in the infinite rotation. So it's going to be a fast-paced one. We saw fast-paced really seem to benefit Ascend.
Yeah.
Maybe something will change here on Strongholds on live fire, but we're going to have to find out. It's going to be rough.
These next 2 game modes are going to be the quickest that we have in our series when it comes down to play style, that fast-paced play style, and how successful it can be for your team. So, hey, Ascend, Strongholds, Live Fire, Ctf Aquarius, I think everybody putting their money there, but those slower game types, it was the Oddball, it was the Street Slayer to kick it off, and the Chiefs need at least one of those to, you know, kind of have some momentum here in the middle of the series to possibly make it to another Slayer. But, hey, now with their backs up against the wall, they got to give it everything they got. You got to play like you have nothing to lose in this situation, okay?
It's kind of true.
You got the pressure of the fans of your region, okay? You may have family here, but at the end of the day, it's like, hey, guys, we just got to go shoot. Shoot straight. Go win the fight.
Backs against the wall, like you said, nothing to lose. Right, what they've been doing thus far hasn't been fully working. So at some point, feel free to make a slight changes. I'm never a big proponent, as I say before, to change up everything. You don't make all these wild changes. Even though sometimes us as casters, we say we want to see a certain player go off or have a good game. By also no means do you want to feel like you have to carry the whole game on your back, because at some point you start to make individual plays, individual mistakes that don't bode well for your team. So in a case like this, it's going to be more of like, all right, let's get our small talk going. How are we going to be pushing around together? Don't be afraid to have someone anchoring and shooting across the map while they push 2 members over towards B nest or go over towards top center. So I would love to see them just start to really have kind of those standard Halo setups where you have someone kind of anchoring at a power position across the map somewhere up high where they can lay down shots, then a couple people flying in because you need to be fast.
Yeah, you need to be fast. You need to be working together. Let your teammates know that, hey, I got your help. I'm close by. I got your trade. Those type of call-outs are so important, especially as me and Walsh is talking about trying to alleviate pressure in these type of situations where you're down 2-0. You got to laugh. You got to have some fun. Hell, treat it like a rank game, but don't do what you did the last 2 maps. As we're about to head into this 3rd map, and we got off the start Sika trying to get the power up, but he won't be able to get up there. I think he may have burned it. I'm not sure.
No, did not get it just yet, but we will see who's going to acquire that here in 5 seconds. But off the start, we did see an lead here for Ascend. For Chiefs. It felt like they did a decent job getting a couple of slays, but right off the bat, we now have Strongholds just exchanging hands. Ascend putting a few points on the board, and I did not see if anyone got that power up. It's actually still up.
Yeah, no, it's still up, and the snipe is there too as well. So I think you got the power up and the snipe that may go towards the hands of Sika if they were able to get that kill on Barcode.
And I believe that was a drop sniper.
It
dropped heat wave. It dropped heat wave on top of the scoreboard. So saying, all right, you have the camo. You can get up close and personal a little bit easier with that power up. And Sika was expecting a little quicker help there from Legend. Some of those can be really frustrating as a team where you expect that double team to come in quicker, and instead there he was slightly overextended over into the sandbags and costing the camo.
You got an A-B set up here for Sin, and that A-Hill will get canceled out by a big win coming from Sika on Pibbs. But over towards the C side, Sin will start getting that decap, and they're going to try to flip this map, go for the BC setup. They'll have Shady back green. He's going to be watching his exit here from Garage, and he also has top sandbags watched as well. Slays finds a kill on Sika. He's taken out, but Barcode there for his straight man advantage on the map for the Chiefs.
Wow.
But quickly countered there by Snipe Drone, and he'll have the heat wave as well in his back pocket.
Just a couple of individual plays make such a difference there. Losing that heat wave, also not having someone contest over C, and then somehow Snipe Drone also getting taken out by Madzy, so that heat wave not really being successful for anyone that's been using it thus far.
Yeah, sometimes even a blind squirrel can find a nut. And, you know, we got multiple kills coming out that we was not expecting. But Madzy with the heat wave in hand, watching top mid, and so far you got the Chiefs. Only 8 heal to their name, but with that kill, they should be able to get B if they can clean it up. But you see the player spawning up at C, some solid shots in his back. Barcode was able to win his battle for now. Gonna throw a nice defensive nade to blow up anything coming through. He saw the camo guy, couldn't get the stack that he needed, but he gets the call out.
That was such a great grenade. I did not realize there was that slight incline there over at the B stronghold. So that's gonna blow up in anyone's face if they're up on the ground level entrance.
Also counter nades that's coming through at the same time. I felt like that was his big
purpose,
you know?
you could basically insta one of those. Yeah, as soon as another frag grenade baby's coming through, could just blow that one up and make sure you don't get grenaded. So yeah, lots of utility for that. Just using that angle perfectly.
Well, Sika, he's going to be able to pick up this night and try to show us some sick plays as he's scoping down towards the A site. Ooh, that's one for us, as it's a trip cap on the map for Sand as they're charging the victory. 181-0, and they're trying to go for the skunk wash as we saw Sika on a spree. The Chiefs, they need a prayer. They need a miracle.
They need a point.
Something.
They need a point. That's what they need. So they're going to try to capture A, and just like that, they get their first point on the board. So no skunk here today, Blaze.
No skunk today, thank God. We don't need that in Kansas City for anyone. This is the Major, folks, and we do got the best Halo players in this venue on this Friday. And if you guys are just doing it, don't want to miss out on championship bracket starting tomorrow as we see Ascend here trying to battle out and get towards this B hill. Washington, they have not let off the gas whatsoever, and they should not as they break the 200-point marker. Slays, he's in a battle. He'll get some help from his teammates, but as he's called out and taken out, Ascend, they're comfortable. They get the B hill back in their favor.
And Chiefs are just getting continually staggered. So every time they're spawning, they're getting sniffed out. Here's one member that just spawned. There's now 3 dead for a second. So when I say staggered, what I mean is Chiefs are never having all 4 members of their team alive. Instead, as soon as 1 or 2 spawn up, they expose themselves. They go out for a fight, and then they continue down in numbers for an extended period of time. Since you have a 10-second respawn here in objective games, that can really extend for a long time.
There it goes.
And just like that, the game is over 250-12. Probably the biggest scoreline that we've seen yet today.
Yeah, probably one that we have, you know, especially on broadcast, right? I saw some open brackets, 200 to 3, 250 to 3s here and there. But right here, when it comes down to our pool play, that was the biggest one. It's probably our quickest series, you know, throughout the day as well. Man, talk about for my first one, okay? I ain't saying I prayed for a quick series, but you know what I'm saying? We got one, right?
It happens that way sometimes. I was hoping we could cast a close game 5 together.
Honestly, Wash, I wanted to go to distance, okay? I wanted to go game 5 here, and it would have been a beautiful story for APAC to really contest Ascend the furthest that they've been today and challenge them to push them towards that game 5. You know, granted outside of their Cloud9 loss, but at the end of the day, Ascend is staying at number 2 in Pool A, and they're just waiting to play whatever open bracket team that has to come through tomorrow. And we got a few top options out there, but I'm excited to see who's going to make it in the morning. But this is your score: 2-0, 50-30, and then 250-12. That's dominance.
Yeah, that you don't get really much more of a one-sided scoreline than that. Ascend really cementing themselves as one of the top 2 in this pool. Yep. Obviously, Cloud9 is a beast of its own as they were able to take down Ascend earlier today. But Ascend, like I said, established themselves as that second best team in this pool, assuming that, you know, we're going to have to check out how that open bracket team does.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of solid open bracket teams coming out here at Kansas City, and we could see one of them surprise. We could see someone start to roll through all those pool play matches when they have to play them tomorrow morning. Well, that's tomorrow's story.
Tomorrow's story, right? But a story for the B stream, E United versus Quadrant coming up next, and Quadrant, our second best EU team, going up against E United, who we saw struggle a little bit, go to game 5 a bit, but at the end of the day, it's pool play, and they're gradually heating up for now. Anything you want to say on this series coming up?
I mean, it's gonna be interesting. And yeah, for those that might be confused at home, Quadrant is the European team, even though United spawned off
Yeah,
from Europe. They are a full North American Halo roster, and United are looking real strong from what I've seen so far this tournament. So
Yeah.
I would expect that to be a fairly one-side series, like a 3-0 or 3-1 in the favor of United. It would be my guess if I had to guess for this next series, but who knows?
Hey, we'll see if we got any surprises coming up here on the B stream, but that would do it for Walsh and myself for now. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's the United versus Quadrant.
Hello and welcome back to HCS Kansas City. Joining me here is going to be Dan Gaskin, with special thanks to Xbox Plays, not for Dan Gaskin, but for putting the whole stream on together. So here we are in the B stream again. Like I said before, the best stream, especially when I'm involved.
No, they brought me personally. Actually, I had a phone call and they said, Dan, we really need you. Richie's struggling
Phil
out
Spencer,
here.
was it? Was it Phil?
Yeah, and they were like, Dan, come on, help this guy out. Look at him. But no, honestly, it's great to be here, of course. And we've had some amazing series so far. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen.
And we have got, of course, up next going to be E United up against Quadrant. This is going to be a little bit of a freebie for Quadrant, who have already, you would say, gotten the job done in pools up until this point.
Yeah, I think when Quadrant came into this tournament, they wanted to at least get top 2. And they had to beat G2 to do that. They've got that result, so now they say, hey, well, why not go that one step further?
Yep.
Let's try and take down E United. But when you do look at that series layout, it kind of favors E United a little bit.
Okay.
But I guess a lot does when they are the team that they are, and they are so good at Slayers.
We were having a little bit of a discussion, and I'm glad you brought up Slayers, about game 2 and 5. You said Quadrant have to win Slayers, but the problem is E United, I'm not afraid to say it, the best Slayers in the game, in the tournament. So they have their work cut out for them here.
I think what we saw earlier on the mainstream was that, you know, E United are this amazing slaying team, but they can struggle in some of these rotational objective games. Starting off on Oddball, can Quadrant take advantage of that would be my biggest question going into it.
Will they struggle then? Rain picks up a kill in the feed. Shad goes down. Eventually, as does Chick too, and Fragger coming off the respawn screen. That's going to be a double kill and the worst possible start here for E United.
Does have the shock rifle as well. Bish bash bosh, thank you very much. Easy as you like. And that is not what you want to see for Quadrant, right? You don't want to be getting shut down like that. That's so detrimental for your confidence.
Confidence rock then. The shock rifle does the damage. Spartan rotating that ball down to just 2 members on the team here. As SLG tries to help his team's cause here and get closer to the ball. But it's starting to rotate once more. And again, we're seeing E United come off the respawn. Quadrant just not quite quick enough at the moment.
No, they're not. And considering that E United have struggled with the pace of some of the games being played, perhaps going up against a European team is actually the best possible thing you could have. Because European teams technically are a bit slower when it comes to how they play Halo Infinite. Sure, maybe a little bit different for Ascend, and some teams are getting a bit better, but maybe Quadrant on the slower side at the moment.
Now we talk about European teams. This is technically 2 EU teams on display here. Shad and SLG, though, will hit the respawn screen as a full complement of players still left remaining standing for E United. Starting to tick over some points here as well. 25 seconds to 15, so no significant score, no huge lead to have to cut into here for Quadrant, but the early engagement's favoring E United just a touch.
A couple of very close encounters that I'm seeing with these teams as well. They're getting up and close personal with each other. They're not, you know, messing around with some long distance battle rifle fights. Instead, they want to just get up close and personal with these engagements. And I tell you what, if you've got a shock rifle in your hand and you hit shots like that, it's never going to be fun.
Snap, crackle and pop. Ryan New puts you away. Spartan, though, will lose his life in the meantime to SLG. The French starting to roll now, starting to heat up just a little bit here. Hoping to turn that heat into some scores on the board, but unfortunately Nick just with a double kill of his own as Ryan Noob fries the face right off of Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Ryan Noob is putting on a show for us, and I'm a bit sad it got shut down because that could have got really out of hand. But good news, I guess, for Quadrant, because you cannot allow anyone to run around with a shock rifle like that, but especially in that kind of form. At the moment, though, United doing very well to just keep this ball away from Quadrant, pick up some scrappy time. We've not seen a really proper setup at the moment, though, which is good news for Quadrant. They're not too far behind.
SLG picks up 2 to break that setup, but scrappy points do add up over time. 40 points now to 15. As Rain using that commando to some deadly effect. Plasma pistol will be enough to get a trade here as Ryan Noob and Shad hit the respawn screen. It's a 2v1 momentarily here, but unfortunately, SLG gets caught a little bit unaware as that ball rotates towards them. That should mean some more scoring for E United.
And I'm really just wanting to focus on Chick as a player for Quadrant as well. I think there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders for his slaying ability and how he's just been coming through the ranks as one of these European players that everyone's keeping an eye on. It's always been about SLG for Quadrant, but now suddenly it's about Chick. What can he do? Where's Chick on the map? If United are shutting him down consistently, it's going to be a real struggle for this Quadrant side.
On the other side of things as well, you can't be doing too far wrong. If you
Oh
look
my
at
God.
Spartan, and it's just as I was about to highlight Spartan, he hits that headshot, picks up 2, and locks in the killing spree.
Yeah, Spartan is a scary player to be facing against on any map, but when you put the right weapons in his hands, he does turn into a different beast. 79 to 15 at the moment. make that ticking over to 80. E United very firmly in control, and maybe Quadrant weren't expecting E United to come out of the blocks this quickly.
10 points is all that's required then for round 1. E United so close to locking it in, and Quadrant just have not been able to dictate the pace of play. E United have ran the show in round 1 thus far, only requiring 6.
Should be the round wrapped up, but we've seen some amazing comebacks already throughout this tournament, so I don't want to tie a bow on it just yet. But with 2 kills going in favor of Quadrant, they'll slow down E United ever so slightly. A camouflage as well for them to work with as well, but they would need an absolutely perfect setup now if they were going to be able to get back into this round.
SLG then trying to ensure they can have just that perfect round, that clean sweep. No mistakes to be made here. Camouflage still has a sliver or so left. Trying to get as much information for his team as he can. Does know they're going to be spawning over towards long hole. Grenade goes down, but will not find a home here. That player down to half shields. That's going to be enough for the cleanup onto Spartan, but Ryan Noob elsewhere picks up the sword and starts slashing and dashing.
That's what Ryan Noob does best. He gets behind enemy lines and he likes to use close range weapons like a sword, like a mangler previously when it was used as well. But SLG is keeping E United at bay at the moment. He's keeping them at arm's length and saying, hey, you know what? You've got to come to us here. We know that Ryan Noob's got the sword, but I'd like to see you try and get close to us because SLG's just been on the prowl. But finally, SLG gets shut down. That angle is suddenly free for Ryan Noob to travel. Someone else has to pick it up.
Oh, and I don't think Shad knew what he was dropping into, and it was a Viper's Pit as he lands right on top of that blade. Those only requiring 4 more seconds. Spartan hides behind the batteries, and he is going to be able to milk out enough time as round 1 goes the way of a United.
Spartan turns into a Duracell battery temporarily. He was fully charged, he was ready, and he said, give me that ball, let's finish this round and move on. We don't want to have to fanny around anymore. Instead, we get into business because, you know, they started so quickly, United, and if they had allowed Quadrant just too many seconds, that's when you start to worry a little bit that that comeback potential could happen. But at least they are able to clutch up at the end, and they don't have to worry about it.
No comeback in round 1 then. A couple of kills get traded out back and forth, but momentarily 4 go down for E United. A complete contrast and starts from round 1, and maybe that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Quadrant.
You know, Richie, I'm really impressed with Quadrant this tournament because the EU Super, they were disappointed.
They were.
And I think that we highlighted that, and they were upset about it. I had DMs, I think, from half of the Quadrant roster saying, hey, how dare you say these things about us? But they've turned up, they're impressing, they've improved, and maybe we were the fuel they needed because, boy, they did need a kick up the backside, and they are performing well in this tournament so far.
Sounds like we're going to take credit for Quadrant's turn
I
of
try
fortune.
and do what I can.
Uncle Gaskin and Uncle Shersey getting the job done here and inspiring the younger generations to play better Halo. And if we can keep on doing that, particularly for Europe, it'll be a better place for it. But 12 points to 3 here to score for E United. Despite that hot start, it means nothing in terms of the scoreboard.
On the other side, I did say on the desk earlier that I think E United have dropped down to around a top 6 team. And that had some eyebrows raised, including the E United social team. They weren't very happy with me. But I said, hey, I want to be proved wrong. I want to see the E United that finished 2nd, that finished 3rd. But in recent tournaments, they haven't looked that good. But I tell you what, Spartan looks equally as good as he always has. Jesus Christ!
Pure filth from Spartan. Frying Quadrant alive. 26 points now to 3. So impressive.
Excuse my profanities, but sometimes, you know, it just comes out when you see plays like that, as we're going to see also the sword joining play. Ryan Noob very much enjoys having that in his back pocket, as you should. And the United starting to run away with this one.
31 points to 4 then. It's going to be the score. On the door. 3 dead for Quadrant. 2 on the side of the United. They still scrap a few points here, and a play ball going to be put into effect, and I'm not upset with that one bit as Nick picks up SLG, that player who was playing the ball for his team just to try and reset the map. But unfortunately it means nothing, and they're just unable to get cooking here.
And when I looked at this series layout, I was actually looking at map 1 being one of favourable ones towards Quadrant in terms of how they performed in previous online tournaments and even at LANs as well. This has been probably a bottom 5 game type for E United across the board. So the fact that they are still looking comfortable is probably a bad sign for Quadrant going into the rest of things. But that being said, it's still only 32-5. It's not like Quadrant are completely out of it, but with 3 dead, this is going to be a big chunk of time.
Shad putting shots down, but he has been spotted now from that player over towards C-Plat, taken down to a quarter shield now. One more burst will be enough to fade him to black, and he pops back out for that rechal, but unfortunately for him, Spartan's not missing right now.
Spartan isn't missing, and Nick has got a sword in his back pocket as well, and that's just meaning things are going to get worse. Oh, the repulsor has done so much work throughout this tournament. We've seen so many amazing repulsor plays. It seems like everyone's getting better and better at utilizing the equipment that's available to them.
Ryan Noob dropping a few celebratory bags, maybe. No Earl Greys, no Tetleys. Is ultimately taken down back blue. Fragger picks up 2 in the feed. That's going to be perfect for Quadrant here. But Rain recognizes that immediately and scampers away with the ball into the night sky.
If Ryan Noob doesn't drink Earl Grey, he doesn't drink English breakfast, what does he drink in terms of tea? Is he like a fruit-flavored tea?
I think he's a peppermint guy.
Peppermint. I think peppermint, that's definitely what Ryan Noob is. He's a peppermint tea kind of guy.
Shad, though, not looking for any kind of tea, coffee. He's looking to win this game. Win this round would be a start. Chick drops down, helping his teammate long haul, recognizing he's in big trouble. Does get a frag grenade, a fade away on the way out, but unfortunately for him, Shad last man alive. That's going to mean even more scoring for E United here as shots go down. Shots exchanged between Shad and indeed the guys over on E United positioned top control. This game's going back and forth, but E United haven't really got a setup, but yet we look at the score at 69 points to their total.
I think E United's performance against G2 earlier probably has pushed them into a place where they have to be performing, right? They went to a Game 5 versus G2 and maybe underestimated that G2 roster. So they've come in all guns blazing against Quadrant here. That's how Ryan Noob's even getting awards for the medals for the amount of solo kills he's getting at this point. That's when you know that things are not going well.
Ryan Noob appears to be playing a different game right now.
Hack and slash.
Rain plays that ball. Information came through, the push was coming. Takes the 1v1. Loses the SLG though. Nick clambers top batteries. Dispatched immediately. 3 dead now. Ryan Noob, last man alive. Over towards this long haul top gold area. Taking down to no shields. Those nades will hurt, do hurt. Take him away.
Fragger doing what he can to keep this ball out of E United's hands at the moment, but I think that's what this whole game has been about for Quadrant, is they've not been focusing on what they're good at. They've been trying to stop E United from gaining too much time, try and keep it scrappy, but Quadrant have never really been able to get a setup of their own, so they've almost punished themselves by playing almost in a defensive way, and I think that's just fell into the hands of E United, who are more than happy to take a scrap at the moment. They want to get into those individual fights, they want to get into those 2 versus 2s.
Quadrant been a little bit tentative, invited the pressure on. Fragger gets a stick, but Spartan picks up the ball. Not content with winning the round, but wants to do it in convincing fashion here, and they have won the game. 2-0 here as E United take game 1 in convincing fashion.
It was convincing. It wasn't really anything there for Quadrant for me to kind of play off and think, okay, Quadrant, they could maybe win this series. Let's go EU. No, that doesn't even work. I can't even say that. I have to actually say.
I mean, you can say it, and no matter what team wins, you were right.
And I'm very rarely right. So now I can go down one of those.
You made a career of it.
I have. Wait, have I?
Yeah.
Okay. Is he right? I don't really know. But game 1, I mean, all United, all day, every day. Some of the shock rifle shots that we were seeing from these guys was unreal. I mean, Spartan. You know, we heard.
Stop it.
Last event in Anaheim, Jen. God bless her soul.
Yeah.
She's still alive, but she was here casting with Richie, but she's not casting now. I'm sorry.
I haven't killed her.
Then Are you sure?
Well, not legally, anyway.
No, okay, cool. That's fine. She said, you know, Spartan, he's getting his left cheek, and he's slamming it down.
She was talking about cheeks quite a lot.
I think the Spartan this event, right cheek. It's arrived, and it's starting to happen. But speaking of cheeks, let's get into some stats, because it is going to be some cheeky stats on our screen. Ryan Noob, 25 kills. Had the sword for, I feel, about 25 of them, but really did put on a display.
Put in a very, very impressive performance. 3 members of E United collectively going over 20 kills as well. Rain being the only outlier there, but when your team are dominating so much and Ryan Noob is just hacking and slashing everything that moves towards them, you don't even need to really get the kills. But looking on the other side of things, Quadrant have had a game to forget. What do they need to do to bounce back here? Shad and Fragger combined have not had one of those games that you need if you're going to take down a team of the caliber of E United.
Literally in my notes, I wrote down Ryan Noob flanks must be shut down.
Yeah.
Didn't happen, and he got the sword. And that is always going to be just a situation where you find yourself constantly being kind of slashed from behind.
Yeah.
And you need to make sure someone at least tries to take out Ryan Noob. But they almost try to ignore him at times. And Ryan Noob was just there having a field day, just running around, killing everyone with the sword where they least expected it, and almost used the rest of the team as distraction techniques. And going into game 2, we need to see a kind of better idea of how you shut down a player who is consistently pushing behind you.
Well, up next is going to be Slayer on Streets, and the shackles were off Spartan the Dog, off Ryan Noob, and they were dancing all over Quadrant there. Up next We always spoke about how strong E United are, particularly on Slayers. Is there a hope? Is there a chance for Quadrant to bounce back and tie up this series?
So I'll start it off by saying that this is E United's worst Slayer out of all of them, but they are very good at Slayer. We know that. However, on the other side, this is literally Quadrant's worst game type altogether.
Okay.
So across the board, this is not a good game type for Quadrant. It's not a great one for E United, but they are very good at Slayers, so that would have me lean towards E United anyway, just because of the fact it is a Slayer rather than an objective. So no, I can't really find anything just right off the top of the bat to think about Quadrant and their chances in this Street Slayer. But that being said, if we see the likes of Chick start to, really get fired up, really start to pick up some kills and bring some momentum and some life back into this Quadrant side. Like, my biggest question would be, has there been too long a period between their victory against G2 and now where they're playing? Like, have they lost all that momentum?
Sounds like you're making excuses.
For who? For Quadrant?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you said I was Uncle Dan, I was trying to help. The boys.
But we're really good at ridiculing our boys.
It's true.
Yeah.
I gave Quadrant a very hard time during the Super, and I don't feel like this is the series to be giving them a hard time.
No.
They are expected to lose this series.
Yes, they're certainly the underdogs going into this. The pressure can almost, in a way, be off them. It was a free hit. They've done the work that they needed to do. They took down the two other teams in the group to make sure they secured first or second. But indeed, E United looking so strong and looking to do a complete sweep of the pools.
And Quadrant might already be thinking about that open team, right? Ensuring that they get that victory so they do get top 2, so they stay in winner's bracket. But for now, they have to focus on the task at hand, and that is E United, and it's to try and beat them in a Slayer, which is not something that many teams are able to do, because E United are, we think, one of the best Slayer teams at this tournament.
What a start that is too. 4 kills to 1 is going to be the trade-off after the opening engagements, and it's going to go from bad to worse as Rain has the rockets in his hands, looking to rain down terror, death, and destruction as he gets himself over towards B stairs. But not going to use that rocket, not going to fire smoke over towards Neon. It will not result in a kill. At least it's a very low percentage chance, but 6 kills to 1 now, make it 7. And the worst possible start for Quadrant here.
I don't want to look.
Don't look.
I'm looking between my fingers at the moment because it's just ugly, isn't it? It's so tough to watch when a team gets absolutely battered in the opening stages, because a 6 to 7 kill lead is very hard to come back against an average team, let alone one of the best teams at Slayer games. And even though this might be E United's worst Slayer, it doesn't look like it. You wouldn't know it. 7-1, they had the rockets, they've got all the goodies, but with those rockets now being out, this could be Quadrant's chance to get back into the game.
Quadrant do pick up a couple. Unfortunately for them, the trades have gone against them here as Ryan Noob picks up 2 over towards Red Room with the Bulldog and makes sure that the distance between these two teams is now 7.
So I said that I think E United have got slightly worse as a team since the Mangler meta has gone out of favor, since we've seen the GA, because a player like Ryan Noob, he's one of the best at getting behind, he's one of the best at flanking. If you add a Mangler to that, he becomes one of the best in the game, as this one will be restarted, but I'll carry on with my point. He will prioritize now Bulldog. He will make sure he's got a sword. He knows the weapons that he needs to try and make being a flanking player even more beneficial. So Ryan Noob is a very scary player to go up against, but he did lose a little bit of something with the Mangler not being in his possession. That being said, it does seem like United are adjusting ever so slightly to this new meta, and I'm waiting for them to just find even more potential within this team.
Is it a case then that perhaps some of their performances as of late is a result of that Mangler nerf, and now they're just starting to work out how to play the game without using it and maybe using other things in the sandbox, the likes of, like you say, the Bulldog, the Heatwave? Those guns have become so strong on maps like Bazaar and indeed Livefire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is definitely what we've been seeing, and I think that when the Mangler was there and it was usable, you didn't have to focus a Heatwave or a shot or a Bulldog as much.
Yeah.
Because the Mangler won in those engagements.
The Mangler was the best, yeah.
So you don't have to necessarily focus on the timings of those weapons and prioritizing your positioning around those weapons. Instead, you just said, hey, there's a Mangler that's respawning every 45.
Yeah.
And it was so easy for not just United, but a lot of teams. But now there's having to be that change of playstyle. You now have to start setting up around some of these other weapons. You now have to be making sure you're getting the power-ups instead. And whilst United, 4 amazing players, and I know they will adjust, I just think it's been a very harsh adjustment period for them. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do turn up to this tournament and suddenly break back into top 4, to top 3. When I spoke to Sentinels, they were saying, hey, look, we might have beaten them online, but this is LAN. And even though, yes, I think that the translation from online to LAN isn't as big as it was back when, in the olden days, there is still a very big difference, whether it just be playing through in terms of your momentum, playing through like crowd advantage or anything like that. But obviously there's the connection part as well.
there is a pattern that emerges as well. Almost every tournament, because we have this downtime between tournaments of a couple of months, that E United, they're called the underdogs. They finish second, and then there's a bit of time, and all of a sudden we think, oh, E United are just a top 4 team. They finish third, and now we're coming in here thinking, now they're a top 6 team. These are your words. I'm just using them for you.
Don't you try? No, you're joining me now on
just
this.
Using them for,
that's clipped. That's shipped. E United hate you as well now.
You said no. You said top 6. I have not said that. I still think they're a very strong top 4 team.
Do you?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes, I do.
So you think they are better than Sentinels and FaZe?
I think they are better than FaZe.
Okay. So you think United 4th?
Yes.
Fair enough. I'll take that. I think
they could still possibly be 3rd. Yeah.
Okay.
Over Sentinels.
No, I think it's. I like to be controversial. I like to create conversation.
That's his favorite thing to do.
I like people to start tweeting me and get angry at me because that's what this is all about. We want people to get excited about these games. And E United, I mean, if they can drive that conversation, if they can become that top 3 team again, even though they don't really have a superstar, right? You look at these 4 players from E United, and there isn't that superstar on there. I mean, Spartan's cheeks
Spartan has a bit of magic
in its own is a bit of magic.
He has magic.
But when you look at Frosty on Sentinels, right? You've got Renegade on Cloud9, you've got Lucid on Optic. They are very flashy players.
Yes.
Whereas E United, yes, okay, I mean, we saw what Spartan was doing with the shock rifle, right? But that doesn't matter. You don't need that player if all 4 of you are playing well. And that's what E United have been doing.
Well, the conversation comes down to maybe they don't need that flashy player, and the reason why their team works so well is because they're all so efficient, they all know their roles, and no one really needs to be that flashy player. Everyone is prepared to be the player that they need to be at any given time.
Yeah, and that's what Halo was always about, is putting your body on the line, being that all-rounder.
For you, anyway.
For me, and make it, like, it doesn't matter about how many times you die, as long as you win the game, right? That's what Halo's always been about. But then suddenly, if you've got 45 deaths and your team does lose, then you are left looking like a very silly Billy indeed. But there is a look at the 4 beautiful humans that we were talking about of E United. And whilst, I've been a little bit harsh, and I do think that they have dropped down the pecking order ever so slightly, they definitely have the potential to still get a grand finals. And I think that's what's amazing about this tournament, is that we have realistically 5-6 teams who could all get into that grand finals. Yes, okay, Optic and Cloud9 have looked head and shoulders above the rest.
They are the championship contenders.
But on the day, there is no reason why this United roster couldn't beat one of those. If the game types go their way, or if maybe someone isn't playing so great on Optic, you know what I mean?
I think it's a case of if one of the teams of Cloud9 and Optic have a bit of a slow day, and I think that goes for any of the teams inside the top 6. They can catch one of those teams one time. We've seen Fnatic at Anaheim almost do it to Cloud9 and send them to the lower bracket. What a story that would have been. So there is still chances of that happening, but looking back at the series that we're doing now and how well E United are playing, is there a chance for Quadrant? The score looked to be about 11-4, 11-2 when the game did end at the end. We'll have to get confirmation of what score it's going to be.
They'll be up by 6.
6.
So they need 44 to win.
So a 6-kill advantage, that's significant on a map like Streets.
Oh, I mean, I don't think it matters. They could start at 0-0, and I still think that this is going to be favouring United just because of how good they are at Slayers. You saw the starting strategy as well.
Yes.
Quadrant just went, They didn't really know what to do.
They ran backwards off spawn, I think.
They started running at them, and they very quickly retreated. And they went back into their trenches and said, we don't really fancy this one. Let's get a brew. But United did not allow it. Anyway, we are restarting, and as a reminder, United have a 6-kill advantage. They need 44 to win.
Can Quadrant bounce back here, or will they be waving that white flag? Nick immediately tries to give SLG the wiggles, but the Frenchman not interested in what he's selling there. Rocket still on the respawn screen there, still on the weapon podium. Nobody yet to put their hands on it. Ryan New looks to be the closest. He's got interest in it and has picked it up and scampered away towards the ATMs.
I do love how United just worked their way up the map by killing a couple of players. They didn't jump on the rockets. They didn't leave themselves in a vulnerable position. They waited until that perfect moment. They used the bullets from the battle rifle to suppress Quadrant, and then they picked up those rockets. And now with them in hand, we'd expect that to be at least a kill, if not 2.
They do this beautiful thing of inching their way forward, just carving the map open, keeping lines of sight, secure weapons like that. We've seen that, picking up the rockets, getting the kills they needed, but just controlling the pink side. They completely left all over Arcade open and free.
Yeah, Quadrant just didn't really know how to handle it, and I think that's one of the biggest things with European teams and NA teams, is there is these extra bits of strategy that North America seems to have up their sleeve that Europe isn't quite ready for, and European teams are always behind. And they try and catch up, but then another event goes by, and then suddenly these North American teams learn something else that the Europeans haven't. And NA just seems to be one step ahead at all times.
A 5-kill lead then included, and plus the 8-kill advantage, or the 6-kill advantage, excuse me, they already held. So a significant score. Remember, they only require 44 to close out game 2. But the way this one's going, E United are giving Quadrant all the respect that they deserve. They're playing like they would anybody else.
The E United media team's here filming me now, so this is where I said E United are the best team. They're a top 3 team, and they are definitely going to succeed, and there is no problems whatsoever.
They're going to win this thing. They're the best team in the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
the
the best team I've ever seen.
footage is there now, so no one needs to worry about what I said about them being.
Yeah, we didn't say anything
what
before. Don't check the VODs.
Top 6.
This is what we said now. That E United are the best team in the game, but turning our attentions back over towards Chick. Gets the bark of a bulldog bitten into his arm, but not going to be enough to be fatal this time around. 14 kills to 11 is the score. SLG waiting for his teammate. Got that information. 2 rockets get sent across. Does not take down SLG. 2 rockets do not connect, and Chick picks up a killing spree.
And whilst it's 14 to 12, remember it's a 6-kill advantage for United to essentially 20 to 12 at this point. So still a very big gap. I say that, it's just closed by 2. Quadrant need to be making sure they get these kills in doubles, right? They need to be catching up United slowly but surely, making sure they pick up 2s, not just a 1-for-1 trade. And they're doing well at the moment, 15 to 14, but around 21 to 14, of course, with the advantage. Quadrant need a set of rockets to really try and bring themselves back into this.
SLG with some beautiful shots, shutting down Spartan. If only they could have done that a game sooner. Maybe this series will look a little bit differently right now, but Rain and Ryan Noob answer back, and that's not what you want to see. A 2-kill game here at the moment in-game, but Spartan picks up 2 more.
And Spartan, that's what he has in his locker. He has that potential just to suddenly pummel his opposition into the ground and pick up doubles like that. That really swing things in favor for his team. But the way United are moving around the map, very impressed. You can see why they are such a strong Slayer team. When the only goal in a game is to get kills, United say, right, that's what we need to focus on. Let's make sure we get these rockets, we get the shotgun, we get the kills, job done. But when you add an objective, when you add a ball, that's when they start to struggle a little bit against some of the bigger teams. But right now against Quadrant, it looks a little bit like men versus boys at times.
Disruptor. Not often you see that being utilized, but it's enough to back Ryan Noob all the way back into arcade. But SLG soars forward, picks up the Bulldog and Red Gun. What a combination that could be, and how deadly it can be now with rockets about to pop right out of the oven. 2 kills though in PD. Nick picks up another double kill to extend the lead to 3 now, and rockets once more in the hands of a United.
And it's so difficult when you're playing a game knowing you have a deficit of a certain amount of kills from a reset as well, because even though mentally you look at that scoreboard and you think you're close, it is that little bit further away than you might have expected. And then suddenly the tied game is not so much of a tied game, and you have to just try and psychologically make sure that you are putting yourself in a position of thinking, no, we are 6 kills behind, we have to continue this play aggressive here, we can't afford to slow things down.
United then, 11 kill advantage now as Rain picks up 1 more. And what I'm seeing here is Quadrant getting isolated time after time. We're seeing kills being killed, like there's nobody there to trade them out. Quadrant don't have the power weapons. United just in full cruise control right now.
And that's something that Penguin was saying about Ascend. Like, too many times he saw them without organization, just rushing out as a 2, maybe without a real thought process, just kind of autopiloting at times. Every single life matters. You have to play it in a way that has some sort of strategy behind it, but it's so easy just to get caught up in the spawn, run, help teammate, dive, spawn, run, help teammate, dive. Quadrant need to be changing this slightly. There needs to be a little bit more structure in their game.
Every life matters. Every step has to have a purpose. You need to have an idea in your head. Can't be making it up as you go along every single life. Ryan Noob shuts down SLG once more. The Frenchman just hasn't got the heat right now, and he's got to get himself out of the kitchen. Chick. Position top tower now. Over towards tram station. Overlooking the lay of the land. Backing up once more. Hesitancy. They just don't seem to know what they want to do, like a deer in the headlights. That grenade spins up into the visor of SLG, and he desperately tries to stay alive on that water fountain.
10 more kills required for United. They just need that 44 after the reset, and these rockets are going to be big. And they are absolutely free as you like. No competition whatsoever. Okay, that apparently didn't get a kill, but it probably should have. And now we're going to see a situation where at least they've got 1 to work with, and Quadrant are probably going to be running away with their tails between their legs.
2 rockets fired then. That's 4 rockets in total we have seen United use, and not being able to get themselves a kill. But thankfully for them, it hasn't hurt them too much in the grand scheme of things, as they still have a 10-kill lead here. 34 to 31 in-game, but remember, actually 40 to 31, they only require 44. Chick then, red gun, top PD. Looking to spot out some players, but gets back down, and Chief Wiggums isn't going to be in there to help you. And you scamper out eventually. Game slowing down just a touch, and that's actually in favor of Quadrant as they close the gap here.
Yeah, 34-34 in game. Well, okay, we're starting to see a lead now for Quadrant. This is when that, you know, initial advantage that United had, they were 34-26 up, and then suddenly Quadrant have been able to get 8 kills unanswered at this point. And United had rockets as well, and suddenly that 6-kill lead that they started with is very much closing down, and it is only a 1-kill lead now. Quadrant on top, and this has come out of nowhere. This has come out of rockets not getting kills for United.
Quadrant require 11, United 9. What a game this has been. Quadrant have clawed their way right back into things. Bulldog, SLG locks in a killing spree, starting to heat up at the best possible time for the latter stages of this Slayer.
Quadrant are such a momentum-based team. They just feed off this momentum, this energy, and now with the Bulldog in hand, SLG is just tearing through E United, and they are all running at these spawners. E United do not know what to do right now. 6 more kills required for Quadrant, and we need to see 8 more kills here for E United.
Can't get too excited though. Still have to give this team the respect that they deserve, that they demand, as Ryan Newell picks up one. Chick's got the rockets, but another one doesn't connect. Another one doesn't get a kill. Finally, a rocket does find a kill, but the trades have gone against Quadrant this time. SLG last man alive. We see E United need 4. SLG and the boys on Quadrant need 3.
This is so close, and Quadrant can't afford to get nervous. They can't afford to make the mistakes. Too many times do we see European teams have this lead and throw it away. They need to keep playing with this same kind of pace and aggression as Spartan gets taken down, and Quadrant are 1 kill away.
1 kill away then from tying up the series, as Chick picks up one in the feed. 4 required for E United. They need a clean wipe without trading a single solitary soul. Fragger goes down. He's the first one to fall. All members of E United positioned over towards Arcade and indeed top railings. We're going to see a bit of a standoff, I fear.
Yeah, Quadrant are just playing this one slow. They're trying to force E United to come to them. They're not giving away any easy kills at the moment. But do they take the initiative? Do they try and get this last kill? It looks like Shad, he might go for it here. He's in a sneaky angle.
Shad then, waiting for the damage from his teammates before he does expose himself to the enemy team. E United have fully rotated across the map though, over towards this cafe area. You won't see tea or coffee served at this hour of the night. But what can Chick do? What can Quadrant do? They just need 1. They're scampering away back tower, and they've got it! SLG, with the help of a teammate, they've gotten by. They've squeaked it in. This series is all tied up.
Wow. Lost for words. That is a Quadrant performance that I have not seen since pre-rally.
Yeah.
When they were like going
Top
toe-to-toe with Ascend. And
yeah.
right, we were seeing them take games off Ascend back in Europe and back prior to Rally. That was so important, right? For their, not just for their tournament, but for the series, of course. United having that 6-kill advantage after the restart. Yes. At one point, they were up by around 14. Rain had rockets.
Yeah.
Misses both. One of them maybe could have got a kill. It kind of hit the toes, but they just scarpered away. But there was back-to-back rockets without kills, and then Quadrant just flew from that point. And that really does show the importance of getting these kills with these rockets, making them count. Because off the back of that, Quadrant have got almost 10 kills unanswered, come back, and now they've won the game, and we're going to a game 3 where it's 1-1.
Let's talk about the mental fortitude of Quadrant to go into the restart knowing that they're 6 kills down right off the bat, and then they have that awful, that dreadful start. And then we see this on the stat screen.
SLG, 17 kills, 10 deaths. We give Norwin SLG a very hard time because he used to be one of the best.
We have expectations for SLG.
Very much
He was one of the best players, if not still one of the best players in Europe, but his potential, his ceiling is so high, but we just haven't seen those dizzying heights in Halo Infinite thus far. I think so far, Chick on his team has actually overshadowed him at times, so it is fantastic to see SLG have a game like this today.
I think that's what's scary about Quadrant, though, is you've got Chick, who has been performing consistently, he has been that big damage dealer, the main slayer, but then when SLG does have those games, combined with the performance of Chick, Quadrant do turn into this team that suddenly is able to, you know, win games against E United, a top 6, if not a top 4 team.
Top 3.
Maybe even top 3. I mean, they are 3rd seed in this tournament. There we go.
A top 3 team.
They are
the
3rd seed in this tournament.
Yep. Not 6th seeded.
Not 6th seeded.
Yeah. But Stronghold Live Fire is game 3. Confirmation game 1 and 2 going Game 1 in the favor of E United, 2, like we've seen, to Quadrant. But now Stronghold's live fire. This is a totally different task, but something we can say is Quadrant usually are good in Strongholds.
They are usually good at Strongholds. However, this is probably one of their bottom 2 worst game types.
Said that about Streets?
I did say that about Streets, but I also said it was United's worst game type as well. It was also their worst Slayer.
It wasn't who was the best team in that particular one. It was who could not be the baddest team.
Who wasn't the worst.
Yes.
At
It
times,
was the battle of the worst. It was battle of the worst.
Both of them played it very badly at times, but both of them played it very well at times. But you can see why they lose that game type.
Yeah.
Like, United had a lead like that and they blew it. That should never happen. If that's against FaZe, if that's against Optic, they get pummeled into the ground.
Yes.
And Quadrant have taken full advantage of that, and now they're tied 1-1. For Stronghold's live fire, yes, you're right. We know that Quadrant are a good Strongholds team in general.
Yeah.
And we also know that E United are not a great Strongholds team. They don't like these rotations. They don't like moving around the map. They like just focusing on one objective. And we also said we need to see Quadrant win a Slayer. They've done job number 1. Job number 2 is start here.
Old Uncle Shersey and Gaskin have a point sometimes when we do be giving people an awful time, a hard time of it, a tough time of it. We do know our stuff every now and again.
Every now and then. Even the producer, he said to me at the start of this series, he said, "Dan, this is going to be a quick 3-0." And I said,
How dare he?
I said, you know what? I don't think it is. And then I even said halfway through that Streets game, I went, maybe you were right. But now I take it all back.
It's all back.
I take it all back.
It's all been taken
back into this series.
Sniper rifle, top middle though. SLG, you can see. When a Frenchman is almost like a magpie to shiny things, and that shiny thing's going to be the sniper rifle. They love that scoped weapon.
They've gone for the early capture on the Strongholds. This always interests me with teams. Like, how do you play it? Do you try and focus on setting up for the power-up and picking up the sniper rifle, or do you go straight for those early points? Well, United have done the latter. Has it actually worked out for them? They're still scoring, but when we look at actual map control, what do Quadrant have here? It doesn't look like they have much, so maybe this is a good decision from United with how they've played it.
It's so tough too, right? It's one of those situations where you sacrifice the power weapons most of the time, but we see Rain picking up a power up for free, but you get those scrappy time. It's already 21 seconds off the decision to just go for the quickest stronghold.
SLG's got a sniper rifle though, and Rain wastes 1 bullet of the heat wave to make sure that there's going to be less to work with on the side of Quadrant, and that is a sign of respect for me. When you are scared of what the other team is going to do with weapons, you know what they're capable of, and I think that E United are realizing that Quadrant are here to play and really could threaten this E United roster and their chances of winning this group.
Shad has 1 bullet left in the chamber of this sniper rifle and nothing left to play with in the magazine. Has to find a home when he fires it, especially if a player gets touch tight with him and wants the boogie. He's situated over towards tower though, and not really helping his teammates for the last 10 or 15 seconds.
But still does have it, and you can still do some damage when you finally do find some people to actually stare at. SLG getting up close and personal with Rain, but good communication. And unfortunately, Shad will lose out and no sniper rifle to work with. Quadrant 3 are down.
Oh, I tell you, made a meal of that.
Could have been 4 though, but at least he's able to stay alive.
That 1 bullet sniper rifle. I feel like this is going to be like a golden gun type situation. And that bullet's been in that chamber for so long that it has to find a skull at this point. Player dips out towards cuts there. Sandbags gets taken care of in the shape and form of Nick. Ryan Noob in the feed also, but this overshield, it's an all-out brawl. Spartan picks up 1, scampers away, but Quadrant win the day. They win the overshield.
They are still behind when it comes to actually scoring here, and the reason why Quadrant are usually good at this game type is they do move as a pack around the map. They constantly rotate. They go from C to B to A to C. They in a clockwise motion. But if you play it right, if you kind of expect that to happen and you bait and you ambush, then it can be very difficult for Quadrant to actually succeed in what they're trying to do.
That overshield only seems to delay Quadrant enough for United to keep on scoring, and they still maintain that double cap and that stranglehold over A and B. Quadrant yet to be able to break that setup. As Ryan Noob scampers down, drops down towards scoreboard. Well, Nick picks up 1 in the feed onto Fragger. That's going to stop the push. It's going to make the B control, B contest a lot tougher for Quadrant to break now, waiting for that teammate to spawn back up. We do have a fresh sniper rifle though to be picked up when required, and we see SLG pick that up, I assume. But Chick has died, and there it is. SLG loves it, I'm telling you now. He's drawn to it every single time.
He does, but United were almost expecting it. They were baiting it. They let him get away with it, but at what cost, right? They've got A, B, and they're trying to control C, and if SLG doesn't pick up a kill with it, then it seems like a waste of time even trying to go up top middle for it. And there we go, he's gone down, but maybe he's distracted E United enough for at least one stronghold to be taken. No, it's total control for E United. They are looking really comfortable here. This is what we needed to see from E United. There's been a lot of questions around the objective games, around the rotational games, but they're looking comfortable at the moment.
E United trying to make a statement here in Game 3. And Game 2 was nothing but a fluke. A once-off. A glitch in the matrix. As Nick transcends over towards top middle. He's got bad intentions too. Picks up a double kill onto Fragger and indeed Shad. And look at the shutdown of the two players in A. Does enough damage just about to help Rain cut down SLG. But they still maintain control. Their point advantage is significant right now.
One of my biggest takeaways from this tournament, and actually every tournament we've had for Halo Infinite so far on LAN, is teams are really series dependent. They're very game type dependent on how much they succeed, and sometimes it does come down to that roll of the dice. Does a series layout favor you? And you might have an early series in pool play where the maps don't really go your way. That's probably a good sign, because later in the tournament, the maps that do go your way might turn up for the bigger games. And I do think that Quadrant, when they looked at this series layout, they probably huffed and puffed a little bit. But they just have to realize you've got to increase how well you perform on every single map. You need to have a deeper knowledge of maps here.
Speaking of performing well, looking over towards E United, and in particular Rain, a player that doesn't always get the attention and the love that he does deserve and require sometimes, but having a really good game here in game number 3.
Yeah, Rain should get more attention. He has been such an integral part of this E United's roster success. I mean, you could paint a picture about all 4 of these players with how well this team has played in previous tournaments, but Rain certainly does deserve it, and you're right, he's an unsung hero at times. But for Quadrant, in this particular game, it's looking it might be all she wrote, although we have seen some amazing comebacks. I just don't think it's going to be happening right now, especially when Nick is tearing through Quadrant right now.
And an overkill for Nick as he fires those shots into the body of SLG, and who can blame him?
What did SLG do? He was just the last
French.
player, but I tell you what,
it's French.
He was just there. He had to get the bullets in him, right? I think that you try and get a kill tag just by shooting the body.
You make sure he's dead.
You hope that it's going to happen, but 240 to 49. E United are closing in on taking this game 3, and it's a killing frenzy for Nick.
Oof. Nick taking this game by the scruff of its neck and having a world of a time. It was his playground in map number 2. What a performance, 250 to 49, a statement of intent.
I bow down to the King Nick. An overkill, a killing frenzy. Hats off to you, sir.
Do we go on one knee?
No, because then the camera won't be able to see you.
I
mean, we can figuratively go on the knee. All right?
Yeah.
Well done, Nick.
Well done, Nick. What a performance from him. But looking at it on the other side of things, we expected Quadrant to be a lot better there. They struggled a lot.
They did struggle a lot. I don't know if it's a case of them not performing well. I think United just upped the ante a little bit, right? Yeah. United just went, all right, we're in first gear, into second gear, and suddenly look like a different team. Also, we have to remember...
Is second gear a lot of speed for you?
Well, yeah, you get a lot of acceleration, don't you, when you're in second gear?
Okay.
Well, I guess you get more acceleration technically in first, but you can only go so far. Into second, a little bit further, but now we need to see them get up to 3, then 4, or do that thing where people... They even skip a gear.
Just skip a gear.
And they just go into 5. But, wow, look at those stats. I mean, Nick, 17 kills. He really deserves the plaudits after that one. But Quadrant just weren't good enough. And they just need to pick themselves up and move on to game 4.
What a performance across the board for E United. Rain we highlighted during the game, and Nick with a fantastic overkill. The damage, over 1,000 clear of the rest of his team. So impressive.
Yeah, you almost think that maybe the damage is wrong with how, like, you look at everyone else is in the 2000s, and then Nick just goes, you know what, I'm better than everyone. And half the time it was just pure battle rifle as well. It's not like he was running around with a heat wave at all times. Like, he was just shooting everything he saw. Very impressed with what Nick had to offer. And when you take that and you go into games 4, and maybe 5, but probably just 4 at this point, that's really scary if you are on the side of Quadrant, because you know Nick is firing.
Confirmation then of how the series has shaken out thus far. Oddball recharge 2-0 in favor of E United. 50-47, Quadrant roared back to life, but were very quickly put to the sword. 250 to 49 in game 3. And with Ctf Aquarius on the horizon, your face is wincing. This doesn't look good for Quadrant.
No, that's just how my face looks all the time.
Oh, it's your face, naturally. Yeah, it's a natural face.
Just never really, I'm just there like... No, I'm wincing because this is one of United's better game types. They love Aquarius capture the flag. again, it's back to that, when you've just got one thing to focus on,
Yeah.
E United are really good. Slayers and flag games. All we need to do is capture the flag. All we need to do
Grab
is
the
make
flag.
sure that we kill the other team, grab the flag, drop the flag, score the flag.
Thank you for explaining in great detail how to play capture the flag.
But that's why,
was how you win the game.
E United are good at it, because it is simple at its very core, and E United are just 4 players who love simplicity, because then they were able to perform at their very best. They're able to just focus on their raw aim, their gun skill, which is amazing.
Can they maintain it then? This amazing start that they've had, particularly in the objective game types. And we're on board with Nick, and elsewhere Ryan Noob's picked up a double to get us rocking and rolling right off the rip.
They rock, they roll, and Nick is not really slowed down, has he, from the previous game? He is still hitting the shots, he's still consistent. I think that's what we have to say about the majority of these pros now at these events, is their battle rifle has got to the point that you almost expect them to be getting a 4-shot in every single engagement. And that means if you are going up against someone, you've got to try and do whatever you can, whether that's a thruster pack, whether that's grappling, whether that's a repulsor. Use whatever tool you can to try and help you with these fights.
Rain has control now of the closet for his team, making the push out a little bit of an easier task than it might have been had SLG had it for free. He gets sent back all the way home. He'll have to not pass go next time around. Rain picking up that pistol, that sidekick that we've seen utilized all tournament long, and how strong and how hard it can hit here it lands this city. Rain with a sizzle stick sent into the closet, and one front base just paving the way for his team here.
Nice shots again. It's really difficult for Quadrant to try and escape at the moment, because every single member of E United are taking these angles where Quadrant are being watched at all times. And I was waiting for that flag to eventually be pulled, just because of the position that Rain's in. Has to win this fight though, but that box is an awful nuisance. SLG using the scenery to his advantage.
It was a fight SLG had to win, and it was a fight SLG did win. And he's very quickly getting himself involved in another scrap over towards Car 1, but Chick finishes the damage that he did initially put down. 10-minute mark coming up, fastly approaching us here, and Camouflage about to pop.
And camos we've seen, or we have seen sometimes, where they're not as important on Aquarius, because you are so visible when you are picking up that camo. Usually you see where you drop, and people get a good idea of where you're going to be. And they can often sniff you out as well. But the very best player will sometimes try and drop, stay alive, hold on to that camouflage, and then pop it a little bit later and be a little sneaky beaver.
We're seeing the heat wave being brought into that base there. That's going to be bringing nothing but death and destruction. It's going to be in the hands of Nick, positioned back base, and they're on the ropes here. Chick picks up that flag. Unfortunately, he's down to no shield, but wants a fight anyway, wants a bit of the beef. And him and SLG get the job done. That flag's on the move, as SLG's camo does dissipate, but the damage has been done, and they've got the flag over the halfway point.
Camo plus heat wave, that is a deadly combo, as we know, but SLG just avoiding VR shots to try and put this flag in.
Oh,
you
no.
Don't want to get it caught on the railings there. Touches the doorway, and Quadrant, they need to try and get some kills before they start desperating this flag.
3 dead, make it 4 though. Chick coming off the respawn, trying to be an influence to touch this flag once more. Unfortunately, it's just in that closet door, which is going to make it a very easy return. And there it is, the damage that was done for Quadrant. They're unable to stamp home that authority.
Could they have got it if it hadn't have hit the doorway and that flag had got a little bit further? Maybe. But I think E United had set up shop, and they positioned themselves in a way that they made it very awkward for Quadrant to try and get the run any further. And that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow for Quadrant. And now off the back of that, E United looking to try and counter cap.
Looking at the movement out of E United, 3 of them positioned front base, just flooding the base. Using brute force. It's not pretty, but it's effective here. With 2 members of Quadrant trying to stop this push. Ryan Noob desperately trying to cling on to his life, but he's not for long though. As SLG tries to pull that flag and delay any sort of flag capture, but Shad hits the respawn screen. And this is going to be 1-0 here. A counter cap off the opportunity Quadrant did provide. E United take the lead.
Is that going to be too much for Quadrant? Now they go 1-0 down in this Game 4. Are E United going to gain enough confidence to be able to get in the heads of Quadrant to the point where Quadrant may just roll over, show their bellies, and E United are going to do more than a tickle at this point? It is going to be very much a situation where they try and pummel this Quadrant roster into the ground.
E United looking to do a clean sweep of groups. Looking to top their group and make a statement to everybody else that they're still one of the best teams not only in the country, but in the world, at Kansas City here. That flag being pulled once more, but it's more out of hope and desperation than anything else. As Chick desperately tries to stay alive and successfully picks up one along the way. If he can get another, it might open the door to a counter cap.
It's such a pleasure watching Chick's screen as he still manages to get a trade there to Killjoy. So Spartan was doing some damage, was on a killing spree. I will say that these runs have been sloppy from both teams. It's not like watching Optic, like watching Cloud9, where the movement is so flawless when you are running that flag. Even Ascend, very good with their flag movement. But it doesn't matter how sloppy it is, as long as it goes in. And eventually that one will be punched in. It's going to be 2-0.
3 dead momentarily. At what cost did that flag come out? Will it be at a counter cap opportunity? Nick back base though, clearing house, throwing players over the top rope, but is ultimately eliminated from that Royal Rumble.
Quadrant are doing a lot of damage, but that damage is not equating to any flag captures. And I think that flag cap there was so close, but so far it's hurt them so much, because maybe that's even still on their mind. Again, it's another scrappy flag run, hoping that they can get some slays and move it at the same time. Starting to get a little bit desperate at times, as Sparty will shut down once more. Another flag run, and Quadrant probably just have to let this one go.
Have their heads dipped a little bit after that initial flag grab that shoulda, coulda, woulda. Shots go down front base though. Fragger takes care of business this time. With the help of a teammate, they make sure 3 of E United hit the dirt. And that flag that we thought was gonna die will die eventually, but I thought for a moment, the briefest moment, they get a touch on it.
Chick could feel it on his fingertips. Just an eyebrow's hair away, but Quadrant will still run the next flag. Fragger, that's a bit better in terms of movement. As I say that, he fumbles it ever so slightly, or maybe he didn't. Maybe he knew that player was going to be there.
Oh no. Ryan Noob and Rain dispatched 2 members of Quadrant, and the third one already in the respawn screen. Shad last man alive. But with so many members of E United still up, this flag is dead in the water.
5 minutes still remaining though. Plenty of time for Quadrant to get back into this one, so they don't need to be too worried. They don't have to be throwing flags out constantly and hoping to get one of those really, scraggy flag runs. They've got time to plan things, but at the moment, they've just struggled to get all 4 dead of E United, but this is good from Shad.
Looking at the slays between both these teams, it's very evenly split here, but it's just Quadrant who haven't been as efficient as E United.
It all stems back to those flag runs and the fact that, if it does hit a doorway, if you're not all watching some of those spawns, then you find yourself in such a tough spot where the other team gets in positions to get eyes on that flag. But it's another one moving here for Quadrant. They've moved more flags, actually, than the side of E United, but just still haven't got a point on the board.
They're moving flags. They have a very poor delivery system, but they have finally locked one in for the team as Fragger's handling business elsewhere.
That's the thing, they just didn't have a stamp.
Yes.
Sometimes you try and send mail, if you don't have a stamp, you're not going to be able to get it put in. Eventually they lick it, they prick it, and they manage to get it done.
Those flags must have return to senders addressed on them. That's why they keep getting sent back to E United's base through the letterbox, but they have managed to put 1 score on the board here, and that's opened up the opportunity to tie this game up, but Ryan Noob is looking to shut that down and any semblance of questions that they have right here, right now.
4 minutes on the clock and Quadrant need 1. As you said, in terms of slays, it's a pretty even game, so Quadrant won't be too concerned. And they'd love to take this to a game number 5. United looked like they were very much in control of this game in terms of the fact they were 2-0 up, but now that 1 flag just gives Quadrant that belief of, guys, we just need 1, and we're back into this, and we can really turn our fortunes around. We can get United sweating. You've got to make them uncomfortable.
The United can get a flag capture here with Rain doing just what his name suggests, death and destruction, terror. He is putting on this Quadrant roster, and what we feared might come to fruition here, as this flag is already making its fast approach towards the straight stairs. Ryan Noob with some beautiful movement gets himself towards that flag podium and punches it in to restore their lead.
Such a clean flag run as well from E United. I loved how we saw 1 player take the flag, the other 2 split off, and both tried to focus spawns, because they didn't necessarily know where the spawns were going to be from Quadrant because of where those players are situated. So they said, hey, you take P, I'll take Car, let's do some damage, and let's make sure Ryan Noob can get home with this one.
2 minutes and 44 left on the clock. Not only is E United an opponent here for Quadrant, but very quickly the clock is starting to be 1-2.
Another flag that is being pulled though. One member is down on the side of E United, but SLG needs that support. I love this turn though. That's such good knowledge and listening to teams. But unfortunately, there's just too many players. I think that's happened a lot. Quadrant have been running flags when E United is still 2 or 3 players up.
Rain over top middle, looking to cut this flag off at the pass. It's been dropped down car 1. The information you would assume has come through, and that is why he has bailed out on it just for the moment. We will see one more camouflage here, but will it have an effect on the game? Will it dictate anything in the grand scheme of things as Rain puts down some cross lane shots and locks in 2 for his team onto SLG? Could very quickly turn this into 3, and yes he does. Screaming, where are you, chick?
Where's the over? Someone let me know. He finds it, but it's not going to be enough time, nor is he going to get that kill, but he's done his job. He stopped the flag, and it was raining hell onto Quadrant, but now they've got 1 minute and 39 seconds to get 2 flags across. It is doable in Aquarius, but if E United play in a defensive manner, are they even going to allow Quadrant to get any pulls here?
A minute 25 for Quadrant here to register 2 unanswered flag captures. Nick has gone down, but another flag on the move here as Spartan with camouflage and indeed the heat wave has tossed that flag up, and it's 4-1, and now they're starting to have fun with it.
So impressed. This is better from E United, right? I was saying there was a lot of these scrappy runs. It wasn't looking clean as other teams, but it just seems like maybe they had to wait for these perfect moments when Quadrant were a little bit deflated, and suddenly it becomes a lot cleaner from E United. At 4-1, this game is done. Quadrant know they're not getting 3 flag captures in 50 seconds. E United, okay, they let a game slip, but all that matters is that result.
And we're 40 seconds away from, barring a miracle of some open team entering this group and causing a ruckus and brewing up a storm, from E United topping their group.
I do like that you mentioned it though, because there are some teams in the open that could very much upset the top 2 in some of these pools, and I would be looking at this one in particular, especially with how G2 have performed, especially with Quadrant maybe a little bit vulnerable to some of these open teams as well. But for E United, it's about getting the job done and making a statement here. They want to put this 5th flag in.
It's been plain sailing for most of the series, much of it, to be fair. Another one is tossed up, the return comes through. Great coordination out of E United, and that is what we have seen all series long. They win the flag game, they win the series, done and dusted, job done.
So we saw this happen in Rally. It was a 3-0 in favor of E United in that case in pool play against Quadrant. Quadrant come back, and they managed to get 1 game here, and they are improving in Kansas City, but unfortunately it's still not enough for them to take down the Giants that are E United in pool play. But Quadrant, they did their job. Yes. They were able to beat G2 earlier. They put themselves in a fantastic chance to finish top 2 in this group, but they still have to wait to see, of course, who that open team is going to be. But E United, you know, very impressive performance. Sure, they slipped up on one of their worst game types, but they're going to be saying, who cares, right? It doesn't really matter so much that we've lost 1. We've got the job done. We've got 3-0 in our pool, and we're looking to top this.
Confirmation of how it's gone then. 3-1 in favor of Quadrant. Slayer on Streets, the only game Quadrant managed to pick out in the end. It was a bad game type for both teams, but E United, despite that, win the series pretty convincingly.
I think it was important they did win it convincingly as well, because there were questions asked, I would imagine, by a lot of people after their performance against G2 a little bit earlier. If it wasn't for the fact they had those, you know, fantastic Slayer games on main stage, they could have been losing to G2, and this group could have been blown wide open, where suddenly map score comes into the equation, right? But I do think that E United now have shown, look, we've done what we needed to do, what we were expected to do by probably topping our group, but then the business starts tomorrow. They need to be performing against Sentinels, against FaZe. They're their biggest competition around that kind of 3rd to 5th area where we're expecting them to land.
Let me pick your brain then a little bit before we do throw it away. Where have you seen enough from E United to suggest that they have what it takes then to go and do what they've done before and finish in that top 3 neck of the woods?
Are you throwing my brain away? Or are you talking about you throwing the...
Throwing the
stream? As in the stream's going to end?
I'm going to throw it.
I thought you were saying you're going to pick my brain and then you were going to throw it away.
I'm just going to throw.
Slightly worried. Anyway, yes, I do think that, you know, I've seen enough to suggest that United are where I expected them to be at a minimum of top 6.
Yeah.
Don't think I've seen enough to suggest they're a top 3 team.
Just yet.
Just yet. But at the same time, they've not really been challenged by one of those bigger teams, so they haven't had to play at their very best. They're almost playing at kind of a 75% right now. They're probably they're leaning back and saying, hey, It's pool play.
Yeah.
We don't have to try. It's a European team. They're the best team in Europe, are United, right?
Yeah, that's true.
They know that.
Yeah, they know.
And they've been fantastic all season long. And, you know, the support from Europe for United has been amazing. So I'm very impressed by them.
On the other side of things, we have Quadrant, who, we knew they were going to be the underdogs coming into this series, but we didn't anticipate they were going to get the job done over G2, particularly with how their form has been in Europe. They've been impressive.
Yeah, Quadrant had a disappointing European Super. We alluded to that, and I think they know that. And maybe the North American audience might not know it, but we can look at the pools now and just see where everyone has landed. But I think Quadrant will be pretty happy with where they sit at the moment. They went 2-1 in the pool. Of course, the open bracket teams are going to come in and try and change things, but as we run through them, I think for the most part, this is how we expected things to look.
Yeah, indeed. Is there anything elsewhere that has sort of surprised you there? See, we know Na'Vi went 0-2. They still have a game to play, and it's going to be against Fnatic to see who goes 3rd and 4th there. But Pool D, Sentinels, got the job done. They've topped their group, it looks things, barring, of course, that open bracket team coming in.
Yeah, we've got 4 teams with a chance to try and disrupt pools, but the number 1 team should be safe, right?
Yeah.
All you have to do is beat that open team, and you are the number 1 side. United Sentinels, Optic, Cloud9, that's what we expected. Ascend should be 2nd. You can see Exit have got 1 and 2, Ascend have got 2-1. Apologies for that mistake, but yeah, Ascend in 2nd place, that's what we expected from their group. Quadrant in 2nd place, I think, is probably the biggest mistake out of all of this.
Yes.
Like G2, they slipped up. G2 should have been far better when you look at this group. When what G2 have been able to achieve in these tournaments as a top 6, sometimes a top 8 side, you'd be expecting them to be comfortable in their position.
And looking at Pool A, we've seen the Chiefs, who have gone 0-3, of course, our Australian champions, one of the best to do it over there, and they've come over here and they've had a really awful pool to jump into. There's not an easy game in there for them.
No, there isn't an easy game, and you know, some of these Aussie teams have come over and they've had a very difficult time in pool play historically, but they'll be looking to try and take down that open bracket team when they arrive and also perform a little bit better when it comes to bracket play.
Well, that's going to do it for us. And again, special thanks, many thanks to Xbox Plays for putting this all on for us here over on the B stream, twitch.tv/Xbox. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow to watch some of your favorite teams compete once more. But that's all from us. Take care.